lies about me the same way he did in 2003.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Lex
I
is
was drying my hair because I was
mentally
just finishing up shower.
unstable, doesn't live in reality. Dude, I cannot. Now, look, and of course, you're not going to be around. Convenient.
Wait,
you gave this drama legs.
This episode.
No,
wait, what do you mean I gave the drama legs? How did I give the drama legs?
I told you it's a bad idea to talk to Lex. He's now Shock.
I don't even know who Lex is.
The point is, I heard you on stream saying, I don't know who would I believe. Is Tom lying? Is Lex lying?
Well, that's the thing. The reason why I said this is because I don't want to get blown up again for believing something that wasn't true. And also,
unfortunately, it's going to be a blow up.
There back then during Arcade, so I don't know who's telling the truth.
But you're not around to hear the truth. You're too busy now. All of a sudden, you can. Well, let me hear the truth when it's convenient. Then it's best to never air the lie, Rio, if you're not sure.
Tom, this is scheduled...
Dave, if you're not sure what the truth is it not best to not air the lie until you know what the facts are?
Wasn't this episode planned days ago? This wasn't like a last second, like, oh my God.
My point is, Dave, Rio aired a bunch of lies and then is saying, I don't know if it's a lie or the truth. Is it not best to wait until you know what the truth is before you air the lie?
Hold on. What lies did I air? What are you talking about?
About what Lex said and me and this and who knows what to believe?
Bro, it was literally... Are you talking about the stream last night?
Yeah, bro.
Yes, I got home very late last night. I was gonna stream some Legacy Collection because I wanted to play. Base was in the chat. Then he kept literally trying to get me to talk about but what about the leg? So I finally was like, you know what? Okay, since Base wants to know so much, I'll talk about it. And then he was like, so what happened? I'm like, I don't know. Is Tom telling the truth? I don't know because I wasn't there back then.
I asked you to talk to me and Shock for 10 minutes privately before this podcast starts. Just so you would know the truth.
First of all, you told me you weren't available until Wednesday. This is what you told me
10
for
minutes
days.
Privately.
Right, but the problem is you told me you weren't available until Wednesday.
Okay,
so I was like, okay, Tom's very busy.
That I had to deal with. You created some drama that I had to deal with now, unfortunately. You aired it. You gave it its
I create this drama? What are you talking about? The stream last night that had 50 viewers because it was late as hell and no one was there?
I mean, dude, I don't know why. Now
that's the drama that was aired?
You know, I have to address this garbage now, man. Like, no one gave a thought to this garbage for 20 years. Now it's out again. I mean, it's deranged. Lex is telling Shock, well... Don't mention me by name. Just say Chicago.
I don't think anybody cares about the drama. That's the thing. Like, this episode wasn't even going to be about Lex and all this stuff anyway.
It is. Why even give this? And true or false, Rio? I called him out 10 times to play a game. Did he not decline every time?
True in the chat, yeah. But that's not what the drama was about, though.
My point is, and I asked Shock, I want to be clear before I say this tonight. Lex told you that article is the first time anybody had ever heard of me, right?
No, correct? He just said this is the origin of where it was one of many. That's what he told me.
What was one of many?
Of the beef and stuff you had with you, because no one knows the beef and stuff with you and Lex because there's no info on it.
The beef with Lex was, before MKDA came out, Lex tried telling people that nobody knew who I was and blah, 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 blah. What Lex did not plan for is for Mortal Kombat to keep making titles. As I was winning majors in MKDA, people then started saying, hey, man, it's kind of a coincidence. You said this guy didn't win any tournaments. And then the minute they start holding tournaments again, this guy is winning it. What about this, Lex? And then Lex started saying, well, he's not beating anybody good. We'll send a game tester down there. And they did.
Tom, that's not what Lex said. We chatted like very briefly. It wasn't like this long, elaborated call. It was just like a quick chat.
What did he say?
I literally asked him, I'm like, so what is your problem with Tom? Like, did you guys play a money match? You didn't pay him? Like, why does he hate you so much? What is the issue here? And he said, basically, you lied about a lot of stuff back then. It made it seem like you were this and that. What do you mean?
What did I lie about specifically?
He was saying that you weren't truthful about, you were this amazing player back then during MK1, MK2, MK3, during arcade days, all that. He said you weren't. Like, you became...
How would Lex know? Lex, summoning, true or false? Lex did not come around until UMK3. True or false? He didn't play MK3. He wasn't around in MK2, and he wasn't around in MK1. So how would Lex know?
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that you are saying that's true, but there's a lot of stuff that Lex is saying is true too. You
can't
yeah, so my point was okay.
Whoa. Summoning, true or false? This is what it comes down to. Lex is saying no fair. This is not supposed to end this way. Bill was supposed to be exposed as a liar. But then he went on to dominate for 20 more years.
Lex told me he literally doesn't even care about this. He just doesn't like that you were lying about it. That's it. Like he says,
Really?
he doesn't even play MK anymore. Like he's just.
Well, again, here's the problem. When I went to Chicago,
he went to go play like World of Warcraft, whatever.
Yeah, well, guess what? When I went to Chicago to play Lex, I beat him down. He recorded it, and he only aired
he
one
also
video.
told me that was a lie, and that's another reason why he doesn't like you.
No, Lex doesn't like me because Lex, and you know this, Summoning, he has crapped on everybody that's not from Chicago. True or false?
Why do you, well, yes, that's true. But why do you think that is? He's always been discounted as a good player, though.
Hold on.
This is the main thing.
Here's why I came at Lex, because I said to Lex, Lex, you crap on everybody that's not from Chicago.
This episode wasn't supposed to be about Lex drama or any of this.
I know. Hold on. I'm just telling you this now. I'm like, Lex, these people were better than you. I said, you never left Chicago, so you don't realize how good some of these players are. And I was defending the players around the country that Lex said their opinion didn't matter.
See, Lex told me differently. This is why, like, I feel like the stories here are like completely different from each other.
That's why we had Shock around it. That Shock
so the whole
was there.
drama that Base was selling you last night, the drama was me literally going like, well, I don't know, is Lex telling the truth or Thomas? Because there's two different stories about the past. But how could that be?
Summoning, you're here. True or false? In the 90s, people who were known as good is more word of mouth because it's not documented, correct?
That's a fact, yes.
Okay.
But
is it not word of mouth?
Thomas is missing the point. Lex
isn't saying that. No, hold on.
Okay.
No, Lex isn't saying that you didn't become good later or whatever. He's saying that you weren't there during the prime of the game, during the arcade playing these games as a top level player. That's the problem.
Like, word of mouth on the street.
The problem.
There's a huge disconnect here. Like
Nit. The word of mouth in the 90s of who the best MK4 player is who.
The word of mouth of the best MK4 player was you.
So if Lex says that I didn't exist back then, how could the word of mouth be that I was the best?
He might not.
Lex told me differently about MK4. Again, I don't understand why there's multiple. I don't know why there's multiple different stories about the past back then. Whenever we recount what happened in like the 3D MKs or MK9, whatever, it's always a consistent story. Why is there multiple different stories about back then for the 3D MKs? It makes no sense.
Because
someone is telling the truth, someone's not. This is the problem.
Jimmy, I met you in 1997, correct?
Yes, 97.
In the arcade?
MK4, yeah.
Now, Lex says, I had no arcade presence then. What was I doing on the arcade? Rio?
That's not what he said, bro. That's not what he
told
me.
You were also East Coast, Tom. Chicago was where it was at back then. You know it and I know it. That's why you went there.
You also don't know this. Lex, and Shock will tell you this, for years, Lex has had a grudge against me. When I won
this episode, why do you think that is about this Lex stuff?
No.
Like this
I'm just letting you know before your episode starts. When Power Up happened and I won Power Up, Lex messaged me on Facebook and was like, "Fuck you, you're not this."
But why do you think that is, Tom? Why do you think that is?
Well,
he was the guy to beat back then.
Tom, the reason why I talked to Lex is because I wanted to know why he hated you and what, like, that was the whole point.
Because what happened. Here's why. And here's the next thing. Lex called me out, and Dream TR called me out and said, we challenge you to any arcade. This is before MKDA came out. They said, we'll challenge you to any arcade Mortal Kombat, first to 10 for $500. So I chose MK4 and they backed out. And I said, now, wait a minute. If I'm really this nobody who's not good, why would you need to back out?
This whole Dream Tour is another can of worms because Lex told me the complete opposite with that person.
Yeah,
he said Jason Wilson, he said he's good friends with him and you weren't. And he says he still talks to them every day to this day. Like he's one of his friends. So
guess what? Shock.
Again, I don't know why I'm being told different stories about the past.
Guess what? Shock was there in Chicago for MK9 test. Jason Wilson introduced himself. He was like, hey, Tom, what's up, man? Blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, and you're Shock? Now I told Shock, if this guy never knew me, why were we so cordial and friendly like and talking about the old days?
I don't think he didn't say he never knew you. He just said he was more friends with Lex than you.
He was more friends. I mean, here's the thing. Jason Wilson, and Jimmy will tell you this, got known as the best MK2 player because he got a job with tips and tricks and crowned himself king. True or false, Jimmy?
True.
So we don't really know who the best MK2 player was.
Okay, but this is the whole thing starts from the beginning, though.
I mean, Tom, I don't think you understand what the origin of the drama is. Like, this is all going off the point.
The origin of the drama is, Tom, I know you're good at these games.
You don't understand. Rio, you don't understand. Lex,
that's the point. I don't understand. I only know your side. That's why I wanted to talk about it, to see, like, yo, can you just tell me what the drama is? Like, what happened? That's it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When Lex said, oh, you're not good, you're not this, I said, let's play it. I went to Chicago, played him, beat him down, And I said, put the videos up.
But see,
and
the
he
thing
only
is, Lex
showed-
told me the opposite. He said when you guys finally did do this showdown, that you actually lost, and then you refused to put the videos up, and then that's another reason why they hated you.
That's
Yeah,
a lie.
that's the
What
thing.
happened-
Okay,
Like,
Tom, there is no
this- like,
videos.
I don't know why
though.
there's
This is
different
where
stories.
this is where
Whoa, because here's what happened.
This-
No. The reason why I went to Chicago is.
By the way, we're supposed to
reason
start
why-
the show at 3. Like,
I know.
don't want to.
Give me 5 minutes and I'm leaving. 5 minutes. What happened was when I started winning in MKDA, Lex started to have a "it's not fair. This guy was not supposed to keep winning" moment. And while people were like, "Lex, shut up. This guy is still winning. I don't really think you have any credibility." Lex said, "Oh yeah, we'll show you what's up. We're going to send a game tester there to beat him." And then I beat him. And then Lex said, "Come to Chicago and play Adam Hernandez. See what's up."
Like Lex told me the
Hold on,
opposite
let
of
me
what
finish,
happened
let me
here.
finish,
No, I
let me
know, but I'm
finish.
just like I don't like how the stories are so different from each other. That's the
They're
problem.
not different because that's why we have Shock there, who's a historian who was around for all of
But-
it, and a witness. Hold on,
Then-
and a witness. Hold on. And Lex, when Shock said, "I'm going to tell the truth," you know what Lex said? "Don't say I said any of this stuff. Say Chicago was saying it." And Shock was like, "But you are
Lex
saying
was
it."
telling me
Lex.
that Shock also back then was posting a thread saying for people not to listen to you. That's why I'm very confused. So
Yeah, and that's why.
why is there
Hold
does
on,
Shock have two
because-
personalities?
And Shock, because yes, no, and Shock will tell you he believed Lex's lies for a long time, and then Shock
Bro, this is
realized
so
Lex
confusing.
was a liar.
It
Yeah, that's
is.
why I wanted to. That's why I wanted.
It's not
and what
But
happened-
somebody is lying because the stories are all over the place.
It's all
The-
and the thing,
I don't.
and
Like,
hold on.
whatever happened in the past, there can't be two different stories. It's,
yeah. And the
it's
thing
what
is,
happened.
when I went back, when I went to Chicago, I said I'm going to beat Adam Hernandez down. Keep in mind, they told me to come to Chicago and see what's up. I drove 10 hours. I get there. Hernandez says, "No, I'm not going to play you," and backs down. So then we go to the arcade.
Okay,
I
but
play
Lex was
Lex-
telling me the beef between just you and him, not everything else.
Okay,
I was like,
yeah,
I
got it. But I said, while I'm here, we're going to settle this right now, Lex. We played UMK Thief for 3 hours. I didn't record any videos. Lex did. And Shock will tell you, Lex gave Shock one match. When we asked for the other matches, Lex claimed something happened to the footage or
There's
the
always
camera.
missing videos, bro. There's
So
always
let me ask you this.
Okay, so what Lex told me is you guys had this showdown we were gonna play. However, when you lost, you didn't upload anything, and he got really
I
mad.
didn't
at
have the
that.
footage. Lex had it. Lex uploaded one match from that
But
series.
this doesn't make any
because
sense. Then
Lex-
why is Lex saying that you guys had a showdown, you lost the
Because-
UMK3 and
and
stuff, and then you
honest to
didn't
God-
upload any of it?
Honest to God, Shock will tell you when he talks to Lex privately and says, "Lex, you're wrong. It didn't happen this way." He said, "Lex."
Okay, but wait,
is
why is
not
Shock
living in
involved in
reality.
this? The drama Lex is telling me
Yeah,
is just between you and
it's
him. That's
between
what I'm
you
confused.
guys.
Why
I
are
know
other
because
people
Lex,
in this?
because he's going because
But
Lex
why
is
is
going
Shock
to
getting
Shock
involved in? I don't understand.
because
Lex
is
told
going
me
to
the
Shock
beef
for the-
started, but he was telling me the beef was literally between you and him.
because here's why, because Shock
that was
was
the
there
feud.
for all of it. Because Shock
all
was there
you
for all
guys
of
have been
it.
all you guys have been shit talking Lex for years.
but
Obviously, he's pissed.
Nit before
All
no,
you
you know what? No, you know what this
I'm not
happened?
even friends with
No,
him. He
no,
doesn't
no,
even
I wanna
like
hear
me.
that, dog. Because for years I took it. When
I don't
was
even know Lex
playing-
that well either.
No,
He
no.
just
Yeah, here's what when I was
okay,
winning
so
in
wait,
Tekken
somebody
4,
I don't know if somebody knows this, but there was this huge drama on my stream the other day with Lex and Tom, and I didn't know the backstory.
Yeah, I was-
and
I
then
was
it all
reading
happened
it.
Yeah.
literally as I was
But the
playing.
thing
So I'm
is-
like,
but
what
the
is
thing
this?
The thing is,
They have
Shock will
beef.
tell
I'm going to tell you
hold on,
something. They
Shock-
have beef because I'm telling you right now, Lex was the player to beat back in the day. I know
No, he was
Bill
not.
doesn't like to
Nope.
say that. Yes, he
Nope.
was.
He was not.
Yes,
Nope.
he was.
he
Jimmy,
was not.
Yeah, and
yes,
another
he
reason
was.
why Lex is mad
Lex
is he
was
told
not.
me Tom was saying he was always bad at this game, was never good at the game, and Lex was saying that's complete bullshit.
You have been beaten on this guy. Look, even if it's rightfully so, he was the guy
Hold
to
on.
beat. He
Shock,
was the guy to
Shock,
beat.
Shock. Okay, let me tell you why. Because
Okay.
here's what happened to Lex. Lex
But
for 2
I
years.
just don't understand what Shock has to do with this.
Okay, and I'm telling. I want
Because
to
Lex
defend
didn't
myself to
mention
Nit.
Shock.
I want to defend myself to Nit here, and I'll tell you why Shock is involved.
Okay.
To Nit, for 2
Mhm.
years before MKDA came out, Lex did nothing but dogpile me, and I took it.
Why
But
do you
then
think
when
that
MK
is?
Hold on,
Yeah,
but what
but
Lex
why-
did not hold on. But what Lex
Okay.
did not plan on is me being a top player for the next 20 years in
By the
Mortal
way,
Kombat.
I blame Base for this. I blame Base for this because Tom hit me up like an
Base
hour ago,
gets
going
damn.
like, last night I was apparently roasting Tom, saying this. And I wasn't. Base kept trying to ask me about the
Base
slip
is
the
really
thing
good
is-
with
what I
this.
said
the
Base
thing
last
is
is-
night.
really
Nit,
good at this
Nit,
stuff.
And
Nit.
Tom, if you watched the VOD, what I said was last night, I was like, I said, I don't know who to believe. Lex is saying this, Tom is saying this. It's a 50-50.
Yeah, so-
like, I'm not going
the
to
thing
co-sign one of them and be like, this is what happened because I wasn't there. That's why I
got
want to
it.
know
My
what
point-
happened.
but my point is,
The bottom line,
Right,
Lex
but
was the
Base
guy to
was
beat back
telling
then.
you, acting
I
like
know,
I
but
was saying Lex is right, Tom isn't.
Nit,
Bottom
just look
line,
at-
Lex was the guy to beat. He was the player to beat. You could like him or not. He was
he
the guy.
never went to. That's
He
he
was
went
the
to
guy.
tournament. Hold on.
I know
Did
he's not a
Lex-
tournament player. I know that.
Lex,
I know
Lex
you
played
told
in
me.
one tournament and he got 5th. How was he the guy to beat?
Because
Dope
back
Deli,
then,
thank you for
he
the
was
tier 1 sub,
you
man.
have to
I appreciate
understand
it.
something. You
Tournament,
have to
Nick.
get-
Tournament.
No, but there was no
Tournament.
tournaments back then. There was nothing
There
back
was. Just
then.
not in Chicago.
Bro,
There was nothing back
but wait,
then.
hold on. But the story gets even more confusing because Lex said that another reason why he didn't like you is because you were telling people that you were the best player back then. You were winning all the tournaments.
Yes,
So,
that's the
the
truth.
story's
That's
like all
a
over the
fact.
place.
That's
Well,
a fact.
the truth
Rio,
is,
that's a
like,
fact.
these
we don't
stories
ever
are just.
know. Okay, put it this
But
way.
my point
There
is, when
are
something
several-
happened back then, whatever game it was, I don't understand how there's different
No, the reason why Lex
stories
got
of
so
the
mad,
same things that
the reason
happened.
why
It doesn't make any sense.
The reason why Lex
Everyone
got
thinks
so
they're the
mad,
best, that's why.
And again, the reason why Lex got so mad is when
Yeah,
all
but the
this
thing is,
drama
who was
happened-
actually the good player back then during the arcade? That's what the drama
we
was
were
about.
both good.
It
We were
was
both
Lex.
good. We were
It
both.
was-
Lex was not.
Yes,
Yeah,
no,
but
Lex,
okay,
but Tom,
Paulo
let's
was
just say
better
you
than
weren't
Lex.
back then. Like
Paulo
you
was better
weren't the
than
player back then. This is why the drama is literally about.
Again,
That's
the
why
feud.
it's about.
And
It
here's
was
the problem.
Lex.
Hold on. We have summoning saying that
Yep.
I was regarded as the best MK9
On the East Coast, not
MK4
Chicago.
player.
Chicago was the best place to play
In
MK in the
MK4, they were
entire
not. They didn't
USA.
touch MK4. They didn't touch
yes,
Guys,
MK4.
are we gonna start the
MK4
episode? Because I don't want to be like mean to
okay.
My
Dave or
point
them.
is,
Because I know
Nick-
Dave is
Nick-
probably
Nick, MK4,
getting
I
really
was
frustrated
considered-
right now.
I've been rolling my
Yeah,
eyes.
because
Like,
Dave is
Yeah, and
waiting.
I'll take,
yeah, I have
Dave
I have
wanted to
2
start
hours.
at 3. Like he doesn't want
the
to.
reason why Shock is
I'm out
involved
because I have nothing to
is
say
because
about it.
he knows the truth because he was there for the
Tom,
start.
He's
for
not even gonna
fucking
come
guy
on.
Doesn't care about his legacy. All you fucking talk about. You were Mike's podcast, trashing the game for 30 minutes.
Okay, man.
Why
Don't
are
invite
we
me back,
listening
man.
to you?
Don't invite me
Why are
back.
you talking?
But, listen,
Tom, leave.
everyone
bro,
here
leave.
lose my
Go
number. I'm
talk-
dead
yeah, go to
serious. I'm
Mike's
dead
podcast.
serious.
Tom,
Tell
are you
us
being
how-
serious?
I'm not being here on
Don't beat your
Wednesday.
ass.
Lose my number.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye. Anyway, now we can
All
start.
right. I can finish
Wow.
this in 2
Is
seconds.
Tom being serious? Like this is so dumb. Like it's.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
not.
even understand why this is so
he
serious.
wants to be the. He's always wanted to be the best. He's been trashing Lex since day one. Lex was the number one
Look,
player.
I understand
back
it's
then.
fine
That's
to be
it.
the best, be
Something, yeah.
competitive. However, like this is all like irrelevant to.
I
like,
don't mind people being called the best or being one of the best. Then why are you on Mike's podcast telling us how the community is shit, how the games are shit, how every single game is shit, how every single player, like, what is your point?
Look, I don't know. Should
He's
I
very
have not
smart.
talk to Lex that
Hold on,
night? Like I don't know. Should I just
No,
not
no,
have...
you did the right thing. He's-
Listen.
Yeah.
Listen, let me throw my 2 cents in.
Look, wait, real quick, James.
Sorry.
Before you go, like whenever there's beef between two people, I like to hear both sides. I don't want to just hear one side from someone. Like, isn't that how it should be? You should hear.
Exactly. There's 3 sides to every story. Each person's version and the real version, which you'll determine. Plain and simple. If you don't
Yeah,
get,
Right,
if you don't
and the
get,
whole reason I talked to Lex was not to blow up Tom or whatever base was feeding.
No, we know that.
It was to I want to know what happened. Like, what is the origin of the beef? Like, did you beat Tom in a money match? Did you end up
Jimmy
not
will
paying
tell
him? That's
you
why
that.
he hates you. Like, that's what I wanted to know.
We can finish this so fast. Lex was the player to beat back then. Nobody wanted to.
every
Nobody.
tester, whether it was me, Paulo, fucking Lex, Grinch, Mike Vinicor, Eddie Ferrier, we were the guys to beat because there was no tournament scene. We were the Shang Tsuns that sat on thrones.
And we
We
wanted to
didn't-
go after the
we didn't want
testers.
to-
Right, and what Lex
didn't
told
do
me
it.
is the issue he had with Tom, from what he was telling me, is that he didn't like how Tom basically told everybody he was the best during these 2D MKs, that he won world tournaments, this and that, and Lex
Yeah,
was
he
like,
did.
there was
That's
none
what we're
of
gonna
that.
bring
Like,
up
and-
today. We actually talked to 2 of our like original crew members. They knew of Brady, but they didn't. He was nobody back then. He
Yeah, that's
came
what
out
Lex
of the
told me.
woodwork.
He
Well,
said,
hold on,
he
hold
said
on.
Tom made a name for himself during MKDA 2003. This
Yeah.
was after the arcade
Guys,
scene and everything.
We have to
MK40.
stop this. Unless
Yeah.
Tom and both
Unless
And-
him and
and-
Lex want to sit down, then
Well,
it's
I asked
They're
Lex, I'm
never
like,
gonna be
dude, I wanted Lex to come on the podcast. I'm like, would you want to be done? Like, but he says he refuses to
I
be
know
on
he's
the same
gonna
episode with Tom because he says Tom
Also-
is a liar.
before we start recording, I'm
So I
sick
can't
and
force
tired
him.
of anybody telling me how great they were when like fucking you guys held 10 tournaments. By the way, me included.
True.
I don't talk about Rio won 3 MLGs. When was the last time he stroked his cock about it? Stop! Stop!
Yes.
Please stop!
yesterday. Yesterday,
Nobody
I seen him on
cares.
I'm gonna be
OnlyFans.
honest, people just don't care what tournaments he win, honestly.
People don't even
They just
know.
they don't.
Well, Tom's
know,
always been that way.
hold
His claim to fame is
Hold on.
that. That's all he's ever done.
Like,
Hold
bro,
on.
do you know how many comments I read for MK9? I've been putting up Mortal Kombat 9 videos, me playing in Soup, and so many comments in chat are like, real shit, he's so bad. He was never
Yeah.
good. This and that. I'm like, damn. Well, I mean, if that's how people really feel, then I mean, they have the right to that opinion, but they still
He
can't
did
change
play
history.
all the games. pretty well, but that's all. And he wants to get relevant, and he's
Right, but I
always
don't
been
understand
that
why
way.
is this drama
He's
such a
always
big
been-
deal where now Tom apparently doesn't want to be on anymore and told us to
And
lose his
can we
number.
get
It's
Because
not
he's
even
getting
that
called
serious.
out.
I
That's
just
why. 'Cause we're
wanted
all
to talk
calling
to
him out.
Lex to hear his side of the story. That's it. This wasn't
You did the right
let's
thing.
secretly blow up Tom. Like, it's not about that. I just want to know what
Me
the
and
truth
Jimmy
was.
talked about it all night last
And
night.
I also want to know
Tom
the
is-
truth from Tom too. That's why I want to hear both their side of the story. It's not
You,
about
you can't get the truth out of Tom
but
because
it's
he will not
annoying. The
tell
only
you.
annoying thing is I hate how there's like completely different stories about back then. That's where it doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
it's his story isn't right. It's not right. Tom's story is not
Well,
right.
I don't know what's right.
got
Like,
some
I don't
All
even know
facts.
Lex that well. I literally talked to it wasn't even a long talk. It was like literally a 10-minute talk.
Listen.
I was like, hey, can you just tell me why you like why do you hate Tom
Guys,
so much?
can
And
I
this and
say
that?
something? I'm not gonna be listening to you guys like ran for 10 minutes. Like, it's very simple. I'm not saying Tom is lying. All I'm saying is, if Tom doesn't care about his legacy, the FGCs are such a small place. All the games suck. The community's ass, etc.,
Mhm.
etc. Why does he care? Why does
Because he
anybody?
wants to be the best. That's why. He just wants to be
Also,
the
he's a
best
hip-
guy ever. That's all.
So anyway,
That's what
why
it
are we
is.
talking about this? And I'm sick and tired of old men telling me for the past 6, 7 podcasts, with all due respect to everybody, telling me
It's
how
okay.
great they were, how they won these tournaments. Nobody was there. Nobody cares. Like, move on.
And there
with
was
your
no
life.
tournaments either, by the way. There was none.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You don't
And
see me
Chicago
talk
was the
about-
place to play. That's
You
all.
don't see me talk about
Yeah,
my
so
deception.
okay, when Lex told me that, I didn't know if he was lying or not. I'm like, are you sure there wasn't tournaments back then?
Rio,
And he
There was no
like,
tournaments
no.
back then.
Nobody
So,
cares. Move on.
Right, but Dave, I wasn't there back then, so I don't know this. So I'm asking these questions. Don't you
They
understand?
didn't even
That's kind
have,
of
they
the
didn't have,
point.
there was no scene whatsoever. All we knew was game testers are in Chicago, and that's the place to go. And obviously, he's
I
pissed
was,
at Lex.
I was the best. I won the Ohio State Fair Mortal Kombat Championship. So
No, he's fucking around.
I'm the best in Ohio.
All right, let's start this thing. But that's
Anyway,
the whole
let's
story. There was
move
no
on with
tournaments
this.
back then.
Nobody cares.
All right, so
Nobody
Dave,
cares.
do you want to start it? Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I apologize we're 10 minutes late, but yeah, Dave,
One
if you want to
last,
start,
listen,
we can go.
listen,
we're
one last
we're already live, so it's already everything's recorded. So you just start it whenever, and then I'll just cut it and put it to YouTube.
Let me just find actually something people may care about, which is the legacy hot fix from. I guess this is from 4 days ago, or maybe 1 or 2. I don't remember. I'm gonna, for the people who are listening, I'm gonna try to stay away from this pointless drama on people's results. I really don't care. I don't even care about my own results, not to mention somebody else's. I think it's completely irrelevant. I want to discuss the facts and gameplay, not the Mike Hollow type topics. Who was trash and were any of the games good, and it's irrelevant, honestly. Like, but anyway, give me the countdown, and I have 2 hours, and I want to get this over with.
I'm bad. I was pointing Tom in the chat. Anyway.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to yet another episode of the podcast. I'm your co-host, Dave, and I'm here with my co-host, Rio.
Welcome, everybody. This is episode 50, and today we're joined with Summoning and James. How are you guys?
Hello.
Hi.
Yo, what's
Bro,
that?
That's the UMK3 run jab sound, which is
Oh,
hilarious.
yeah. I thought it was a Baraka sound or something. Like, what was it?
No, so this episode's going to be interesting because, I've been thinking about it, and this was planned days in advance. I don't want people to listen and be like, oh my God, they made a drama episode the day after the drama. No, it's none of that. This was already planned. But so one thing I noticed for the MK community is for some reason, me as an MK player who's been around since 2004, I don't even know the past history of our own scene, how it started back then for the arcade days from MK1, MK2, MK3. However, I know more about the history of other fighting games I'm not even directly involved with. Like, I know a lot about the Street Fighter history scene, the Smash scene, Tekken stuff like that with like the older games and stuff. However, there's nothing about the MK community. It's like you would think it almost never happened or didn't exist. So I'm like, well, what is up with that?
Yeah.
So I want to discuss in this episode, like, what was the scene like back then for the arcade era? Who were the players to beat? Who were the good players? And I think this is interesting because you never get to hear about this anywhere.
Well, what I could do is I could say this: there was no scene because there was no internet. There was nothing. So it was basically, we could tell you the East Coast perspective, because Long Island was pretty much documented. Chicago was number one. That's where the game came from. That's where the game testers are, all that stuff. But Long Island, New York, I would say we had the most. We had like kind of like the VSM days. It was like that. We would meet up.
Yeah, and just to
we would-
clarify, this was 1992, so this was
Yeah,
a
this
while
was
ago. This was like over 30 years
probably.
ago.
I can start off. I probably should start off as like from the beginning. I used to play MK1 in on a college campus at CW Post when I was in college, and in Long Island. I was in Long Island, and there was no internet. People had beepers and stuff. So between
Yeah, so
classes.
just to clarify, there wasn't like Evos and
Yeah.
COs back then 30 years
No,
ago. It
there
was
was
more of
nothing. There
okay.
was absolutely nothing. It was Street Fighter
Yeah.
players and it was Mortal
And is
Kombat
this true?
players.
I heard back then during the arcade, at least here,
Hmm?
that MK was a bigger game than Street Fighter. People were playing it more at arcades where it was featured. So MK was like
Absolutely.
the biggest fighting game back then.
MK was MK1 and MK2. They were huge cabinet games, huge stuff. But all like in person, games in person, people hanging out at arcades till they closed, that type of stuff. So basically, I got good because I had nothing to do between classes. I had nothing to do because that's what I had a class at 9 o'clock and I have one at 3. So I would just sit there and I would play. I would play. Then people would be like, "Yeah, you got pretty good." They're like, "But the best player is a game tester. He plays at Westbury Nathan's." And I was like, "Well, of course I got to go. I just got to got to go see that." So, and I'm cutting through a lot of the BS because there was no tournament scene, there was no documented players, there was nobody, there was nothing. It was a game, a cabinet. They would drop it in an arcade, and people would put quarters in, and they would play. That's all it was. Obviously, if you're good at the game, you're going to stay there. You're going to beat up people. You're going to do your thing. You're going to get better. People are going to know you. So word of mouth comes. Oh, this guy's pretty good. But there's a game tester guy. His name is, we don't know what his name is, James or Jims or something. He he's the best guy ever. So I went to, and this, by the way, was the MK. Actually, Jimmy could actually tell you guys a little bit more. MK. We did not meet during the beginning of MK1. We met during the MK1 going down and 2 coming out. So that's how much there's space in between this stuff. In MK1 scene, there wasn't really many top anybody's because MK1 was so it was it was just this came out, it was shock value. You know what I mean? Oh my god, Johnny Cage, you punch his head off, like that. But between 1 and 2 is where I met Jimmy. We don't even know exactly the time frame. It was so far back. So all I remember is I actually went to this Nathan's that this guy was supposedly playing at, and there was literally crowds of people around this one guy, and he was just beating everybody in every possible way. And I've never seen anything like this. He was doing shit that it was big back then. You play games, you'd be like, wow, this is incredible. I mean, like this is awesome. Like I'm addicted to this game. I'm like 18 years old, whatever. This is what I did. Sounds lame, but you didn't have much to do back then. Back then, you had your car, you'd meet somebody, you'd beep somebody or something. You could do anything. There was nothing you could actually do. So we'd hang out in arcades, and we sat there, and we met players, and we learned how to play. We paid to play. We would try to get other people. We would go to other arcades. So there was no scene. There was none. So we created this VSM type of gameplay to just sit down with people and talk to people. And then Jimmy was actually a tester. So Jimmy, you were working on the home version then when I met you, right?
I was working on the home version. Basically, the marketing people saw me beating the hell out of people at work so bad that they thought it would be funny for me to go to Westbury Nathan's, which Acclaim was located up in Oyster Bay, which is only a couple of towns away, and as a just to see the reactions of the people. Believe it or not, for marketing and sales reasonings, like research. So they said, go down there and beat people up. And
It was amazing to see. You guys should have seen this because it
I
was
didn't
like actually
know.
going to a
Yeah.
movie theater. You had this
Going,
like
I
superstar
didn't know.
playing.
Going there, I can honestly say in my heart of hearts, I didn't know how good I was because, again, in my eyes, I'm beating Betty, who's the secretary for the dude in marketing down in Mortal Kombat. No offense against Betty, but it really wasn't a gauge. So when I went to Westbury Nathan's and I noticed like people couldn't do nothing to me. I was like, holy shit, you
Yeah,
know.
it was like he was a movie star that came in, and there was crowds around him. I mean, like Long Island Joe's dad used to bring him to the arcade, and that arcade we played at was very rough. It was really rough. So like Joe, that's why they called him Milk Crate Joe. Dude used to play on a freaking milk crate, used to play us and stuff. But his dad, I bumped into his father one day outside. He's like, I ain't bringing Joe back to this arcade. This arcade's fucking mess. I'm like, yeah. I mean, it was like when Jimmy was there. It was like, wow, he knew fatalities, he knew stuff nobody knew. This was a huge thing back then. It was word of mouth. Now that's where I wanted to get at. There is no internet. There is nothing. I was going to other arcades hearing whispers about this guy. That's pretty cool. Okay. That's pretty amazing. Okay. It's word of mouth. Nobody even knows. "Oh, I heard this. I heard there's this game tester guy at Westbury Eighth. We got to go there. You know what I mean? We got to go there. And people would come there. It was amazing. I mean, we'd go to work, we'd do our jobs, whatever. We'd go after work, we'd just go to the arcade and play. And we would pay to play. All the combos and stuff you guys did, we would pay to play. We do this stuff. It all spawned from like Jimmy. We had a group, but I never bring those people up because they're not existing in the scene anymore. So I don't bring them up. So it was us and about like, well, how many guys was it, Jimmy? Totally. When we had all of our guys rolling, how many of it was
Everybody,
us?
I would say we were close to 15 guys total.
Okay.
But out of the 15 guys, 5 or 6 of us were like dedicated. I would say Snapper, Mike, you, me, Pookie,
Yep.
and every once in a while, Chino or Juggerhead would pop around, or Raiden would pop around with
Yep.
us. That was it.
We also do top Street Fighter players from there too, like Gene and Ian and all those guys. So, and there was a big rivalry between this stuff too. I don't know if you guys know a little bit of the history, but there's the Mortal Kombat guys and the Street Fighter guys. They didn't talk. They would be on two sides of the arcade. But that's another
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Focus on
Yep.
the question, which is, so from that point, Nitin came in, and I don't want to tell it. How did it go for you playing me?
Well, I was very good. I really was. I'm a young kid. I was much better. I got beat bad, and we didn't do any of this new meta stuff. We just played the game like it's supposed to be played. And I'm very humble. I was always known as the guy to bring communities together. I would talk to the enemy. I would talk to friends. I would talk to weird people just to try to get people to play. I love this game. That's why I get so mad about the way people play it now. I just love the game. I loved every part of it. I wanted to get more people into it. I wanted to find competition. I wanted to do things. It took us ages to find players. I would go every possible direction, every arcade I could find to find new players.
So hold on. So I'm gonna add on to this. So now, as summoning is saying how he is. When I beat you down that day, and this is something that's
It
very
wasn't just
telling.
one day. It was many days.
What I'm saying, it wasn't me standing on top of your dead corpse going, "You suck." Rather than do that, I embraced you. I said, "Let me show you what you're doing
Padawan.
wrong. Let me show
Yep.
you." And it was him and our friend RDA, who we actually just went to his birthday yesterday for his 50th.
Mhm.
And I made them up my little Padawans. One of them's going to be Obi-Wan, and the other one might turn out to be a dark Sith. So we start going around again. We started to expand. We started to expand in a way where we were only playing ourselves, and it sucked because we know how everything goes all the time. So we started going and traveling to other arcades, looking for people to play. It didn't matter where. Then we dominated basically Nassau and Suffolk County on Long Island.
Yeah, without
So,
question.
so we expanded to the city. And when we expanded to the city, we learned two things. L.I. Joe's dad talking about our arcade being rough. It really wasn't as rough as you think until you go to the city.
Mm.
We go to this arcade called Playland, which is on 45th and Broadway
Oh
in Times
boy.
Square.
That was
It's
insane.
it's the type of place you walk into it, and they got a window by the door where you could buy fake ID. Standing in front of the fake ID booth is about 20 hookers asking if they can blow you.
Yeah,
Uh,
it is true.
you walk inside, cigarette smoke galore, weed smoke smell everywhere. It's guys they look like they should be in the bad guys in all those 70s and 80s, New York City movies like Death Wish,
That was
where it
before the
looked
city
like something,
cleanup, by the way. The city was a mess back then. Cars were
you know.
breaking into our cars got broken into and stuff and things like that
So
just to go to the arcade.
so now we went there and we bodied people there. So now we're going, damn man, we're really good. Nitton and them, summoning and them decide to go there one day on their own, and they decide to beat these guys down so badly that they wanted to fight them. So I get a beep on my beeper. Finally, I evolved to a beeper from
Mm.
smoke signals, and I call the number back, and it's like, you got to come here. These guys are gonna fuck me up. I don't know what the fuck's going on. They're
It's a
fucking
true
pissed.
story.
So I drive all the way there, and these guys are basically in the corner of an arcade, like between a cabinet and the wall, like prisoners.
And we are beating their asses though. We are we
And I
are wrecking
and
them
I
without
and I
Jimmy.
and I give the guy a fatality so they can leave.
Yeah, I remember this
It,
stuff.
so now
It
we all
sounds
go
so it
home.
sounds so lame, I know, but like you guys got to dumb it down
Yeah, it
and
actually
understand
sounds
that there
fun and
was
hype. The
it,
arcade
it
days,
was it
going
was
out to play
just
people all the
life.
time.
We would meet up at the arcade. We
It's
you
kind
know
of
we
like how
had
locals are now. When you go to regionals or whatever, like you meet other people, you play them in person.
it's incredible feeling back then when you're side by side with someone's bumping you off the cabinet and stuff. It's completely like they talk shit. You got to bring it right there, right then.
Yeah,
So
so
we
just
actually
to
got
say, was
ourselves in
this
a lot of
still
trouble.
1992 before MK2 got released? Like, this is still during
This was
MK1?
like during right in the middle.
In the
MK1 was
middle.
still a thing.
Okay,
Yes, it
yeah.
was still a thing.
Yeah, I just want to
So
make sure we're
that's
going like in order time periods.
yeah,
And then
because
we get to
MK
MK.
there's no stories besides like was Gene playing MK1? No, right?
Oh, he started on 3. He started with Shang
No, he
Tsung.
started with Shang Tsung on 2. He started on Shang Tsung with on 2. I
Two,
remember
on
that.
2, yeah, on 2 with the
Yeah.
throws.
So basically one was like it was always played, but it was never like there was never a dominant it started when 2 came out. 2 kind of started everything, the in between the two
Yeah.
games. So
The
it was
So
the
like the player base and skill,
well,
like
well,
in MK2 skyrocketed when it came out. Like it was more
wow,
involved. Like a
yes.
lot of people.
oh, wait, there was okay. So for one, there was this. I can't call it a tournament scene because it wasn't, but this competitive aura, if you will,
Right, because
that
it's natural.
revolved.
You want to beat someone next to you
But
so you can play more, right? So
Right.
you guys are playing
Right.
to win technically.
but in the grand scheme of like the FGC wise, it wasn't even that. This was a if you were within the industry, the game developers, you know, is Mike Vinicor better? Is Jimmy Fink better? Is Eddie Ferrier better? Is Alex Gilliam better? Is Alex Vi better? Or Mike Watson better? Or Graham Wolf on the West Coast?
Mhm.
So, there wasn't a hey, let's get everybody together. It kind of became that Marvel series. What if? What if Eddie Ferrier played James
Yeah,
MK? What would happen?
like
And the
word of
only
mouth.
time and the only times that would happen are when the consumer electronics shows, which happen twice a year, once in the winter and once in the summer, um, where all the game companies would get together. They would display their products for the LA. It was the E3 before E3.
Yes.
And these companies would have parties. So Acclaim was no different. We had a party. In fact, if you ever saw the movie Casino, uh, this particular party we had, Joe Pesci was shit faced and crashed the party, and they had to kick him out. They were filming Casino in the hotel we were at. So, as far as competitive goes, Eddie Ferrier was the cream of the crop. for Mortal Kombat 1. Vinicor was a tight second. Technically speaking, I wasn't even on the map at that point because I was doing the home versions.
Of
So
MK1, that's right. I remember that.
yeah, so what had happened was at the party, Acclaim had set up an MK1 arcade cabinet. And the producer for Acclaim, this guy Rob Lingang and Ed Boon, did that, kind of like fucking, Don King, like my guy will whoop your guy, or boxing managers, and they set this up.
Hmm. And again, the top players back then was the rumored game testers. And a lot of stuff comes from this because it was always about like there's a game tester out there that's playing here or something. And that's the thing that people it wasn't just like a random guy. You would hear something because Jimmy was always known as the game tester. He was always known as like the Jedi Master. We always used to mess around with that, but he was always like, he's the game tester. So we're hanging out with a game tester. I mean, what else did we have back then? We didn't really know who could be good. How would you know if the guy from Oceanside Nathan's was good or not? So we would go to the local arcades around close to us trying to find competition. We would put flyers up saying, hey, let's like get some players together. You can meet us at this arcade, or we can go to your arcade. So we tried to do a tournament scene. We really did try. We did everything. And we're only speaking from East Coast, like East Coast. I don't know. There might be some Chicago guys that did this. There might be some LA guys that did this, but there was no documented tournaments or anything anywhere. So if anybody brings up stuff, they were or they weren't, could be true or it couldn't be true. But we actually have facts of we were together during all this stuff. We went through all this stuff together. So that's why our scene, I call it the first FGC. I don't know anybody else who has stories like this. I don't know how I've never heard about players meeting up during 92 and doing this kind of stuff, organizing things, meeting certain players, getting groups
And,
together.
keep in mind, again, this is good. This
Maybe
is
overseas in Japan, maybe, or like
Yeah,
countries.
could be,
Yeah.
but we didn't know.
I'm gonna take a swipe over the bow, and it's not to disrespect anybody. There wasn't a Street Fighter scene either. There
But how
was
do you
no.
know, like in Japan, like you don't know that for a
No,
No,
fact?
we're
he's
talking
talking
about
about
like
in his
here.
area, like
I mean,
1992 USA in the East
Yeah,
it
that's
Coast.
could
all
have
we have to go
been.
by is what era we were in, where we were.
For me, I'm speaking on America.
Okay.
I'm not speaking on Japan or Rwanda. I'm just saying in America.
Yeah, he's saying
That's the East
specifically
Coast, Jimmy.
America on the tri-state area.
Yeah, we
I'm,
weren't speaking for Chicago or anything like that.
but the reason I'm saying that is not to swipe at Street Fighter because Mike Watson, Alex Vi, John Choi, they were the pioneers of what became the Street Fighter side of the FGC. The
Right.
fact of the matter is, Watson is the closest that was in that era, in Tomo back in the day,
Oh, I
but
remember.
even then, it was so scattered because you can't even call it regional. You call it arcade, because it was just who's the best of Sunnyvale. So
Yeah.
they did what we did, where they started to travel as well. But with Mortal Kombat, after one going into two, the way when in the era that Nittany, the internet did come out.
Yes, it was dial up. It was AOL and Netcom pretty much. And
And
we
the
would
beginning of
yeah,
news groups were
yes,
were the beginning.
PBS was yep.
You had a guy Rat Fink, and then you started to see, you know, some guy M2 Dave in Ohio just posted he found a fatality on the news group, and he's saying he's the best motherfucker in Ohio. And then
Yep.
you got and that's and then we look at you and we go,
We'll meet you there.
Well, let me
I'm
let me
assuming
say this, James, if I may. Let me challenge you guys because a lot of the stuff, and you guys might have watched the pre-podcast show, and the problem with a lot of this is there's like no recorded evidence. And I'm not doubting anything you're saying. I think you're 100% truthful, but we can have some guy like I don't know, in Japan saying, well, they they were the best at this, and they were the best at that, and they started the first seed. Saying it's not like a disrespect to anybody. It's just like it was a time, and to kind of answer Rio's original question, it was a time before something like competition wasn't even a thing, before the FGC wasn't even a thing.
Yes.
Wait, you
Before
mean tournaments
competition.
weren't a thing because they were competitive though? Like by
FGC
nature,
Yeah,
was
playing
a
in an
thing.
arcade, you're trying to
FGC
beat the
was a
person
thing.
next to you.
I mean, it's arguing semantics, but anyway, like the point is, uh, a lot of people can claim, well, not a lot, some people could claim, the same in Japan. They started the scene not for MK, but maybe for they were the first and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
I love that
Um,
you bring this up, by the way, because we know exactly what to say here. I
well,
know.
go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
I'm just trying to
Yes,
challenge you. Go ahead.
there is. No, I love that you brought that up because I was going to bring that up. Me and Jimmy have been talking about this shit for years, and we have one saying for that. They weren't there. All these people who are telling you stuff, they weren't with us. So
Well,
a
who are the
lot of
people? I think I use
there's a lot
specifically
of
talking
people. I'm
about
not gonna.
like
I don't need to
Lex or
bring names.
Tom.
Yeah, like okay,
I mean, you kind of have to give me that.
Lex would be Chicago. Let's say Brady would be Jersey or whatever. I'm just saying this is a great thing that you brought up. These guys, like I actually have documented proof. I got 7 guys who will tell you the same story. These guys who are coming saying that they were the best back then, there's nothing to back it up. We always brought it up. They weren't there. A lot of these guys, by the way, Tom was, let's say, tri-state area. We never saw him. We never saw the guy. He was great at the game, supposedly, but that's his word. We never played him
Yeah,
in
well,
the early
this is
days.
a whole nother can of worms that I guess we'll get into
I'm just
later.
saying. I'm
Wait,
using
That
I'm
is
yeah,
the
let's
using an
stop.
topic.
example.
That
Let's stop.
Rio,
Let's
that is
stop
the
there.
topic at hand. We have to
I know.
get
I'm
there.
using the example.
Okay, but
Tom
we
is a
can't get to
Tom is
that
a
yet. But
prominent
we have
player.
hold on. We have to get through MK2 and all that stuff, then
We
MK3,
we
and then we'll
we,
get there.
this is all
But Rio,
part of it.
nobody was there to document this. What's there to get to? It's like
I'm getting to it.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. Let me just say this real quick,
Okay.
Simon. I promise I'll let you
Well,
talk.
Yeah.
I
this is
just
Okay.
kind of
Sure.
the
Sure.
whole beef with Lex, Dave. Now you're starting to understand.
No, we're not getting
because
into that. We're not getting
We're
into
not
that. We're
getting
just
into
bringing up
I've
regions.
already understood. I'm saying like, look, I don't mind people lecturing us or the audience. I think it's completely
Dave, what they're
justifiable.
saying is basically kind of what we went through for 3MK, except we did it online.
No,
Right
I
now,
don't care
someone
what
can
you
come
guys
out of
think.
nowhere and be like,
Yes.
I was a top dog in MK Deception or
Yes.
Armageddon. And because
Yes.
a lot of people nowadays weren't around back then, they could get away with saying that
But
because who the
Rio,
fuck was there
Yes.
aside from us?
Rio,
Exactly.
let
So
me,
Exactly
let
unless
what
me
you
I'm
just
have
say
saying.
this.
people that were around there to
Hold on,
be
hold
like,
on.
no, you weren't because we were there and you were not,
No,
whatever,
I
Right.
understand.
they
But
can
let
get
me,
away with
Rio's
let me
saying
right.
that.
open,
That's the whole point.
let me quick, please. Let me open up another can of worms because I don't care about what happened to 3D games. Those games were trash. Just because I
Right, but I
played
was
doesn't mean
mentioning it as an example so you could
in,
understand the point of view.
I
Like
don't think I've already understood
because
for
the
a long time.
3D MK scene, a lot of people don't know about it online. That someone could technically come out tomorrow and say I was this and that and get away with it, and people would believe them because there's no history
Yes.
you can go
There
to read
has
about
been
the
a
3D
lot
MK.
Point
of
is,
this.
why does any of this stuff matter? I think it's completely irrelevant. I
It
think the
matters
history.
to people who are bringing it up, though. That's the thing I'm
Or
trying to
I
get
think
to.
it's cool to discuss the
But
history
who's
of how
bringing it
MK
up
started.
is
Like this is,
the
I think
thing.
this is very interesting stuff.
The only reason we're talking about this is because of Tom Brady versus Lex. That's the only
No,
reason. Let's be
oh
serious.
my god, I knew
Yes,
he was gonna get
No,
spun
it's
into.
not. Those were
This was
just
an
region.
episode already planned before that even
Yeah.
happened. It's so dumb
Oh
that
yeah,
now because
yeah.
that
I was
drama happened
bringing
the
up
other day,
that's
that now
not
people
those
think this
guys.
entirely
episode.
true. That's not
We're not bringing
entirely
them
true.
up. They're in different regions. Lex was Chicago. Let's say
So
Brady was
okay, so
Jersey.
since they
I
want to
You
brought
talk
it up
guys
about
are
that,
not
later.
look,
addressing
okay,
the
hold on.
history.
Since they want to talk about that, we will get to that. But first, can we go through MK2? Because right now we just heard the MK1 history. Let's get through MK2, MK3,
Yeah,
and then we'll address that stuff that they want to talk about.
I can continue with the MK2 stuff. So
Yeah. So right now it was 1992. Everything you guys were saying was during MK1. Now was 1993 approaching, and now MK2 is coming out.
So the internet obviously was out, and we were dialing up. We had like hacked accounts. We would dial up because it was expensive back then. It was like $20 an hour to get online. So there was an MK channel. I'm not going to get into the history of IRC and all that stuff. There was a channel, hashtag MK, that there was actually players from all different countries. I remember Australians and stuff, all different. There were amazing players. They decided to just hang out and pound MK, and we were like, is anybody from the tri-state area? And we would, it didn't like evolve to but what Jimmy was trying to say is we were also branching out a small bit. We were trying to find other players to play. We did not go. We went to all the arcades around New York, New Jersey. Jimmy, where else did we go? We went to upstate.
New York, New Jersey, upstate New York, like Connecticut, but we stayed tri-state area.
Yeah, we didn't go far. We went to E3 once. That was MK3. We're not getting into that yet. During the MK2 times, we were really trying to recruit players, find other talent that we could add to we had kind of like a group of players we used to go and really like cause havoc. That was the FGC for us back then. That's
what the FGC was. The FGC was a small, tight knit of people. It wasn't a worldwide phenomenon. It was just your group. Your local was your FGC.
right.
So
but that word of mouth stuff though, that's all we had. So
the
so
internet,
basically,
the internet. But let me finish. The internet would turn around and it would expand it, because now we would go into this Pound MK group, and you would have guys in Chicago saying, "Fuck your bone spur ass, we're better than you. Fuck you, we're better than you." And now you got this competitive, but obviously we don't have any. Let me power up my PlayStation and play you. You had to go there. So we had a group of guys, and this was actually, again, that evolution continued for the lifespan of MK2.
yeah, it was finding other players at other arcades. There's no way to contact anybody. It was all word of mouth. There would be a guy, the Master Lock guy, will bring him up. What was it? We went to a bowling alley. There was this like big, huge. All we knew is this guy had a Master Lock through his ear. I'm serious. We all know the story. We didn't know anything about the guy. We heard about him. Of course, we went there. We went to the arcade, wrecked him. All of us. We just took his whole group out. Okay? The true story is we beat them so bad they left. They actually left the arcade. They left the arcade, and then we would leave flyers to do tournaments at different arcades. I shit you not, you could ask Jimmy.
It was
We
it
had
was it
Yeah,
was
go ahead.
like it was like gangs of video game nerds,
Yeah,
and
that
we
guy was
went
actually a tough guy.
and we took over his turf. That arcade is now ours. So
Crazy shit.
we and that was how we slowly started to expand. And what one and to interject, not to get on the other story of anything else, during that time of MK2 to MK3, I lost my job at Acclaim. I was no longer there. So now I was just James MK, not the tester. And through that, I used to get requests from magazines. Hey, I know you're not working at Acclaim no more. You think you could give us some fatalities? And at that time, there was a gentleman. He's been referred to as Dream TR. I've known him as Jason Wilson, who was working for Tips and Tricks magazine, who said, hey, I love the game, blah, 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 blah. Do you think you could help me out? And from that, myself and Jason became acquaintances / friends. Like, we weren't hanging out buddies, but we were always cordial with one another. So of course, I was always willing to help at that point, because I wasn't employed by Acclaim, so I wasn't bound by no NDAs or nothing. And then what happened one day is what I call it, like the Clone Wars, since I compare Nitin and Summoning and RDA as Padawans. During the Clone Wars, there was the Pound MK group. Now people got so brazen with themselves, they started to say, well, I'm the expert on Mortal Kombat. I should be the one running this channel. So there was a trick that people used to do, and we had a guy called Pookie, who was like the IRC fucking god, who you could flood the room and it kicks everybody out. You'd put your
Yeah.
bot in, you'd make it invite only. Then the other group would do it, and it became this back and forth to control the room. And then finally one day we had enough, and we said to this guy, Drew Boy, where the fuck you at? We're coming there, we're bodying you. And they were out in Bumblefuck, New Jersey.
Bloomfield. Was it Bloomfield?
Yeah, Bloomfield. So
Yeah.
we all turned around. We fucking said we're packing up. We packed in 2 cars of like 10 guys. You would think this was like one of those 50 movies where, we're going there to rumble. So we all
Yeah.
get in this car. We
We had a
drive all
couple
the way there.
baseball bats in the back, though. We did. We
We go
did.
down there. Yeah. Well, we didn't know what the hell we were walking
Yeah,
into
it was
either.
like totally enemy territory. We had no idea what we were doing.
So we get there. We body the shit out of them. And then they humbly say, they do like I'm the Godfather. They kiss the ring, and I'm like, all right, guys, welcome to the team. And they're like, yo, check this out. We got in the back room MK3, a board that we're gonna put in today, and we're gonna let you guys play it first. MK3 ain't out yet.
Yeah, this was
We're
way back then.
we're like, what? And they're like, yeah. So from that group, 2 of the guys. One of the things that always sticks out to me in comparison to today's gamers versus when you go online, they're like, okay, hey Dave, call yourself something. You're like M2 Dave. You didn't get to do that back then. I would turn around, and I would dig it like I named you like you were one of my children if you became part of our group. So we had a guy, we called him Grinch. He actually turned out, and Rio knows him as Brian LeBaron at NRS. He came, and another guy we called Red just because he had red hair. They came to our arcade after that and
They
slept in their
followed
car.
us home.
They followed us
They
home
they slept in the parking lot to learn the tech. And I
and
didn't
just
bring I
Damn,
didn't bring up
that's
any of the
that's
tech, by the way.
dedication.
Oh, the thing is, I didn't bring up. I just wanted to bring up the history, but the thing is, we mastered the anti-air high punch. We were the
yeah.
first players who actually did it consistently, mastered it, paid to learn it, sat there day and night. That's how we beat everybody just from that. Nobody knew how to do that. Nobody.
Reality is, we weren't these amazingly skilled guys. We were just amazing at anti-air punching.
Right. That's where
No,
I mastered the death punch and stuff at MK2. I was getting 50% combos all day since 92. I was pulling that stuff out since then. So we would learn this technique of
everybody else at that time was jumping around like a herd of bunny rabbits getting chased by a shotgun. So
projectiles or
it was just
zoning.
You know what's
barrels.
funny? You guys are talking about you guys doing good with anti-high punches 30 years ago like this. Still to this day, some of the recent people I played in Fightcade or this whole collection, and I play them, they just anti high kick. They don't even do that stuff. So
Yeah, they
that,
don't
to
even
me,
do
it's
that.
it's harder than
Yeah.
you think. Yeah, to anti high
Yeah,
punch. So that's impressive.
but add this to the mix. We had to pay to do it. So me and Jimmy, we would take round. We would have even sayings for it because people wouldn't play back in the day. So we would do rounds on people. So I would win the first one. Jimmy would lose the second one, so I could play. So I could get 3 rounds. I would
So
have
we
to
get
win 2.
out of the game.
Yeah, that we had so much
That
tactics.
was
Yo,
smart. Yeah.
this shit cost so much money. I mean, we were spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars per week. I'm not kidding you guys. It was we had
Damn.
no training mode. Listen to this shit too. When you played in the arcade, we had to master playing the left side. Okay, the right side was the predominant side that everybody wanted to play because if there was a big guy or a tall guy or a heavyset guy, you cannot play left side without being uncomfortable. You're going to bang elbows and stuff. So we would train to play player 1, and nobody was play player 1 because it's
Man,
much
this is
more
like all
comfortable.
hidden tech.
We had so much. We had guys who would bring boxes to the. They would put the boxes over the buttons so you couldn't see the fatalities. This was serious shit. We have hundreds of things like this. We would go rounds on people. We would sit there. Oh, and we mastered low tier. I played you in MK2 Rio. I only play low tier. You know why? Because if you play
Yeah, I noticed
Jax,
that
Melina,
you weren't playing
I
Melina or
don't
Jack.
know how to play those characters. I have zero practice with those characters because nobody would play you if you played Jax. Nobody.
Wow,
You
I
would
never
sit
knew
in an
this.
Oh, it's
So people
huge.
didn't
So
like Jax back then. They thought he was like cheesy or just not fun to play against.
yeah, if you were kicking someone's ass with Jax wasn't as big as he is now. No one knew about the double ground pound and stuff. So if it was Liu Kang and Melina back then, so if people were spamming those characters, they would wait till you'd go home and they would play normally because they know that they were going to lose their money. All this stuff is factors. So we decided we're going to play Scorpion. We're going to play Reptile. I played Reptile. I played Kung Lao. I played guys no one played because that's easy wins for Melina. So we would
I
sit
can't
there.
tell you how many times that I've turned around and I've played scrub characters, and I maybe I lost like 3 matches or some shit, and I would get frustrated, and then I'm like, all right, you know what, motherfucker, and you know, like when you get to the select screen, you pick your guy, and it makes that doing noise when you pick your character. He would pick his character doing, and I bounce around and I hit doing on Jax. Motherfucker would just walk away from the cabinet.
So many times. And Rio,
Just
I was actually saying, I was gonna before I forget my point, I was gonna tell you something. You said something the other day, but you were busy with the whatever was going on. You got mad that the guy was waiting for you to pick the character. You
Yeah,
got mad
see,
about that.
I got annoyed
Okay.
that because what I notice is every time I play MK2 now, it's like
Yeah.
they're sitting there for 20 seconds. I'm like, yo, so I just pick
Okay,
my character. And
I'm
I'm
gonna
like,
explain this for a second. It's the heaviest counter pick game in the whole series. Okay, that is what you're supposed to do. If you pick a character first, you are at a disadvantage. So the guy's waiting. He's gonna wait. It's all strategy.
dude,
If
that's
you play
annoying
no, it's
because
like for example, if you play Katana, I'm gonna pick Reptile every time. I'm not gonna. It's not that I'm gonna win, but I know the match
right,
so
but it's
well that
annoying because what do they do when they play somebody and they can't see the character? They're just gonna like
okay, this is
melt.
why this stupid thing happened when it came to the home version. Then it became random select only because these guys they never had to pay to play. All they did was learn from the best players. They just got together and played for like 5 hours, 10 hours at a time. We had to pay to do that, so we had to take our money and learn all those combos by ourselves with no help. Nobody. Nobody out there told us what to do, how to do stuff. We would actually sit there and write stuff down. Dude, we had that Grinch guy actually figured out reptile spit fatality in MK3 by he had an entire notebook of all buttons. He knew it was button sequence. So he tried every distances. He had measurements, ruler distances of stuff, which buttons he pushed. Ask Jimmy. The guy was a
Jeez.
mental patient. He
the
actually
guy
had
had
yeah.
book a book of all the possible combinations that you could possibly do with every character, and he would do it full screen, short screen, sweep distance, and up close. And then when he did it, checked it off. Did it with high
Yep.
punch, did it with low punch.
And if he screwed it up, he would do it exactly again. He's like, "No, I didn't do that attempt right. I need to make sure that attempt was done correctly." So this guy had he was that was the heavy baggy jeans era. He had like an extra pair of jeans taped to the back of his jeans so we could put a 2 liter bottle of Mountain Dew in the back so we could keep
What
the
the hell?
fuel going. Yeah, I'm serious,
Wait,
dude. We
he
used to call
had
him
an extra separate pair of jeans taped back to
he
his
had like an
jeans?
extra leg of jeans where he had a
I'm
big,
trying to
huge
understand.
piece of duct tape and he would stick a
It,
2 liter
What
bottle.
in the world?
it was like I don't know like the fashion, but it was like these.
Baggy
It
jeans era.
It not no, it wasn't baggy jeans. It was like because he was into punk music. If you know him, he's got the mohawk. He was into punk music, and he wore these
Oh, so it was like
jeans.
punk rock.
But
No,
the
but it was
bottom of the bottom of the pants, like normally your pants come down your legs. This thing looked like a skirt.
right. And he would stick a 2 liter bottle of Mountain Dew. Why? Because he was so good at the game. And you know, you need to drink something and stuff. It's very tactical stuff. He would just drink his stuff while he's playing. You know, he's like, I'm gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna beat these guys for a while. You know what I mean? These stories, these are all crazy true stories. So it's just like
Now,
these guys.
here I'll give, and I really because it kind of spins off subject just a little bit, but it's short. So after I lost my job at Acclaim, I obviously had a relationship where I talked to Ed Boon, and I got offered a job there, and I just had to move to Chicago, and I was more than willing to do it at the time. So Grinch Brian, this guy with the fucking baggy pants and the cop, I taught him how to test a little bit, and he got good, and he was fucking really good, and he was dedicated. He went there to get a job, and it didn't work out, and I was about to move there. I literally called up Ed Boon, and I said, Ed, the job that I'm supposed to come do, and trust me when I tell you this, it pains me knowing the direction that a lot of stuff went. I said, Ed, I need you to give this guy my job. And I'll never forget it. Ed said to me, what? I said, and just like a fucking Don, I said, Ed, I need you to do me a fucking favor. I won't forget it. I need you to look after this guy. He's good. Now, Brian, you've met Brian, I'm sure, Rio, right?
Yep, I did, yeah.
The most dedicated guy ever back then. He was the hardest working guy you'll ever meet.
Been working there for almost 35 years now, or 30 years. 30, yeah, got to be getting close to 35
He
years.
was the most dedicated person you've ever seen. He had notebooks. He had freaking visions. Or he would. The guy was so amazing.
The
at
few
everything.
times that I went to NRS, I saw him there, and he was always one of the people that was working overnight. Like when everyone
he
else
will
left,
never
he
stop.
was he was usually there still working.
That dude he followed us to the Ark. He followed us to a 24-hour deli. We didn't know that they were there. After we went home, because we were really good. I'm telling you guys, we were really good. After they didn't even come in until we left. And we found out they played till like 8 in the morning the next day, because I used to get up early and just get some practice in. I got there at 8:30. Like, we kind of followed you guys here. We're like, that's fine. Like whatever, and they kind of joined the team.
Yeah, so really quick, I want to ask you guys, so who are the notable players for MK2 from like different regions? Like who are the top dogs?
Okay. This is a tough one.
I have to interrupt. I'm so sorry. Rio's only doing this.
Wait, hold on. I want to know the top dogs of MK2.
Oh my god, I know the Jack.
Okay, Dave is obsessed. Okay, so he wants you guys to get to the part where you blow up Tom. So I guess
no.
If you want to move on to that,
no, Rio's only doing this to expose Tom as a non-fighting game player.
I'm doing this to expose Tom as someone that didn't play back then.
No, he wasn't part of anything really on this arcade stuff. I'm serious. He wasn't. He was MK. He was very good at MK4.
So since Dave wants to talk about the drama, then I guess we could just jump into that.
Not about the drama. I'm just saying, Rio. I'm sick and tired of you. And
this is honest. I like him. I'm not making fun of him.
Listen. I want to put names out there. Because I really, if you notice, all over the years, I never said like who's good players back in the day. Yes,
Jason asking you,
Tom. If you want to join, Tom, you have access to the channel. If you want to join, you can come on now if you want to.
You can come on.
Rio's
you were invited earlier to the podcast. You left earlier. You can do it if you want. Like if you want to come on and talk, you can.
Rio is just doing this to blow up Tom Brady for absolutely no reason. Look, if Tom and Lex have issues, they can. We can hopefully
they can have their issues.
Lex said he didn't want to come on. I asked him. I even asked him on the chat too, live stream. He said
honestly,
the
first few games, if Tom was playing with his own group, it wasn't with us.
And
Jimmy met him later.
So wait, I just want to make the wait.
You guys are saying
hold on. So wait, Dave is saying that I'm blowing up Tom. So what am I blowing up Tom about exactly? Since you brought it there,
asking biased questions to expose him as like he never played those games. You don't know that for a fact.
Cancel Nit here. I've been waiting my whole life.
What you're saying is I started this whole random thing out of nowhere where I went around saying Tom was the best, and now I'm doing this episode to get Tom to get exposed.
Hold on. I just talked to Shock.
Hold on. I want Dave to clarify. So you're saying that this whole thing is just made because for me to blow up Tom, because I'm going around saying Tom was this and that, and that's why this episode is a thing. It's not about the history of MK. It's not about learning about MK1 past, MK2, MK3, and all that.
Tom, let me respond.
You gave the Lex drama. You gave the Lex drama. Let me know when I
can. Can I respond?
Go ahead, man.
Wait, Tom is saying that I gave the Lex drama legs. Is that what you're saying, Tom?
No, it was dead for over 20 years, and he couldn't find anyone to hear his story because the people like Shock knew the truth.
But why are you saying that I've revived this drama?
Because he tried to revive it.
Tom, you said that I gave the drama legs. Like I'm responsible for the drama.
Let me finish. So he tried to go to Shock. Come on, guys.
But
Trevor, you okay?
What does Shock have to do with this?
So if you don't let me finish, then I'll never be able to tell you anything. So before he went to you, he tried going to Shock with the same thread and was like, yeah, whatever. And Shock tried to say, hey, Lex, if we tell the truth about all this,
Tom, I don't think you understand. Lex didn't come to me to tell about drama. That's not how it happened.
He went into your stream and started begging on me. And I said, Lex, you don't want to do this. And then he started saying, Rio, I want to talk to you. Or you wanted to talk to him because you wanted to get to the truth.
Yes. Well, and I originally wanted to have him on the episode. And then he was like, I know I don't want to be on the episode with Tom because it's not. And then I was like, well,
so it's over.
Can I talk to you?
So hold on. I then told you, I said, Rio, before you air the Lex drama, you should talk to Shock
There
because
was
Lex's
no,
claim.
there's
no
no.
mention of Shock. That's the thing. It's between you guys, Bill. It's
No,
between you
but
guys.
God damn it, can I fucking?
You can finish, but it's not between anybody
Wait,
but
I'm
you and
confused.
him.
What Lex drama is being aired? This happened the
Here's
other night on
what you're saying.
stream.
Here's what you're saying, Tom. Don't bring anybody from around back then who knows the truth. You just talk about it yourself. I'm removing it from a he said, she said, and bringing actually evidence and people who are around from that time because I don't believe
Yes,
in
and
he
this
said,
is
she
exactly
said.
why I'm talking to a source. You and Lex, you know, the two people involved in the
Yes.
drama. Why
Yes,
are
You
other people
guys
getting
need to hash it
dragged
out,
into
you
it?
two.
You keep
Because
mentioning
they're-
Shock. You keep mentioning
Oh
other
my
random
God.
people. It's about
Rio,
you and Lex.
Can you grasp your head around the fact that there were people there for that time who know
I
the truth?
understand, but when this happened in the
Okay,
chat
so-
drama, it was you versus Lex. The drama is you
Yes.
versus
Right.
Lex. So why are we mentioning other people?
And Rio, when I told Lex, again, I said, Lex, you've been dodging me forever. I said, if you want to say I'm not good, we can play right now and I'll shut you up. And he said no, right?
Right. But what Lex told me is he doesn't
Okay.
care about playing you now. He's telling me about what happened back then. He said, and this is what he said,
Okay.
that you were not one of the top dogs back then during the arcade era for MK1, MK2, UMK3. He said you didn't become really good until MKDA. That's when you were actually good at a game. But before that, it was all lies.
Dominic, let me ask you this. Okay,
So,
Nick, let me ask
hold
you
on,
this.
but what does this have to
In
do
the
with
90s,
me blowing up
tournament-
Tom? Because I never said any of this. So what does that have to do with me blowing up Tom?
Because it is presented to me as dog Rio was out there. I'm just saying
I
it
know
was
who told
presented
you,
to me as
and I
Rio
wanna
was
say
on
his name, Tom.
I'm going to
Say it was
defend
Base
Rio
that told
here.
you this.
You've been destroying Lex since the day I met you. You know it and I know it.
So hold on.
He's
If,
out-
hold on. If
Summoning,
we're going to talk about this Lex drama, then can we start from the beginning and actually talk about what happened instead of here? He
let
said,
me
she
just say
said.
this. Hold on.
Let's talk about through
Hold
the
on, let me-
whole lore,
okay,
through
let-
Tom's side and then Lex's side.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me just tell you this. Hold on. Shock
Okay.
also reached out to Lex and said, will you be willing to come on and talk to Tom?
Okay,
and
so
Lex
wait,
said
when
no.
this beef happened back then, was it
Hold
between
on,
you,
hold
Shock?
on.
I'm just
He finished.
I'm just so confused how a beef between two people has a third person involved. That's what I'm very confused about.
Because the third person is the person who was there.
But then why, when
No,
I was
who can
talking to Lex,
cooperate?
he wasn't mentioning him. He was saying everything that you did and what you said. Not it was not what Shock said.
I mean,
So
what Lex
the
did,
beef is
hold on,
with
what Lex
you
did-
and
hold
Shock
on.
against Lex.
No,
Guys, we have
no,
to let you
no,
talk.
what,
We have
no.
to
What
let-
Lex said, was, I'm getting away with it because there was no one around from back then to corroborate the truth. Yes? Yes?
He said the
Yes?
players that are around back then, a lot of them are not around anymore. So you can basically say
Okay,
whatever you want back
so
then, and people will believe
Right.
it because the people back
Well, I'm
then are not
bringing
around
to
now
Dave,
in the current community.
Hold on, Dave. So, Dave, would it be wrong of me for him to say no one was around back then to shed light on the truth, to bring somebody who was around then to shed light on the truth? Is that wrong of me to do?
No.
Okay, so my point is, originally, before he went to Rio, Lex first reached
I
out to
still don't
Shock.
understand what Shock has to do with this.
I can't say anything if you don't let me finish, because the
No,
minute
I
I
understand,
start,
but
you
I
say,
want you. What I'm very confused about is what I've seen throughout this whole time, and even when you kept mentioning Lex for years, is it's always been about you and Lex. So now, why all of a sudden is Shock this huge part of this? Like, how did that come to be
Lex,
about?
because Lex brought Shock into it. That's why I'm bringing him in. Because
But where
in
did he
the
bring
early
into it?
2000s,
Because everything he told me was literally things you did to Lex and said about the
so
game.
here's-
They
so
didn't
here's
even
what's-
mention
here's-
Shock. So it's very confusing.
So here's what happened. Here's the real truth of the. So Nit tries to say that I dogpiled Lex. Lex,
You've always
for
had,
2
though.
years.
But you've always
Stop.
had.
While
Can
I
we start
talk-
there?
Okay, well,
But
hold on.
can't
Okay,
we
so
start
wait,
there
okay,
first, though?
wait, hold on, guys. Wait, hold on. Do you guys want to do this? Do you just want me to tell you guys what Lex told me, and then Tom can say what wasn't true, and then we go on from there?
We
'Cause
we
this
could do
whole-
that, but then it's his. Them two need to do it. That's the thing. And
I
if
understand.
one person doesn't
but
want to do it,
I tried to tell Lex to get on, and this is what Lex told me. He says, "No, I do not want to be on with a liar because he's just
I
there
know
to start
why,
drama and,
and I'm
not
not.
actually
I
tell
like
the truth."
Tom.
That's what
I
he
know
told me.
Bill. I like Tom. I'm not mad at anybody. I like Bill. He's a good guy, but he's been bashing Lex for years.
And yes,
Obviously,
Can I
Lex
talk or
doesn't like
not?
him.
Dude,
You
if
have
I
to.
can't talk,
No, you
what's the
can
funny-
talk. You
Tom,
always
you
talk.
can't
Bill,
talk.
Bill, listen. Let me talk. Let me talk
you
for
know
1
what?
minute.
Stop.
You always talk. You always. It's okay.
Stop.
You always bashed
Dave,
him
are you
since the day I
happy?
met
Is this
you.
what you wanted, Dave? I
No,
know you're
I'm
sitting
just-
there laughing. No, you're sitting there
No, I'm
laughing.
not
Is it-
laughing.
Are you happy?
I can't get my turn to talk. So what's the point of the podcast? If people
You
just-
let me know when I get to talk. I'll just mute here. You guys go on for an
Okay,
hour
I will
and then
talk.
keep.
I will
No,
talk,
you
and I will
can go.
talk really
I'm just-
fast. I will keep it really
I'm just
fast.
confused what Shock has to do. Why Shock has
He
this
doesn't
huge
have
critical.
anything to do with this because
yes, I
Bill
understand that because
and
Lex
Lex.
didn't even
You
mention
won't let
Shock.
me talk. Hold
Okay,
on.
wait,
Okay,
you said you'd mute yourself.
Okay,
Listen,
you can tell us
mute
about
yourself
Shock.
for a minute, Bill.
However, after you're done talking about Shock, I'm still going to say, but what does this have to do with you and Lex?
Yeah, exactly.
So
Exactly.
this is the point. Like,
Because Lex brought Shock into it. That's
but
why.
how if
But
Shock
that's
wasn't
not
even
what it's
mentioned on the
about
stream
now.
and this? I'm so
Because
confused.
stop. Because he can't mention him. Because then Shock will tell the truth and it destroys Lex's
But what
delusion.
truth? But what does that have to
That
do with
let
you
me
and
tell
Lex?
You won't let me tell it because every time I start talking, you guys interrupt me. So for one,
Right, but the problem is you're skipping the whole you and Lex beef and then
all
going to the
right,
Shock thing.
let me know when. Let me
No,
know
go
when.
ahead, go
Okay,
ahead. I'll
so
let you go, but I'm
from the beginning. So Nit, who says that I've been giving Lex stuff for years, that's actually not true. I will only give him stuff when he rears his ugly head, because what Nit doesn't know, this is how Nit, the arcade expert, doesn't seem to know everything after all. Lex on the forum culture, Yukin.com, for 2 years before MK Deadly Alliance came out, Lex started this delusion in which no one really knew the truth. But Lex had his following and leverage, and people who were around back then will confirm this, that Lex used his influence as a game tester to basically speak whatever facts he wanted to speak into existence. And one of the facts that Lex at the time spoke into existence is this, because I was doing well in Tekken 4, and people were like, hey, this guy Tom was really good in Mortal Kombat also. And Lex spoke into existence. No, he's not. Nobody knows who he is, and so on and so forth. So I did never back down from Lex. I heard this, and I was going back and forth with him. Then he brings Shock in, because I was going to tournaments for Tekken 4, and I would see Shock there all the time playing UMK3. And like me and Shock had beef because he was on Team Lex. Like Lex was telling him, don't listen to Bill, don't do this, don't do that. So when Rio says, why would Lex say even Shock
but
said,
what does it have to do with you and Lex not liking each other back
hold
then?
on. Hold on. Did Lex? I'm telling the story in chronological order, and if Shock is part of the story,
right? Okay, but I'm going to tell you the whole Lex story he told me, and he doesn't mention Shock in it. That's why I'm very confused.
You just told me that Lex told you that even Shock will say he was telling people, don't listen to me.
He mentioned it on the stream, but I'm talking about when he talked to me, like to tell me everything. When I asked him, like, okay, so why do you hate Tom? What is the beef?
Because, but my point is, again, if I can't tell the story in chronological order,
you can
because
tell the story. Go ahead, but I'm just saying what he told me was not. He didn't mention Shock at all. He would just say he told me all the reasons why he didn't like you and what you said.
Rio, I cannot leave the players out. Also, you don't seem to talk about how sketchy Lex is, because when we were going to do this tonight.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know Lex. That's why. Do you notice how I'm saying I don't 100% believe Lex? What I said, and it's funny how Base didn't tell you this last night.
When I can talk, because
but let me just say this quickly, and then I'll let you go. Because, bro, Tom hit me up saying Base was saying, "Oh my God, Rio, you were saying this and that about Tom. How you're believing Lex?" And I'm like, I never said that. And if you guys want to see, you guys literally can go to my stream from last night. What I said to Base last night was, there's this drama between him and Tom. I don't know which of them is telling the truth. It's a 50-50 because they have two different stories. So what I'm trying to understand is about back then, this whole arcade era, who's the best, this net, who won the tournaments back then? Obviously, somebody's lying and somebody's telling the truth, right? Because there's two different stories. How could there be
Lex was the player to beat back in the day. Jimmy will tell you.
Okay, so
Lex was the player.
Right, and I want Tom to talk and stuff. However, I don't understand what Shock has to do with this. That's what I'm confused about.
If you're not going to allow me to tell this, when I go on Shock tonight, I am telling.
Are you denying Lex was the player to beat? Are you denying that? Because that's Rio's question.
Hold on, just let's let Tom say everything about Shock or whatever, and then we'll respond to that.
Okay, fine.
Okay, I'm just telling the whole story. So my point is, Nit, who says I crush Lex whenever he rears his ugly head. That's
you beat him in MK4, but that was so far away. Okay, go ahead.
Nit.
I'm sorry.
Because
go ahead.
For 2 years before I ever said a bad word about Lex, Lex started this smear campaign on Shoryuken.com saying everything he's saying now. Nobody knew Bill. Nobody knew him. Nobody knows who this guy is. Nobody knows who he's talking about. Ed Boon doesn't know who he is. You think that's true, Nit? You want to put your fucking goddamn money that says Ed Boon don't know how I was? I'll take every goddamn cent.
Depends on when he said that. When did he say it? That's the thing.
Okay.
Did he say it during 91, 92? That's what we're
okay.
No,
So
because
Nick,
Lex said Tom didn't exist back then during the arcade era. That's the whole argument. That's literally the whole point.
we didn't see him either back then, but he was in a different region. So that's the thing. He wasn't around when I was around. That's what I'm
so
saying.
So let's say this. There was no players to beat because there was no one player to beat. The arcade era was basically based on mall tournaments and
Yes,
casual
local
play.
arcades. Yes.
Yeah, and casual play. Now, word of mouth of players came around, correct?
Yes.
Based on people, word of mouth knew who was good. This is how Dream TR's word of mouth came around. Is there any documented footage that says Dream TR was good? No. It's based on word of mouth, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Nick, you even say that you know on good word of mouth authority that I was the guy in MK4, right?
In the East Coast, you were the guy. Yes, you were
Dude, I
very, very
traveled
good.
all around for MK4, not the East Coast. Cuz come on, man.
East Coast.
Don't even do it.
I have East Coast now, dude. You and me were East Coast.
I
We
know,
did not see you until MK4.
Okay, but Nick, doesn't
Yeah.
that prove Lex is a liar already? Because Lex is saying that never happened, but you're saying it does. Doesn't that already make him a liar?
Not call. Okay, I will not call
Okay,
Lex a
so
liar.
can I tell you what Lex said so we can actually get to the point and
Yes, do that.
argue
Why
about
don't
the
we do
arguments?
that?
Because right now it's like he said, she said, shock this person. It's like, bro, this is about you and Lex.
Yeah, why
So
don't
how
we
about
do
you
that?
guys
This
talk
Lex
about what
doesn't
you and
want to
Lex
come
said?
on. This Lex doesn't want to come
Like,
on. You should
this-
actually tell us.
This is
so go
confusing. All right, so
It
Tom,
is.
do you want to say the story first, everything you said, and then what shock, and then I'll tell what Lex said after that?
Yeah, sure. So what happened was, I mean, unfortunately, I guess I'll try to leave the shock portions out of it. But
No, you can if you feel it's involved. But I'm just gonna tell you what Lex told me has nothing to do with shock. So it's up to you if you
well,
want
I
to tell
only
it.
addressed it because I'm only addressing it because he brought up that even shock said blah 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 blah. Yes, sir. No, it's okay, Drew. Ready? So the what happened was Lex went on this 2-year smear campaign while I was placing high in Tekken 4 and was saying no one knows who this guy Bill is, no one this, no one that. So I got tired of his mouth. So Dream TR called me out in the thread on SRK, in which the reason why I bring shock in is because he was part of that thread in which Dream TR said he challenged me to quote, and I'm going to give a direct quote here, any Mortal Kombat game for $500, first to 10 at Midwest Championship. So, and then he said if someone shock comes, he'll beat him with all turkey kicks, bicycle kicks in MK3. Huh? Yeah. So. Okay. Okay, come on, Trevor. So what? We'll still throw it later. So what happens is, I said, okay, if you're going to call me out in any Mortal, clearly I could have picked MK2, but I wasn't really sure that I would beat him in MK2. I thought the guy had a good chance of beating me, and I have a good chance. So he gave me a choice of any arcade Mortal Kombat game. So I said, okay, I'll be there and we'll play MK4. And he started going in with, okay, but then I'm going to beat you in this. And I said, no. You get no retribution. I'm going to show up, beat you in MK4, take my money, and then I'm going to go home. Okay, hold on, dude. Trevor, come on. So then what happens is,
Your mic cut out.
Can you hear? I went mute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened again? I don't know where I got cut off at, but so Dream TR calls me out first to 10 for $500 and any arcade Mortal Kombat game because they were going to shut my mouth supposedly. Now I don't know why they thought I was going to pick MK2 or something like that, and he was going to mop me up because when he gave me the choice of any Mortal Kombat game, Nick, you know what game I'm going to choose? The game that they can't touch me in 4. So
Yeah, you were
I said,
good.
okay.
You were really good at 4. You were.
So I told him, I said, now, if I am in fact, Nit, and back me up on this, I said, if I am in fact. Don't throw the book that we're going to be on. Okay. Little girl. Okay. Come on, Trevor. I said, if in fact I am a guy who, as Lex told Rio, that you guys don't know who I am, what's the problem? If I'm a nobody and never played these games, you should have no problem beating me and taking my money. However, because I chose MK4, it caused this huge uproar. We're not going to play you, blah, blah, blah. And I said, this alone is proof that you guys are making stuff up. You said no one knew who I was in the arcade era. You drop a challenge, then you get mad that I chose MK4, which shows clearly I'm not just some random who you don't know. So nothing ever came of it. And the thread died. And then we just kept moving on. Then I started winning an MK Deadly Alliance. Okay, come on. I started winning an MK Deadly Alliance. Now, in Lex's grand plan, he in his delusional brain thought that would be the end of it. Lex never saw me being a dominant player for the next 20 years. That was not how it was supposed to go, unfortunately. Unfortunately, for Lex, that's what happened. And people started coming for Lex and saying, hey, man, you know, this guy who you said didn't win any tournaments, as soon as Mortal Kombat starts holding tournaments again, he's the one winning them. And they say, maybe it's a coincidence, but that's one hell of a coincidence. Would you guys all agree? That's a big coincidence. It doesn't matter, Joe. Come on. So what happens is he's on these threads on SRK, and he's saying, you know, that Chicago's the best, and I'm going to send but he's talking about Chicago's the best, and yada. And his friend Adam Hernandez, who went by the name Shady back then, they would say sent some guy named Ray DeGuzman, who you can look in the credits. Ray Rocca worked on MK Deadly Alliance. They sent a game tester over here, and he lost. So then Adam Hernandez says, come to Chicago and see what's up, and then I'll play you for real. I drove 10 hours to face off with Adam Hernandez. I didn't go there to face Lex. I went there to face Adam. But like Lex, Adam, being a coward, had me drive 10 hours. And then I get there and he says, nope, I'm not going to play you. I'll see you in the next Mortal Kombat game. While I'm there, myself and Lex decide to play UMK3. Now, Lex records the set on his camera. It's Lex's camera being used to record for 3 hours. However, Lex only posts one video. Now, Nick, if you want to tell me it doesn't seem very fishy for you to play someone for 3 hours and only one match gets posted, then you and me are going to have some words, brother. All right.
I don't know about this. That's the thing. I don't
That's
know.
why and this is where Shock comes in, because Lex gave that footage to Shock to put on Ultimate MK. He posted it on Shoryuken, and it was listed, you know, this is how Nightwolf rushes down Cabal or something like that. And the video was whatever, match 8. So people were like, well, where's match 1 and match 10 and match 9 and match 7? Where are all these matches? And the Tekken community got involved and started to get on Lex, because I was telling them, I said, dog, I roasted that man's Kung Lao. And they were like, hey, Lex, put those Kung Lao matches on, man, so I can learn. Lex, and I'm not saying I crushed him. The matches were back and forth. Lex got a lot of wins on me. I got a lot of wins on Lex. Like it was a very good. It was good. It was good, fun games. But Lex can't take that. Lex, because the footage doesn't show what he wants, he only posted one match of him beating me. Why, if Lex's story is correct, and I took videos and I only showed one match, why would I show a match where I'm losing? Well, doesn't make any sense. Lex put one video up, and that's all there was. And then there was a little back and forth on what happened to the rest of the footage, and that was it. Lex disappeared, and Lex turns out Lex for years has been stewing in anger as he was stuck in his hole. And I went on to win tournament and become a top player in DC and a top player in 9 and a top player in Justice 1. When I won Power Up for MKDC, the guy messaged me on Facebook cursing me out. You think you got everybody fooled? We know who you really are. The guy has held a grudge for 20 years, and it makes him sick that I was successful, because in the end, Lex's true problem is it wasn't supposed to go down like this. I was never supposed to be known as blah, blah, blah. I was supposed to die right there, and no one was supposed to know the truth. Lex's story comes down to, he is basically telling you, Rio, that I am the lying scrub whose wish came true. What is this, a Hollywood novel?
But he didn't mention any of the past MK9 and stuff you won and all that. He's talking about the past before all that. That's
but like, why?
Everything he told me is not what you mentioned.
But if he didn't care, why would he then message me after I won and start cursing me out if he didn't care?
Because you guys hate each other. What do you mean? Like, look at what happened on the stream the other day. You guys literally hate each other.
Rio, when I first met you, those 3-4 years we played DC before 9 came out, you didn't hear me mention Lex one time.
Right, but I've been hearing nothing about Lex for like the past 10 episodes. And
Okay, because
what did he
because-
tell you? What did he tell you now, Rio? Because now we heard
okay,
we
but
heard
is
Bill's
that the whole
side.
story?
What did he tell
Tom,
you?
but hold on, but Tom didn't even mention Shock. He was going to mention Shock or whatever. So what does Shock
Oh,
have
he
to
said
do
Well,
you
you
with
told
all
leave
that?
him out if you
told me
could.
to leave him out. You told me to leave
Yeah.
him
Right,
out.
but
so.
if he's the main point on why you and why
Okay,
you don't like Lex
so
because of Shock, then you should probably mention that.
Yeah. So where Shock comes in is myself and Shock had words because he was originally in the school of one Lex. So Lex was saying all this stuff to Shock, but Lex was secretly also turning me against Shock. So Lex was telling Shock, don't listen to Bill, but then he was lying to me and telling me don't listen to Shock. And he was telling me all these things that Shock was saying about me. Meanwhile, he's going to Shock and telling Shock all these things Shock was saying about him. So we finally played each other in the arcade, Shock, and I was furious. I 2-0 Shock, and Shock will tell this story. I said, get off the sticks. That's eliminated in tournament. Get out of my face. We played casuals, some more casuals that evening, and we were going back and forth. And we talked outside, and Shock is like, well, Lex told me, don't listen to you because blah, blah, blah. And I'm going, wait a minute. Lex, yeah, I said, wait a minute. I'm mad at you because Lex told me that you, blah, 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 blah. So we're like, what? This guy's playing both sides of the fence. So I told Shock, I said, if you want to break his power, get him out to a tournament and watch what happens. He's not a tournament player. Lex comes out to tournament after running Shock down for years, gets beat, and then Lex says that tournament shouldn't count. I was beating you more in casual play. Now, does that sound like the man to beat? The man to beat who talks all this trash for years and years and years, shows up to tournament finally, loses and says it doesn't count. And then he says UMK3 isn't a tournament game. He said UMK3 should never be played at tournaments because the way to decide who's best in UMK3 is to play long casual sets. And tournament really doesn't prove who the better player is. That's the guy you guys in the chat are kissing the feet of right now.
Wait, nobody is kissing Lex's feet, and also when that drama happened last night, everybody was flaming Lex and nobody was on the side. They were all supporting you, so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Well, my point is,
literally everybody was roasting Lex in the chat, so I don't know who you're talking about.
my point is that this is where Shock comes in, and then at that point, myself and Shock became cool with each other, and when Shock was there for the Dream TR calling me out, Lex saying Dream TR doesn't know this, doesn't know that. When I went to test MK9, Dream TR was there. He seemed to know me just fine. In fact, this rivalry that Lex says is there between me and all these people doesn't exist. And even there to this day, if I'm really a liar, when I'm faced with Lex's boy, Adam Hernandez, I'm face to face with him in NetherRealm. Wouldn't the truth come out when I'm finally there and I can't lie my way out of everything? I told Adam right there to his face, I said, Adam, you're a liar. Your boy Lex is a liar. I'm tired of your mouth. You've been running from me. Lex is running from me. So to end this right now, you've had a 6 month. I said, you have, and Shock will attest to this because he was there. I said, you've had a 6-month advantage on me in MK9, and I will beat you right now in front of everybody and humiliate you and shut your mouth once and for all. And I told him in front of everyone, he's been running from me and Lex is running from me. And all they do is talk. And I said, I got you right now in front of everyone. You got a 6-month advantage of me. I was like, I said, this is your best chance to ever beat me. Let's settle the beef right now in the game. Because he's always ran from me. They've always run from me. They've always run from me. And he declined. So if I'm really a liar, Rio, then I'm the most delusional person on earth to confront these people who are my accusers, right? Like this. So either I'm delusional and I'm just yelling at them like a madman at NetherRealm. But keep in mind, I came back to test Injustice. I came back to test MKX. So probably my outburst, they probably knew was well warranted because they kept bringing me back and they fired Hernandez. So I think I have some credibility here.
I'm not the one calling you a liar, but the point is, okay, so everything you just explained, basically you started talking after MKDA. That's not, the point is, that's not where the beef started. You didn't talk about when the beef started. You're talking...
Rio, because the story doesn't
okay,
end
what
with
I don't
MKD.
understand is you're telling me everything after DA, but Lex was telling me the reason why he doesn't like you is because everything before DA. So where is everything before DA? You didn't talk about any of that.
I don't have my dealings with Lex before DA. Did I not just say before DA they called me out?
Like you said, he was bashing you when you were winning MK9 Justice. I get all that, but you guys already hate each other before that.
No,
When I talked to
my
Lex,
dealings with Lex.
I was like, where did it start? I want to know the origin of the beef. How did this all happen? Why do you guys hate each other? That's kind of the point.
I never hated Lex. The origin of the beef is people were talking about me in Mortal Kombat as I was doing well in Tekken 4. And people were talking about me being a good player. Lex is like, Lex at that time came around Shuriken.com, and Lex started crapping on every single. Now, Nit, if you don't say this is Lex,
Right, but this
I'll
was
laugh.
also after DA.
Okay, tell me.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Now,
This
Lex started a thread. Lex's first involvement to the greater FGC was a thread called the UMK3 Compendium on Shuriken.com, and in which he was talking about all these Chicago players. And anyone who disagreed with Lex was like being ostracized as like, you don't know what you're talking about. So I got tired of hearing this.
Yeah, but Chicago was the place to beat back in the day. You know it was. You know it was.
Wrong.
You got mad about that. That's what happened.
Nit, I said if Lex ever
not?
left. Nit, did I not say if Lex ever left Chicago to play a tournament, he would lose? Yes or no? Is that not what I always said?
Yes, but why do you think this whole thing is, though? Because he knows Chicago was the place to go.
Hold on. When Lex left Chicago to play in tournament, did he lose?
That I don't remember every detail. Maybe he did. I don't.
But this was like after DA though. Like this is not the origin of the beef.
This is all the early stuff. This is the 3 and 4 stuff.
No. This is before DA. So if we want to talk pre-MKDA and only pre-MKDA, yes. Lex started.
What I'm confused about is why when I talked to Lex, I was like, "Hey, can you? Why do you guys hate each other? Why everything he told me was literally
I don't
before
hate
everything."
Lex.
But what do you? So wait, you guys don't hate each other? Then why did you guys? He also said apparently you made a stream bashing him. You made a stream bashing Lex after what happened the other night, which I didn't watch. He linked me to it, but I'm like, I mean, this is too long to watch, so I didn't get to watch it yet.
I didn't bash him. I told the truth. And if you want to talk, so the problem is
what he told me
pre-MKDA
he told me the complete opposite.
Okay, well listen, I have to include DA because Lex still reared his head in DA. So as I was winning in MKDA, it's not like Lex stayed on the sideline and never said anything.
Okay, but the problem is like what he told me was everything before DA, but then everything you're telling me is all the stuff he did after DA to you.
Rio, I'm giving you Lex's whole history. You're telling me that me showing a clear sign. Okay, Nit, yes or no?
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling you what Lex told me. That's like I just told you. I don't know who to believe because it's like,
oh my God, man. Like, here's the thing. Lex could literally stab me, and Rio would say, "But did he stab you before MKDA?"
I'm not even saying that.
Can I say something here? So I think as time is two things can be true at once. Tom, nobody in MK has been a dominating force for 20 years. That's just a complete lie. Even Sonic says it. By the way, it doesn't necessarily negate the stuff you've been saying. I think Rio did this podcast in some extent to discredit you. I don't know why. I don't understand why we're still talking about tournament. There was no scene.
There was no
Hold on. Wait. I'm so tired of Dave saying this. Why am I the person discrediting Tom? What did I say about Tom that I'm lying about? What did I say?
Constantly asking James.
So wait a minute. You're saying that it's bad for me to want to know the history of the games because Tom may be lying about it. I'm the reason for that. I'm the problem. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Okay, you guys
are you this stupid to really believe that?
Can I please say this?
But do you see this thing?
How about you tell your friend to tell the fucking truth instead of making it seem like this is all my fault, my problem? Like, are you joking right now?
You guys have been talking a lot. I've been very patient.
Like, Dave, you literally cannot be this dumb, are you? Now I'm starting to read the YouTube comments if you want to make it this way.
Hold on, Dave. We got it on chat.
Is saying I'm going around saying Tom was the best back then, and I'm doing this. What the fuck are you talking about? I never said any of that. Tom said this, and Lex is telling me this. So how is this my fault? My problem? All this drama happened on my stream the other day. Are you fucking stupid?
You could have ignored it.
All I'm trying to say is that you've been constantly.
So let me know when you want me to tell Lex's stupid story because I literally don't give a shit about this drama, but I'll tell what he told me so you can fucking move on. So hurry up, go on.
Can I please say this?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
I don't. Thank you. I don't care about this drama either. The original question was.
You do care about this drama. You were literally PMing me as James was talking. Like, this is so fucking boring. Let's start the drama. Let's blow up. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you dumbass?
You're doing this to try to in an attempt. By the way, Tom needs to be exposed, but not for this fucking.
Oh, so Tom Dave, you're such a little rat.
God. Dude,
so
let
Tom
me
needs
say
to,
this.
Okay, go on. Yeah, so Tom needs to be exposed. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Quan Chi. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, dude, can I please talk?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Patiently
I'm waiting. I'm listening.
Thank you. You have constantly been asking Jimmy and summoning who are the top players, who are the top dogs. Oh, I wonder why Rio's asking that. So
I'm
they don't
sorry. Is
mention
this not part of the MK scene to want to know who was top during MK1, MK2, MK3? Am I not
Dude,
allowed to
there
ask that
was no
question?
scene. The guys literally told
There
you
was
there
no
was
scene, yet they're saying that there were competitive players back then that were good at the game. So which is it? Was
who
nobody
by
good
what
back
playing
then,
each
or
other in their mom's basements. Who gives a fuck? Tom, you and I could be talking about the 3D MK games right now for 2 hours. And talk about BRC when Tom was dominating, and then Rio picked up Serena and MKA, and then M2 Dave's Dairu. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And by the way, I'm not so insecure because I have
obviously Tom and Lex care. That's why this drama happened, and it lasted for hours on the goddamn stream I was doing the other night. What do you mean?
And that's okay to criticize Tom for. However, these were very small scenes. Nobody gives a damn. I even include myself when I was winning because who cares? They were like, even Detroit
Who
Ball.
cares? Tom is on the stream now to explain the drama because apparently it's very important. What do you mean? Who cares?
Well, let me make my point, and then I'm also criticizing Tom in the process. I'm just defending him because I think two things can be true at once, right?
Look, I'm sorry if I yelled at you. I don't mean to lash out or be dumb, but bro, like this whole like trying to instigate and make people look bad and shit. That's not gonna fly here.
I think
like
either
you say how it is and how it should happen, or you don't.
I think you have.
The bottom line is somebody is lying. I just want to know who the fuck is lying. I literally don't care who was good back then in MK2. I literally don't care. Tom, if you were to tell me, hey, I wasn't the top player back then, I was just saying it gets like some points, I literally don't give a shit.
Nick, true or false? Was I considered a top player in MK4?
You were a very
I didn't
highly
say
rated
MK4.
player.
I didn't, dude.
Yeah, I know. You know, kid. If I can kind of like resolve this, Rio asked a question on the podcast. He asked who was relevant, who was a top player back in the day in MK2. That's what
nobody cares. It's a stupid
but he
question.
asked the question.
But there was no scene. Who cares?
There actually
What
was.
do you mean there was no scene, Dave? You weren't even there. They're telling you that there were players back then that used to play the arcade and play. How's there no scene if there's a scene?
Can I
Holy
please
shit.
say this? Can I please say this? Just
This has to be the most embarrassing episode I've ever done with you guys.
When time came around in console combat, we had fucking more people than any of these fucking old. We had like 30, 40, 50 participants at that point. What? Like, are those.
Wait. I haven't said nothing the whole time. The only motherfucking reason any of you ungrateful motherfuckers got that is because of us. So I get mad at the fact that you basically dismiss the history of how it became. Like, oh, you were just in your mom's basement playing.
Dave, no offense, but the whole scene of MK did not start with MK9. There was players before that too. I don't know if you realize this.
Dude, when I was winning everything in 3D online, Jimmy,
MK didn't start 10 years ago. It's been around for a long time.
It's always been a very small community.
Okay, but maybe it doesn't matter to you. Maybe people out there want to know who were like the top dogs back then. Who were the
Wait. People don't even know you were good at the 3D era stuff except for a small niche. The whole point is to bring the history of the scene to the forefront to say, well, this is where we came from. This is how we got there. This is where we are.
Look, I don't want this to be an argument. I really just wanted to clear the truth. And the fact is this, when Rio says, why are you bringing up MKDA? I'm bringing it up because the truth is,
I didn't say why you bring up DA. What I'm telling you is everything Lex told me was before DA. Yeah, everything you're telling me is after DA. So you guys are telling me two different parts of the whole story.
What he doesn't tell you is, if he doesn't care about anything before DA, then why would Lex be on the forums trashing me in MKDA? Lex was jealous. So that when I had success after me and Lex had our little beef, Lex couldn't leave it alone. Here I am winning tournaments still, and people are coming at Lex saying, hey, Lex, you called this guy a liar, said nobody heard of him, and now he's still winning. You don't look very good here, Lex. And then Lex was like, oh, no one cares. He shouldn't be winning. He's not beating anybody. That's called jealousy. I'm not doing this with Lex. Lex is still coming at me, and I'm like, Lex, what are you coming at me for?
Okay, Tom, there's a huge disconnect here. I'm not talking about Lex not hating you. Obviously, there's beef between you. What I talked about Lex on the stream that night, very briefly, was I wanted to know, why do you guys hate each other? What causes? Where did it start? That's the point. You're not telling me the origin where it started. Okay, like 10 years before DA.
we will talk before MKDA.
But anyway, let me know when you guys want me to tell Lex's side.
Okay, after this, we'll do it. Lex started a thread on, come on, Drew. Lex started a thread called Shoryuken.com. On Shoryuken.com, he started a thread called the UMK3 Compendium. And there was anyone who did not agree with what Lex said, Lex would ostracize him and say, we are the best. We are this. We are Chicago. You don't know this. You don't know that. You don't know this. Now, at this time, tournaments are starting to be held while Lex is running his mouth. Now, Lex is not running his mouth as in, we would have beaten blah, 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 blah in 96. He's running his mouth as in, we'll beat you right now, and anything you're saying shouldn't be heard. So this is what started a lot of beef. And I'm telling Lex, hey, brother, maybe you don't know the times right now. There are tournaments for this game, and you watch who you're talking to, because you show up to one of these tournaments, you're going to get mopped up. And then Lex was like, hey, no one knows who is this guy. No one knows who he is. Blah, 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 blah. And that's when a lot of the beef was like, people were like, hey, wasn't this guy a top player in MK2 and MK3? Which, by the way, I was, no matter what Nit says, because I didn't
know
play
that,
in West.
though. I didn't know it. I'm just
You
saying.
didn't leave Westbury Nathan's, Nick.
No,
Come
we
on,
left.
man.
Jimmy, how far did we travel, dude? You met him in 97.
Wait. I wasn't listening. I just blocked a lot out. What's the question?
Where was Bill in UMK3? Where?
I was in New Jersey playing Profit.
He says we didn't
New
travel,
Jersey,
bro.
Tom said you
New
guys
Jersey.
didn't travel. You guys didn't do whatever in these old MK games.
Come on,
in
Jimmy.
UMK3, I was in New Jersey. I tell you what, I went to Freehold.
I was at Bloomfield, Freehold, Menlo Park. I met you in
I never saw Jimmy once. I was
Where
at
were you
Menlo
in the
every
early
night.
games? We went out every night. We played
so
only
then
this
did
game.
James and Summoning not
Hold
playing
on.
travel?
We traveled everywhere.
Together.
Hold on. Let me say this.
What I don't like about these old 2MK stories is that there's like a different story, and this person didn't do it.
He's on the other side of the phone.
Hold on. I was at Menlo Park Mall. I lived in New Jersey. I lived not far from Menlo Park Mall. I was there every day. I never saw Jimmy there once. Not saying he was there. I never saw him there once. And I was at every tournament ever held at Menlo Park Mall. And I mean everyone. And never once was Summoning there or Jimmy there. I'm not saying you guys didn't go to tournaments. You just didn't go to those. So my point is, and that's the thing about the era. The people never played each other because we were so spread out. So it was word of mouth on who was good, who was not good. And because there wasn't a universal tournament, we never played each other. It's all word of mouth.
That could be true, but you weren't in our area. We've already said that. We brought that up before. I don't know if your era was better than ours.
But see,
we had some
this
top-ass
contradicts
players.
what Lex told me.
Go ahead now. Tell the Lex story.
Okay,
we've never heard the Lex side. Please do it.
Yeah. So no. So the real one. Only the pre-MKD. So Lex is going off in 2000, and I'm trying to tell Lex, hey Lex, I better watch who you're talking to because there are tournaments for this game now. Yeah. And if you talk to all this garbage, you're going to get beaten. You're going to get exposed. And then Lex started saying, nobody knows who this guy is. Nobody this, nobody that. And Lex started trying to turn people against me. Like, don't listen to him. No one knows him. No one knows this. No one knows that. So what happened was that's when the beef set was going to happen in Midwest Championship between me and Dream TR until they found out I chose MK4. And then they backed out, which for one gives me some credibility that they knew who I was after all. Otherwise, if I was some lying nobody who never existed, they would have had no problem taking my money, slapping me around and sending me on my way. But then came the incident with Shock. And that's when Shock drew Lex out to tournament. And Lex showed up, lost to Shock, and then this is all pre-MKDA, and then Lex was exposed. And then when we both exposed Lex started cursing at everyone, saying tournament doesn't count, tournament shouldn't matter, tournament wins don't count. I was beating Shock in casuals. You know who said that? Czech. Sounds a lot like Czech, doesn't it? Lex and Czech have a lot in common. So this all starts going down. Lex went unhinged because he lost his power. We tricked Lex to going offline. He got 5th place at an 8-man tournament. Garbage, and he lost. Period. He lost. And he couldn't take it. And then when Shock and Prophet were talking about winning the tournament, Lex was like, I knew I shouldn't have come. I knew you were going to be a problem. and that's what caused the huge rift. And then after that, MKDA came out, and the rest is history. So that's where Lex got mad. But the truth of the matter is, Lex ran his mouth online. He ran his mouth online to me and others. When they asked me to back it up, they said to me, quote, any arcade Mortal Kombat game, because we don't know who you are. I chose MK4. They backed out. Then we got Lex to show up to tournament. I wasn't there. I couldn't make. I didn't even know what was happening. Shock got Lex to come to Jersey. I was living in Virginia at the time, and then Lex got 5th place. And then when Shock talked about it, and we were like, "Hey, Lex, you ran your mouth about how great you were in UMK3, and you got beat in tournament." Well, tournaments don't count. Tournaments shouldn't be held. UMK3 should die right now with me being the best. That's his words. That sounds like a crazy scrub. I'm sorry.
What
That's a
did he
crazy
say,
scrub.
Rio? I don't even know what he said. Could you tell us what he said now? Because I would love to know. I
Okay, so
would.
let me summarize what Lex said. I mean, we didn't talk for too long. We're just like a quick chat. And I literally asked him, like, hey, so can you explain me what the beef is with you and Tom? Because it seems like you both seem to hate each other, you know, when you guys are both willing to join a chat and yell at each other in the chat for hours of all this drama. I'm like, did you play Tom in a money match? Did he end up beating you and then you didn't pay him back? Is that why Tom hates you? Like, what is the origin? So I'm like, can you just tell me when it started? So Lex says the beef started because there was someone that appeared back then called Neo, who is also known as MKL or MK Legend.
Neo started an
And
MKDA, Rio. No, stop. You made a rule that says we can't talk about MKDA, so you shouldn't talk about it either. Next.
Right, but I'm gonna explain you, but this literally chains into the beef.
So what's your chat? Just so you know, what he's saying is Lex mixing up timelines because the name Neo that came out in the thread that he linked you, right? True or
Right,
false?
but if you let me explain it, it leads up to this.
Okay, go ahead.
So he says there was a player called MKL or MK Legend, Neo, like there was like multiple names he was saying, and this was
Didn't
all
have that name till DA. Go ahead. Didn't have that name till DA. Go ahead.
yeah, but he's saying this was Tom before Tom Brady. Is this true? Like, was this your names before?
Only an MK Deadly Alliance, which you said shouldn't be in the story. Your rules, not mine.
No, I said you were telling me what happened before the story.
Well, you told me that Lex didn't mention anything of Deadly Alliance, yet he's mentioning my names that only were in Deadly Alliance. So he's referencing Deadly Alliance days if he's using those names.
Right, but he's saying that basically you didn't exist until DA. Like that's when you became good. Like everything before that,
Okay.
like you weren't. But anyway, let me tell the rest of it. So he
Okay,
said
my
when
point-
you came to be about this is when you became like known or whatever. Like you kind of were like the person, or that's at least you were portraying yourself as that. And you were saying that you were basically the top dog. You were the best MK player of all time. And you were getting interviews and this and that. And then he also linked me to something where in it, it's saying that you were responding and you were saying, yeah,
Well,
you know,
I'm confused. I'm confused. Hold on, let me confuse. I'm confused now because so you're saying this starts when Lex was reading these interviews that I was saying, and that's what got him mad to begin with, right? That's all I want to clarify.
Yes, that's
Yes?
part of where this is leading.
Oh, no. I want to know because you asked me when did it beginning. I'm asking you, when does Lex story start? With him reading the interviews of me claiming to be blah, 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 correct?
He's saying you were not known back then at the arcades.
That's
you weren't
not
a
what I'm
tournament winner.
Rio, you pinned me down and asked me to give the exact moment it started. Now I'm asking you, I'm pinning you down and I'm saying, I want you to tell me when Lex said the exact moment is. And I want to make sure I got it right. His story starts with him reading interviews of me saying XYZ and him saying that's not true, right?
Yes, he's saying that you were not a tournament player back then during the arcade era. Like you didn't win any world tournament. That's why in the chat he kept saying, ask the world tournament, Tom. I'm like, when I was reading, I was like, what do you mean world tournament? Like I didn't understand what the joke was.
Actually, what he said was, talk to me about nationals. What he kept saying. So, yes, Trevor.
No, he was saying world tournament for MK1, 2, and 3. Like
going.
this is obviously before DA. Like this is MK1, 2, and 3.
My point is, Lex is saying, I don't know why you're being a little
But he's saying
slippery.
that you didn't win the tournaments during.
Hello, I'm asking you. His story starts.
Were there world tournament? Okay, were there world tournaments for MK1, 2, and 3 during the arcade days? Yes or no?
Hold on. I want to pin down your story. Again, because it's very slippery here when it starts. Lex is saying he first heard of
DA
me.
is when he basically exposed you. I mean, he knew who you were, but you weren't a thing. You became a name during DA. Like that's when everybody, when you were like the face of MK, I guess, when you were popular, like DA. But before that, you were not known as this champion of the game. You were not known as that. You were just literally
nobody was known as nobody was known as a champion of the game.
But this doesn't make any sense because he says that you were going around telling people that you were the world champion during MK1, during MK2, MK3. So if you weren't and there were no tournaments, then why was that even said?
Okay, so this is based on Lex's word and no evidence. And in fact, I read that thing.
Just like it's based on your word and no evidence on both sides.
So
that's why I'm talking to both sides here.
I'm not claiming to be the greatest of every single game in those eras. I was a top player in every era. I was one of the top players in all those games in those eras.
He says you weren't during MK1, 2, and 3. He says you said this after during DA. Once you were good at DA, then you started saying this about the older games, how you were like, the best player in all these games. You won these tournaments, this and that. That's where the drama is.
Okay, can you tell me the part about we called Lex out the tournament and lost? Tell me where you put that part in the story.
Doesn't have anything to do with it.
He didn't mention that. He's just telling me the origin, how you were saying you were the best in these older MK games when you were not. And then
did he say
once you became, and he's not saying you weren't good at DA, but once you became good at DA, then you started telling everybody, because before then, I guess you weren't known by everybody in the name you had during DA. So you started telling everybody, yeah, I was also the best in MK1, MK2, MK3.
Can I ask you this then? Why is it that when I went to Chicago and we played for 3 hours, that he recorded only one match video surfaced of me losing?
See, what he told me is you guys had a showdown after, and what happened was basically he beat you and the matches didn't go up.
But he recorded them, so why would they not go up if he recorded them?
No, he said you were the one recording.
No, it was his camera, and he gave the match to Shock. That's where Shock comes in.
Right, but he said you traveled there, you brought a camera and everything because you were ready. He said you came prepared. This is what he told me. You came on a road trip to go to him, and you made sure you had a camera and everything. Like, you came prepared. Like, why would you go there and not bring a video if you're going to do a challenge with someone? So I was like, okay. And then he said once you played them and you lost, you didn't want to upload the videos. And then ever since, he was like, fuck this guy. I don't want to do this. But anyway, but the drama...
Okay, that's a lie.
So wait, hold on. Are you saying you did a road trip there to go expose him, but you didn't bring a camera? That he was the one that was going to record?
No, I didn't go there to expose Lex. You guys were going
to have a showdown. That's what he said. It was going to be a showdown.
Stop. I thought, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, Rio said no talk of anything in the Deadly Alliance era. Is that not what he said?
I didn't say no talk of anything, DA. I'm saying we want to know what happened before to lead up to that. Like everything before.
No. You're talking about only MK Deadly Alliance era stuff. What happened was
that's when the showdown happened, because back then during MK1, 2, and 3, he said you weren't good. Like you were you weren't a good player.
It's tough to pin you down, man, because first you say no DA and you're talking about DA timeline. It's a little weird. So
I didn't say you can't talk about DA. That's why we listened. You talk for DA for 30 minutes. You told us everything about after. But we also want to know what happened before that as well. We want to know both.
There was no showdown.
We want to know the 10 years before DA and the 10 years after.
Okay, so here's the truth. There was no scheduled showdown. I could call my boy Derek Perez.
Okay, I don't understand. Okay, so you went there, but then there was no showdown. You didn't bring a camera.
No. So, let me finish. There was no scheduled showdown between me and Lex. The reason why I went to Chicago was because after they sent a game tester to beat me, Lex was in his feelings after I kept winning and winning. So they said a game tester is going to come there and beat Bill. He came. I beat him. Then Adam said, you're still not beating good players. Come to Chicago and see what's up. So I said, I will come to Chicago to mop the floor with Adam Hernandez's face in Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. This story has never changed on my end for the last 25 years. I went to Chicago to beat Hernandez, who, after I had just won a 180-man Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance tournament, was crapping on me. So I said, okay, I'm going to come to Chicago. The reason why the author of the article called it
but he told me even during DA that you were saying that people did not want to play DA. That's why you guys were doing this in these older games, because people were not interested in playing DA, and it was hard for people to come out to want to play.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Okay, so DA was very popular and popping back then when it was out? Like it was played everywhere? Because he said it was...
DA was at every single tournament that held Tekken and Soul Calibur. So DA was at Tekken in Texas. It was at NEC. It was at all these tournaments, Mortal Kombat. It was at Electric Cancel. All these tournaments had Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. These were Tekken and Soul Calibur tournaments. It was at all these tournaments. And what happened is after I was winning and winning and winning, they send a game tester to NEC, Ray de Guzman, who lost. Then Adam Hernandez is just talking. The reason why the author of this article said the winner of the U.S. National MK Deadly Alliance tournament, there was no U.S. National Deadly Alliance tournament. I know the author advertises it as the U.S. National tournament, but the tournament was so.
He said that you said you won multiple tournaments at MKDA,
Hold
which
on,
is probably
hold
true,
on.
but
I'm talking
the
about the
drama
author.
isn't about DA. It's about the games before DA.
Dog, I was around back then, and I promise you, if we're talking DA, if there's any bigger goddamn expert than me than that
what
time,
I'm
let
saying
him
is
speak.
the drama Lex had with you wasn't about MKDA. It was about all the games before that.
Okay, but I'm talking about that time. This is what I'm telling you what happened. Unfortunately, Rio, we're in the MKDA timeline here because we're talking about an event that happened in the DA timeline. So we have to talk about it.
Right, but he's
Okay,
saying so Lex's whole beef. Lex's whole beef and problem.
Rio, read the name of the article. What is the actual name of the article?
I don't have the link in front of me, but let me see.
Okay. I'll paraphrase for it.
It says the world Mortal Kombat champion speaks.
Okay, and in this article, he said that he's sitting down with the guy who just won the National Deadly Alliance tournament, right?
Right.
He said this. He said, okay, did I ever call it the national tournament? He said that. I didn't call any of these tournaments national. The author said it. I didn't say it. And I didn't know what the name of the...
how good you were in DA or MK9 or Injustice or any of that.
It's about my point is, the author embellished the title of the article so people would watch.
You weren't saying you were good. You're saying the author was saying you were good.
No, I'm not saying I didn't claim I won any. I didn't say I won the U.S. National Tournament for MK Deadly Alliance. The author put that title on the article.
I'm talking about the tournaments before DA, those tournaments.
Yes, I won tournaments before DA. Yes, I did win tournaments.
Right.
Are you telling me?
One of Lex's issues is that you were not the player in MK 1, 2, and 3. Like, you were not winning tournaments in those games.
How would he know? Was Lex in New Jersey? Was Lex in Atlanta? Was Lex in Florida? Was Lex in California? How would Lex know what I did when I traveled?
Because he said a lot of people just did not, like, you were not the person. He even said, when you mentioned Dreamer, he said that that's actually someone he was close friends with, and he never said you were one of the best in those games.
Dream TR, the same guy that challenged me for money in any Mortal Kombat game and then backed out when I picked MK4, that's the guy who didn't know who I was? I got to be honest with you. If you back out of a money
match, this guy back then, whether he was good or not, this is what they're saying. They're saying that you were not the guy to beat back then during the arcade era for these games.
They said I was good, and they backed out of a money match with me. Now on to this showdown with Lex. This is what I will immediately address. The showdown with Lex happened during MK Deadly Alliance. I hadn't played UMK3 in almost 10 years. This is 2000.
Can I continue the story though? Because we only get let me continue more what you said.
You brought up the showdown with Lex though, and you asked me if there was a showdown with Lex.
Apparently he said, and I don't know if this is true or not, that you took a road trip to go there to play him. And you came prepared, like you came with a camera and everything, because obviously, like, why wouldn't you? That makes sense. And after it didn't go the way you wanted, the footage never went up, and he was like, it was done.
That's the end then, right? Because I had no more dealing with Lex after that day.
That's you guys continuing to argue forever. Like, that's...
Why would Lex be arguing with me and DA and deception and whatever? You know why we argued? Do you know why Lex continued to argue?
But it's not about DA. I'm talking about the games before that.
But Lex continued to argue because as I was still winning in current Mortal Kombat games, Lex took an issue with the credit I was receiving.
Okay, but what Lex said is his whole beef and problem with you was that he was saying Tom is a liar and that Tom was never a top player or the best during the arcade era for all these two MK games, like he's saying and claiming. And what he said was Tom basically lied his way into saying he was the best Mortal Kombat player in general. And he went with this, and then in 2003, it became like almost a reality in a way, because when you were good at DA and you were getting interviewed this and that, people started believing what you were saying.
Wait a minute, hold on. So Lex is claiming, in layman's terms, I was
because the arcade scene died, and this was after the arcade scene, there was no one there to really challenge this. You kind of got to say all this.
So Lex is saying that I was the lying scrub whose wish actually came true by luck.
I mean, no, I don't think he's saying that you were bad at DA. I'm talking about the games before that.
Okay, so I'm this guy who was lying about being top in Mortal Kombat games, and then eventually I got lucky that my lie came true in the new ones, right?
That's one of the things. The other thing he told me was he kept saying...
That sounds like a Disney fairy tale to me, Rio. That the lying scrub whose wish came true. That sounds like a Disney fairy tale.
But
and you know when fairy tales exist...
But what does that have to do with you winning the tournaments in MK 1, 2, and 3 during the arcade era?
I did win tournaments in MK 1, 2, and 3. I won tournaments at Menlo Park
Mall. That's what he's saying. They're wearing on world tournaments and stuff. Like you were saying, you were the world, like you were the champion of those games in the USA.
When did I say I was a champion?
Literally,
When did I say?
in the interview he linked, he says you were winning world tournaments for all these games. I'm like, did
He
Tom?
asked me-
I made sure to ask him. I was
Yes,
like, are
I
you
won.
sure Tom said this? He's like, Rio, are you blind? Look at the text. Like,
Rio,
look
let
what
me ask
Tom
you
was
this.
saying. He was
Rio,
pumping
Rio,
himself up. Like,
Rio, are you telling me, Nit? Are you telling me that you don't think I won
oh
a
my
single
god.
medal?
Anyway, this is one of the main drama. The other thing was Lex was telling
Jack.
me, and hold on, Lex was telling me, he was saying that you're also a liar when you keep saying that he was never good at UMK3. He said he was actually good at the game, and there were other players in Chicago that were actually good at were also good at the game. And you keep claiming that they were never good, they were bad, they were shit at the game. And he's like, that's not true. He even used to beat you.
Three things I'm going to address. One, on me saying I was this grand champion, that's not what I claimed. One, and yes, I did win
you
tournaments.
Do say that in the interview though that he showed me. You do say that multiple times for MK1 2. It's in there.
No.
Do you want me to paste it in the chat?
He said to me, "Hey, asked me if I had won these tournaments," and I said, "Dude, I won tournaments that weren't labeled World."
Okay, I'm so confused then. So if you were never back then trying to make it seem like when you became Spotlight, when you became that player in DA, and all the spotlight was on you, if you were not back then going like, yeah, I am the best MK player, I was good in all the games before that, I won all this. Why, if you weren't saying that, why would Lex give a fuck then? When it's all about that, like this doesn't make any sense.
Because before DA,
he doesn't care about the year after that. He's talking about everything before that.
Because get it through your head. Before DA, Lex had a grudge with me, and then now when I was
this
the
is
man,
why I'm explaining the grudge that you guys basically not like each other. You kept saying he was bad, never good. Chicago, this and that. They were not good players, but yet he was good at UMK3 back then when he played, though. That's the point.
Yes,
okay, first I want to address Lex's showdown.
Okay, so
first,
was Lex
because
good
I
or
want
not back then?
He was good. He was a good player.
Then why were you saying he wasn't?
Why did he? Because he said I was trash, so I just returned the favor.
But
okay, so this is where we need to stop. This is where we need to stop because this podcast was about who was relevant in the
the whole point of this podcast was about who were the top dogs back then during arcade era. But
and it was Lex.
If you weren't one of them, then why is what Lex is saying? Okay, then that's what Lex is saying.
Bill wasn't one of them.
And
here's the truth. Here's the truth.
Because you kept saying.
Here's the truth, summoning. Myself,
I wasn't one of them either, but it wasn't you either. It was Lex. He was the guy to beat back then. Yes, it was.
No, the guy went to tournament and lost and said tournament shouldn't exist.
Matter. This was
matter that he lost in tournament.
Let me talk. You talk for an hour. Let me.
Oh my God, he went to tournament and lost.
So listen to me. Back in the day when there was local, there was only local area.
Okay, let me just say, were there world tournaments back then during the arcade era for MK1, 2, and 3 in the
There
prime?
was not.
So then why is Lex telling me that you were full of shit? You were
because
acting
he's
like
a liar.
But
Bill,
he's saying that you're a liar.
You weren't. Bill, you weren't
because
relevant.
You were saying you were the best in the arcade era for these games, but you weren't. You became good and known in DA, but then you try to act like you were good in all these games before that.
Yes, that's the point. I like you. You know I do. You know I like you. Okay, I'm not talking shit here.
I'm trying to expose his lie. I have direct proof of him lying.
He was the top guy back in the first 3 games.
Tom, let it be known, I'm also cool with you, and I literally don't care if you were top or not in these games back then. I literally do not give a shit. It would not let me.
Yeah, we're all friends.
Hold on.
If you were to tell me right now, hey Rio, damn man, by the way, back then during the arcade, I wasn't top in MQ. I would not think less of you. I literally don't care. However, why lie about it? What is the point of that?
Okay, where's Lex wrong about 1, 2, and 3? Where is he wrong? Tell me where he's wrong.
Where was he wrong? Lex wasn't around for
this, by the way. Because Tom came at me today going like, Rio was saying all this on the stream last night about this and that when that was not said. I said, I don't know who to believe between them. There's two different stories. So obviously one of them is telling the truth.
Hold on. Lex wasn't around for 1. Lex wasn't around for 2. Lex wasn't around for 3.
Obviously, he hung out with people that were, and the people he talked to said you were not the guy to beat in MK1 either. Like
that's what this is about.
Okay, and the guy he talked to was one Adam Hernandez, who Jimmy can verify was a game tester in MK2 and 3.
But is this true? Did you become good at DA? Is this when you actually became a top player in MK? Were you not the top player before?
That's a lie. And I want to directly prove Lex right now about this showdown he's talking about. Because it seems like he's saying a lot of...
he said that you did a road trip to go there, to go to Chicago, to play him on his turf. Like, you did that.
That's a lie.
And you came prepared, so you never went there to go play him.
No, here's what actually happened. What happened was, it was after an MK Deadly Alliance tournament, and Adam Hernandez called me out. Not Lex. Adam Hernandez called me out to come to Chicago and play him in Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. I went there, not for UMK3. I went there to beat Adam Hernandez in MKDA. It had nothing to do with UMK3. When I got there, Lex's friend, after challenging me for money, had me drive 10 hours. Lex's friend, like Lex, a coward, backed out. You say I have no respect? Something I got no
But he
respect for
told
people.
me that you went there and you came prepared, and then when they beat you in
No,
the
I did
games you're
not. No,
talking about,
no,
you
no,
didn't upload the footage, and
no,
you guys didn't play DA. You guys played the other MK games. You guys played
no. Again, open your ears. I didn't go there to play Lex. I stayed with Fets.
So
I
I don't
stayed with a
understand.
friend
So
of
the
mine.
beef is between you and Lex. You guys go there, but then you don't play the person you have the beef with. Like
No,
this
no, no,
doesn't make
no,
any
no,
sense.
no, no. I didn't go to Chicago on any beef with Lex. I went to Chicago because Lex was out of it. I went there because Lex was hiding behind Hernandez in the modern Mortal Kombat games. And they were telling me, come to Chicago and see what's up. So I went to Chicago for MKDA, not UMK3. When Adam Hernandez did not show up.
Right, but the beef was not about DA. That's what I'm trying to say. It was about the other MK games that they kept telling people that you were the
Yeah,
best at.
DA
No.
keeps coming up.
It
This
was
is
not
about
about
the first
DA. It was
games.
about the older MK
None of
games.
you were there but me. None of you were there but me. And I'm telling you, I went there
But I'm
to
telling
play
you someone
Hernandez.
that Lex, this is what Lex told me who was there during this, who directly involved you and tell
Okay,
me
but
why
let me
you guys have this issue.
UMK3. Let me get to UMK3. After Hernandez didn't show up, we went to another friend of Ray Rocca's house, the other game tester. We played casuals all night in MKDA. The next day, myself and Lex agreed to go out to dinner. We went to Hibachi Grill by Nickel City.
Tom, you mentioned
And then
like
we
10
went to
different
Nickel
people between
City.
Shock and all these people, but what about you and Lex? The beef, the drama.
Yeah, okay, maybe you didn't hear me. Me and Lex, after Hernandez didn't show up, and myself, Lex, and Derek Perez went to a player in Chicago's house named Mr. Spoofmutt. You know who he is, because he played the 3Ds MKs. We went to his house and we played casuals in MKDA. Lex didn't play; he just hang
But
out
Tom,
and was
no
chilling
one's
with
saying
us.
that you weren't good at DA or this or that.
Hold on, I'm getting to the next day. The next day, myself and Lex agreed to hang out. We went out to dinner at Hibachi Grill, and Nickel City was right there. And we said, let's go to Nickel City and play some games. Now, Lex had his camera, and he asked me if I minded if he recorded. And I said, I do not mind if you record. So Lex, it was his camera. Lex recorded us playing for 3 hours.
But he said you came prepared. You were going to say how bad they were because Lex is not good at UMP
No,
doing all this. You were going to show that they were trash, but you ended up losing, and then it didn't go up.
And this is why I bring in Shock, because Shock was there in that time, and Shock knows that this was about MKDA, not UMK3. UMK3 came in about because after Lex's friend did not show up and play me, we went to a house, played casuals with other Chicago players that night. The next night, myself and Lex went out to dinner, and then we said, and I know this because I went to Raw Thrills. So I went to his work, Raw Thrills, while he was working there. We hung out there for a little bit at Raw Thrills, and then we went to dinner afterwards, and then we went to Nickel City and we played. Now Lex MK4 was there. I said, "Hey Lex, do you want to record some MK4?" No, I don't want to play you in that game. Again, doesn't want to play me in it. No surprise. He puts in his board for UMK3. As we are playing UMK3, he asked me if I minded if he records. I said, I don't care if you record. My friend Derek Perez sets up Lex's camera on a tripod, and using Lex's camera, we record 3 hours of us playing UMK3. And we had Snapple and vodka, like a bunch of high school kids, right? We had the vodka and the Snapple, and we were having some drinks at Nickel City, playing UMK. And I'm not gonna lie, he got a lot of wins on me, and I got a lot of wins on him. He was good. It was very close, but Lex
But now
could
you're
not
saying he was
admit.
good. Before you were saying he was shit and bad. So now you're saying he was good at the
He was
game.
saying I
So
was
which
bad.
is it?
This is just childish 3-0. It's just childish beef. He called me out for years, so I was just returning the favor. That's all it is. So what happens is Lex couldn't end it at that. We shook hands, said good games. I thought it was squashed, right? Because we had both beat the tar out of each other.
What
for
he told me
3 hours.
was he didn't, after MK3, and he didn't even play before, he went to go play World of Warcraft and got into all that, and he didn't even care about MKC. So,
But my point is, my point is, after that meeting, we shook hands, said good games, and then we left. And now Lex had 3 hours of footage. Lex put up a video. You want to stay here?
Oh, boy.
You gotta wrap up this topic, boys. We gotta move on.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up.
Gotta move
But my
on.
point
We
is,
gotta move
we settled it in game. Lex recorded with his camera. Now the match that was posted was of Lex beating me badly one game, Nightwolf versus Cabal, and the title of the match was "This is how you rush Cabal down." It was one of the very last matches of the night. Lex put that up. And I said, and after that, a lot of people were like, but where's the whole set? And Lex claimed the footage had got damaged. And why? If I'm gonna, let me ask you this: if I recorded for 3 hours and I was trying
what
to
I'm
lie,
confused about is why did they mention that you came there prepared because you were doing a road trip? You had your camera.
I did not come there prepared.
So
you said don't mention MKW Alliance. Rio, you said don't mention DA.
But I guess we
went
gotta
there
talk
for
about DA because your whole story is about DA, so we gotta keep talking about DA.
Oh my God, Rio! First you said I'm
keep-
talking about DA. Now we gotta talk about DA.
Because
I
I'm
told
trying
you
to
all
talk
of it
about
happened
before, but you keep talking about DA, so we keep talking about DA. Yes, it's about DA, but it's not
Rio,
even about DA because he didn't talk
Rio,
about
Rio,
DA. It's talking about the
Rio.
games before that. But yes, tell me
Rio,
more
I
about
don't
DA.
know.
Go on. So you beat Lexter in
Rio,
DA.
wait.
Go on.
Rio, I didn't play him in DA. What are you talking about?
I'm literally about to slit my throat.
We got him.
What
I
he's
didn't
mad
ask
about is let's not talk about DA for 2 seconds here or what happened during DA. He's talking about before that, MK1, MK2, MK3, whatever arcade days. He's saying that you were not the guy to beat. You were not the top dog. You were not the guy back then going around beating people to snap. You were not known back then. You were not known. You were. He basically you were nobody. He said you became somebody during DA. But when you became popular in the scene, you were getting interviews. You were telling everybody that you were that guy. You were that guy to beat in MK1, MK2, and MK3, and you basically lied about it. And he said because the
Rio,
arcade scene was dead,
you
and
sound
that
a
there
lot
weren't
like you're
people
coming
around.
to me. Hold on. You seem like you're coming to me, like you're on Team Lex.
Am I coming to you? Because I wasn't there back then. I just want to know who the fuck is lying. So can we get to that point?
Okay, Rio, are you telling me?
Lying or is Lex? Who's lying? Who is the guy that beat back then during the arcade era? Was it you? Who the fuck was it?
There were players.
Nobody was good back then. Who was the person when the game was out? Motherfuckers were playing it at the arcade. They were putting coins, and someone was getting their ass beat. Who was the person doing streaks? Who was the guy beating people? That's what I'm trying to get
myself.
to.
Myself, Mo.
So
Lex,
you were that guy. So you were winning world tournaments, like you said, back then during the arcade era.
I was one of those guys in the arcade era.
But
yes.
Don't you understand? He said you were not. He said you were a nobody until DA. Once you became somebody in DA and you started getting interviews, you started basically rewriting history, going like, "Yeah, I was that guy during MK1, 2, and 3. I'm the best MK player ever. This and that." That's what the beef's about.
I just proved him as a liar. I just proved him as a liar because he told a scenario to you in which I came to Chicago prepared to beat him in UMK3 with a camera.
I'm be honest,
that's a lie.
I think both of you are shit at the game, but I also think you guys are both legends. What I want to know is who was the better player back then during the arcade prime?
Hold on. Nit, have I ever said that our level in 95 was good today? By the way, our level in 95 was great for 95. Our level in 95 is not great for today. Rio, have I ever said anything other than that?
Yeah, but what Lex was saying, and I'm your friend, okay? Just let me talk for 2 seconds.
Okay.
Just let me talk for 2 seconds. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you at all.
I want to ask you one question. I want to ask you one question.
The point is, did people play this game?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Right, but we keep going in circles here. Let's just get to it. Who were the people to beat
Throw,
back then?
Mower, the Chicago.
Okay, so were they actually good at the game during UMK3 during the arcade?
They were relevant. They were really good.
So then, why is Lex telling me that Tom is saying that they were never good? They were always shit. They were always bad. They were never good at the game. But
because there was a rivalry between me and them, and they were saying I was garbage, and I was saying they were garbage, and that's what it was.
Those
did
guys.
You win the world tournaments that you were saying you did during the arcade era for MK1, 2, and 3?
Now look, if hold on, you're telling me that a guy who wrote an article, who I never said any of this, it's in the article.
He interviewed you and he used your words. That's what you said.
He used my words. He proclaimed
that
he's interviewing
yourself up during DA to be that guy for these older games when you weren't. Then why did you say that in your interview?
Oh my! The guy said that I won some national U.S. Deadly Alliance tournament. Is that what I said, or is that the title of the article?
You said that, but then you also said in the interview that you won world tournaments in MK1, MK2, MK3. You were the guy to beat.
Nope. I never called that tournament the U.S. national tournament. That was the guy in the article. Now the fact is, I've proven he's a liar. Lex has nothing but hearsay. Lex painted this scenario in which I went to Chicago to play him in UMK3. With equipment to record matches.
Not to say you were a bad player. Everybody respects you as a player. We all know you're a good player.
No. Because again, I'm going to say this one more time, and I want everyone to understand this very clear. Lex said I went to Chicago to play him in UMK3, and I had video recording and I recorded the
Yes, he
matches.
said you came prepared because you were doing a road trip.
Okay.
So you were going to go
But
there
he
and
said
prove him wrong and expose him.
he said I came there to expose him, right?
Right.
Okay. So
It was
he
kind of
says I
like
came
the
there.
whole beef
Okay.
set, the showdown match.
Okay. I came there to expose him. I had a video camera. I lost and I didn't put the matches up. That's what he's saying, right?
Yes, yes.
That's a lie. I didn't come there for UMK3.
Okay,
I didn't.
so
Hold on. No. I want to make this very clear. I didn't come there for UMK3. I came there only
then why
for
did you guys
MK
agree to
Deadly
play
Alliance.
UMK3? Because he said you were
We
saying he
did-
was shit and bad at the game and you were going to show it.
We did not agree until dinner the night after. I came to Chicago to play Adam Hernandez and MKDA. Adam Hernandez didn't show up, so we went to some Chicago local player's house and we played casuals. The next day after, and Mr. Spoofmutt was going to record the set. I didn't bring any equipment because Mr. Spoofmutt was going to record the set. The next day we played in Nickel City, and it was back and forth. And he didn't put the videos up because he recorded them. So everything he just said to you was a lie. It's a lie. It's
Okay,
a
so
lie. And if he's going to lie about that,
Lex just lied about everything. Everything's a lie. And that's it.
yeah, he's a liar.
Okay.
Period.
Well, I guess
Can
that's the story then. I guess Lex lied about every single thing.
Okay.
Can are other people allowed to talk now, or do we still have to be quiet for another 2 hours? Summoning your word.
I do agree with one thing, Bill, but without you going insanely crazy. Lex was saying when you won DA, you self-proclaimed that you were great at 1, 2, 3. I'm not saying that I was hugely part of the scene. I never heard of you. No offense.
And that's
I'm
what
not
Lex
trying
was
to be
saying. He
rude.
says Tom
I'm
was
not
not the
trying to
person
be
to beat
rude.
back
I like
then.
you as a person, Tom. You know that. I played. You discount me a lot, bro. You should not. I did fucking everything for those games. I traveled. I also went to Chicago to play MK4. I was around. I wasn't the guy to beat, though. I was part of the scene. I never heard of you. And you telling me I didn't travel? Bullshit. Those are lies. I traveled fucking everywhere. I did everything for this game. I never heard of you during those games. I heard of you at 4. I even went to Jersey.
Nit,
I
I
heard
never
about
heard of
you at
you.
4.
Honestly, Nit,
I'm
I
telling
never
you the
heard of you in
truth.
MK.
I'm older than you. Okay, I've been playing this game way longer than you
I'm-
have. Before you even played
Nit,
the
are
game,
you
I did.
Nit, are you telling me that I didn't win not one MK3
I'm not
Menlo
saying
Mall
that.
tournament?
I'm not saying you were not the
Nit,
guy to
do you,
beat back
Nit,
then. You weren't even mentioned. I'm
know
sorry.
what? But
You
Nit,
weren't even
nobody-
mentioned.
Nit, no, you weren't mentioned back then.
I
They
know
talked to
that
you like
I
you were
wasn't
garbage.
mentioned, but I was there. There's a difference. I was
Nit,
there. I went
Nit,
to places.
Nit,
I've
you
done
know
stuff.
this. When
I
I went to
played with Jimmy.
Nit,
I
Nit,
played with people who are good players,
Nit,
amazing players.
Nit, well, you know
Yes.
this. Nit, you know this. When I went to Chicago, those same players said you were garbage and no one knew who you were.
Yeah, I
Yes
got
or
my
no?
ass kicked. Yes, I'm not saying that I was a good player. I was part of the scene, though.
Well,
I
who's
was.
lying? Nit, who's lying? Chicago says no one knew who
Well,
you were back
somebody's
then.
lying
Who's
because
lying?
apparently everybody's lying. So I mean, that's what we're trying to figure out
Oh,
here.
they
Like,
knew
what
who
was
I
the
was.
story
I
back
went
then
to
during the
play them
arcade
in
era?
MK4. Jimmy will tell you too. I went to play them MK4. I got destroyed. Wasn't good at MK4. I wasn't good at Ultimate either. But I was around for the early games, and I knew who Lex, Mo, and Thrower, and all them were. I didn't know who you were.
The truth is, the only one known nationwide back then was
Was
Jimmy.
Lex and Jimmy. Yes, Lex and Jimmy. Yes, Lex was
was
one of
not
them.
known.
Yes, he
Right. Lex
was.
not,
He
no, he
was
was not.
known.
No,
Everybody
he was
knew who
not.
he was. What are you
No, we
talking
didn't.
about?
No,
Can
we
we
didn't.
get me to respond? Jimmy, go ahead, please.
Jimmy, go ahead.
I'm just listening,
I just
dudes.
proved the guy was a liar, man. If
Tom,
he's gonna lie about one
Tom,
thing,
you gotta stop. Let people
bro,
talk,
I
man.
can't stand these lies, man.
No one's lying. No one's telling you you're a bad dude.
You
You
gotta
weren't
let
around.
people
I
talk.
the
didn't hear
guy,
about.
You have to let
You're
people
acting like I
talk.
wasn't there. I was
Nit,
there.
Nit,
You have
the
to let
guy,
people talk.
Nit, the guy lied and said I went to Chicago for some showdown with him with
Yeah,
a
but he's not talking
camcorder.
about that. We're talking about the early. He said when you got graded DA, you started saying you were
Yeah,
great at 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you
I
started using
never
the
heard of
opportunity
you,
when you were
and I
known as
hung
the
out with
MK guy
Jimmy.
to say you were the best back then, and you won all the world
But
tournaments for MK1,
hold
2,
on,
I
hold
hung
3.
on,
out with Jimmy for 34 years.
Hold on. I'm not. I was one. If there was a mega tournament, if right now all the players from that era played in the tournament for UMK3, I would be one of the people that would be favored to win. I'm just telling you right now. It's the
Right,
truth.
but he's talking about back then during the
He's
prime of the
talking
game when it
about
was an
before,
arcade.
dude.
I'm talking about in '95, brother. Not now. I'm not winning no UMK3 tournament today. What the hell? I'm talking right now.
Back then, when you
But
got
this
really
is the
good
problem.
at
Lex
DA,
is saying you weren't good back then. Like you weren't nobody. You
But
didn't
he's
become good until
Rio,
DA, and then you started telling
but
everybody you were
Rio,
back then.
Rio, how many lies do I have to expose of this guy before you say maybe he's lying about everything?
Okay, so you
The
said
guy,
that it was Jimmy. So you said Jimmy was the be all end all back in the day, right? I spent every
that's the
day with the
only
guy for
person.
30.
That's the only
Okay,
person
I
that no.
spent 30 years with this guy. We never saw. He never met you till
But I
97.
never saw you. I didn't see Jimmy until '97. I'm winning. I won every single Menlo Park Mall
So
tournament,
you just
and I
said
never.
that
But
you just said
don't
that
you
Jimmy
think
was okay.
James and
Listen,
some of
listen.
these people would know about these tournaments
Yeah,
back then that were happening? Like,
you
don't you think
just
word of mouth would have
discounted.
went
No,
around?
we didn't know. No
He,
one knew about. No,
Because
that's the thing.
they knew
Somebody.
about Lex back then. That's the thing. So it's
yes,
like,
that's the
No,
who's
thing
no
we're
one
stealing
knew
the
trying to
about
get
Lex.
truth?
to.
No one knew about
Oh,
Lex.
Yes,
No
we
one knew about.
did. We all knew
No,
about Lex.
blah, blah,
Okay,
blah.
you just said that
No,
Jimmy
no.
was probably the first guy. Who do you think hung out with Jimmy longer than anybody? Me. I was with him every
Yeah, but my
fucking night
point is that
playing.
Lex. People didn't know Mo, Lex, Paulo. They didn't know these guys in
They
'95,
did too.
'96.
They knew who those were the
They knew
guys
him
to
in the
beat
greater
back then. You
Chicago area. They were
weren't.
not known. They were not
You
known
were
nationwide.
the guy.
Everything was word of mouth. Everything was word of mouth.
Yes, they were word of mouth. You weren't. That's the
I
thing.
wasn't.
I'm not
I
making
wasn't word.
fun of you. I'm telling
I
you the
wasn't word.
truth.
I wasn't word of mouth because you were in a
I was with
pond,
Jimmy. You
brother.
just said Jimmy was the be all end
Yeah, but
all.
I
I
was
was with the
no
guy every fucking night. We were
summoning. I
playing
went
arcade games
summoning,
every night.
summoning.
Okay, go ahead. Listen.
I went to the Galleria in Atlanta. I went to the Underground in Atlanta. I went to Florida. I went to Texas. I went to California. Yes, these
Yeah,
were
but
all
yet I didn't hear about you. And I'm not saying that I am anything. I'm saying I hung out with the guy you said.
did you
I
ever
hung
hear
out with
about
the guy
shirts?
you said was the be all end all.
Have you ever heard of a player called Shirts?
I don't know all the names.
Okay, hold on, Nick.
Rio asked me
Whoa,
who were the
stop,
players to
stop.
beat back then.
Have you
I
ever heard of
told him,
Dream TR? Whoa, have you ever heard of Dream TR?
yes, I've heard of Dream TR.
So
I
Dream TR, hold on, Dream
okay.
TR says his boy Shirts, Jason DeHarris, was the
I don't
number
know the
two guy.
names. Yeah.
Hold on, was the number two guy in MK2. Is it possible, Nit, that you just don't know all the names?
I don't know a lot of the names. I'm not
Well,
gonna
then
lie
maybe
about that.
is it
But your
possible that
name
hold
wasn't
on,
meant. Your name wasn't mentioned.
is
You're
it
a top player
is it
nowadays. Your
is it
name wasn't
possible,
mentioned back
Nick?
then, and that's what
Is it
Lex said.
possible? Is it
Yeah.
possible that just like you don't know who Shirts is, you don't know Jason DeHarris? Is it possible that I'm one of those names that you don't know about? This guy was talked about being top two in MK2, and you never heard of him.
No, I didn't. Okay. Rio asked me a simple question.
Okay,
He said back in the day, who was the players to beat?
so can you
You
just
weren't
say
one of them, but
you don't?
you said that you were. You
Nit,
said that you were.
Nit, I just told you a guy considered number two in MK2 you never heard of. Yet he was considered number two in MK2. So is it possible there are other people who were top that you never heard of?
Yeah, you can bring up undocumented stuff
Okay.
till it's blue in the face. Documented stuff is Lex though. He was the guy to
No,
beat.
he
He
spoke it into existence. No, he was
oh
because he
my
said
god.
he was.
How
I
could
was
you
there. He
Lex
wasn't.
was the guy to beat. He
He
was the
was
guy to
not.
beat back
He
then.
was not.
He was. It
He
was
was.
always about beating the game testers.
Hold on,
Can
guys,
can I
guys. No, hold
Tom?
on. And chat, somebody, I want you to say it one more time.
I
Okay,
guess
tell
I
me.
said,
what's the point of being here? I'm out.
I want him on record, Dave. Then you can talk. I want him on record.
Okay.
Summoning
Yes,
Lex, who was the guy to beat,
he
went to
was.
tournament and lost. You said that doesn't matter,
It
right?
Rio didn't ask that question. I have the list of questions that
I
he
want
had.
I
He
want
was
to
a
ask you
relevant
yes or
player.
no.
He asked who was the guy to beat.
Hold on, the guy that you say was the man to beat went to tournament, and when he lost, discredited everybody that beat him, said tournaments don't count, and said UMK3 should
No,
never be playing
you're
a tournament.
twisted around. You're twisted all. Okay, you're
I'm not.
twisted all this. Yeah, you are. I
That's what he
understand.
said.
You're a great
That's what he
player.
said. That's what he said.
Okay,
You
okay.
defend
We
that?
are.
Are you going to defend that?
Did you not hear what Rio just said?
Okay.
He said
All
that
right.
Lex said that when you got good at DA, you automatically were good at the first three games.
yes, I think
And
Tom
you
is
were
missing the
known.
point.
I was
Yeah,
good
you're
at the first
totally
three
missing the
games.
point. You're
But they're saying
twisting
you
stuff
weren't.
around.
This is the beef.
And then you're discrediting
Rio,
me, who you just said that
they're
Jimmy was the
lying.
guy. You just said that Jimmy was the guy back in the day. Who do you think hung out with Jimmy every freaking day? We didn't
He's a
hear
lie.
about you.
Lex,
We
and I
didn't
didn't hear
hear.
about you. I only heard about Jimmy. I
I
never heard
was
of
never
somebody.
a
Does that mean
name in the
somebody?
scene. I'm just an old school player who has stuff that we've documented
Oh,
our
oh
lives
my
about.
God. Oh my
I've never
gosh.
won any championships ever. I've never won
So
anything.
you're telling me that me in my prime as a teenager was going to arcades, but I wasn't good. And then I only
No,
became
I'm
good in
saying I
game
never
when
heard
I
of
was in the
you, and I'm older than you. Okay?
Hold on. You are saying Bill in his prime, in his teenage years, playing the most he's ever played wasn't good. But then
No,
when he
I'm not
became an
saying that.
old
I'm saying
man,
I never heard of you.
Okay, was
That's
I
what I'm
good or
saying.
not? Was I
You
good or
might have
not?
been great. We never played.
So
You
you
might.
don't know.
I might have won back then. Who knows? You know what
That's
I'm
my
saying?
point. That's my point. That's how the era was.
But I
There was a
never
bunch,
heard of you though, and
and I
you
never
said
heard of you.
I'm not trying to be hurt.
Okay, so
Let's
wait,
just-
hold on.
Okay,
Is
you're not
Lex
listening,
also
Bill, at
lying
all.
about Jason Wilson? Is he also lying about him? The story behind that?
Say about Jason Wilson.
He said Jason Wilson was actually more friends with Lex, like, and he still talks to him to this day. He was not someone that you were good friends with and you played all the time. Like, you also
I
made
never
that up.
claimed. I never claimed to be good friends with Jason Wilson.
Okay, but he was saying that, you know, like, you made it seem like you and Jason Wilson were running MK2, and that's not true at all. Like, Jason Wilson is Lex's friend, not yours.
Even Foxy Grandpa said in your stream, I've only heard Tom say Dream TR was the top player in MK2.
That
So
is
that's a
Jason
lie.
Wilson. That's the same person.
Yeah.
We are
okay.
dropping all these names. Let me ask you something, Bill.
That's a
Let me
lie.
ask you something. Let me ask you something real quick. Why does it bother you so much that you are not you have to be great at all? Why does it bother you so
Wait a
much?
minute. Whoa,
You
whoa, whoa,
said
whoa,
you
whoa.
never heard of me,
No,
right?
wait
I
a
don't
minute.
care about
Nit,
losing though.
Nit,
I was there though.
Nit, I don't talk about the classics all that much until Legacy Collection came out.
You
I don't
brought
give
the
a
classics up as you were one of the best
hold
players back in the day. I don't
I
think you
was.
were.
I
I
was
don't
one
think
of
you were.
Nit, I was
I knew I hung out with Jimmy. Okay, he
Nit,
knew
I'm telling you
everybody back then.
because
We never heard of you.
As soon as Legacy Collection goes, whatever, I'm coming for all of you in MK2. And I
Let's
mean
go
all of you.
anytime you want. That'll be great. I would love to
All of you.
play. I don't care about losing or winning.
That's one
I'm just
that's
saying
one
I
that's
hung
one of the
out with
reasons.
all the
Nit, you
top
didn't
players
leave
back in the day.
Westbury
I knew
Nathan's,
Lex
Nit.
too. I played him at E3. I
Nit,
know these people, but they don't know me because I never wanted to be relevant. I don't care.
Nit,
But
you
I
are
didn't
twisting.
hear of you. That's all
You are
I'm
twisting.
saying.
You are twisting because
I'm
you
not
were making it
twisting
seem
anything.
you are
I
making
didn't
it seem
twist
like,
nothing.
oh my god, you are making it seem like it is important to me to be known as
It
the
is.
best
It
player
is.
back
You're
then.
defending. You're defending. Lex is telling the truth when Lex is telling the truth
I
about you not being relevant the first couple games. I
he
believe
wasn't
him.
relevant.
Yes, he was. How could you
The
say
dude,
he wasn't?
because we got him in tournament and he lost and he says
That
it
does
doesn't
not have
count.
nothing to do with it. That has
Tournament
nothing
has
to do with
nothing
But
to
it.
he
do with it.
said
What are you talking
he
about?
also said you didn't win these world tournaments back then for
Yeah,
MK1, 2, and
that's
3, and they
because
didn't even exist.
and then he's telling me that I'm nobody, which is fine. I hung out with somebody. He said, Jimmy, I hung out with him every day. We didn't hear about him. He met him in 97. I don't think you were around the first three
What
games.
I'm telling you
That's
is
the
that
truth.
Lex, what I'm telling you is that Lex, Alec Gilliam is a sick man. In that,
Okay.
this is
You're
what
name dropping again, dude.
yeah,
You it could be
you
there's
know
no
why
documented
I'm name,
proof back
you know why
then.
I'm name dropping? You know why I'm name dropping? Because we, with Shock, we were going to talk about everything Lex said. And I was going to document everything he said to Rio. And Shock, who was afraid Lex might
Right,
hurt
and
himself.
I want Shock to come on too in a future episode. The thing is, I just can't do the
Hold
day you
on,
said. You literally told me tonight, the day of.
I know, hold on. Shock messaged Lex and said, Lex, I'm just letting you know, I'm going to talk about it tonight. And I'm going to reference everything you told Rio. Just want to
Okay,
get you
so
on
is
record.
Shock going to be able to confirm that you were the best player during the arcade days from MK1, 2, 3, and you
No
were
one
winning
said
the
I was the
tournaments?
best. I said
That's
I
a
was
good question.
one of
That's
the
a good
best
question.
players.
That's the issue, though. That is the beef. That's what Lex
But
has a
Lex is
problem with
putting
you.
that Rio. Lex is putting that in my mouth. My mouth is
No,
not
what do you
speaking it.
mean? But
So you just said you were a top player in those games. Now you're
yeah,
I
not
was
saying
a top
that.
player in
I
those
mean,
days.
Tom, this isn't consistent. So 1 second you were the guy to be back then, but now you're not. I mean, which is it?
I was one of the top players back then. I was one of the guys to beat. Yes, there were many guys to beat back then.
But he's saying that that's
Okay, I
false.
didn't
You were
hear of
not.
you, and I'm not making fun of you.
He
And it
says you
doesn't
didn't
matter if you didn't
become
hear
good
from
and a
me.
big name until MKDA. That's when you became.
Yes,
That's a lie.
the
And that's
truth.
a lie. And
No,
you
I
can
think that's
get
the truth.
that's a
I
lie.
think
That's a
that's
lie.
the truth. No, it
You can
can't be a
you can
lie,
bring like
Tom. You just
That's a lie.
said the guy back then was Jimmy, right? I was with Jimmy every single day.
as
We
far as
never heard
I
of
said
you.
the guy I said the guy's name recognition wise was
He
Jimmy
knew
because he was in
everybody
all the
back then.
magazines.
He knew everyone back then.
And
You weren't mentioned.
I'm just telling you,
Okay.
Lex, we got him in tournament and he lost. And we
You
said,
keep
Lex,
bringing up
shut your mouth.
tournament though, man. Damn,
Because
he's
he
not
tried.
talking about tournament. He's not
Yes, we
talking
dog.
about.
The
No, he's
reason
talking
the
about
reason
you being self-proclaimed great at all the early games. Also,
I
I
am
have
not,
to agree with Lex.
my God.
I
I
hung
am
out
not
with the guy who
dog.
fucking tested MK1, dude. The whole
Nick,
version.
yes
He
or
knew
no?
everybody. We didn't
Are
hear
you
you.
saying are you saying I was not a top MK3
I
player?
am not saying that. I'm saying you were not a name that I heard of. And you could say whatever you want to say about me, how you never heard
You
about
didn't
me.
hear, but
I never
Nick, you didn't
tried
hear,
to be great.
you didn't hear about half of the names. And my point is, Lex is a pathological liar.
I
So much.
disagree. He doesn't even like me, and I'm going to stick up for him in this one. I'm sorry. I'm
Yes,
going to. That doesn't
but
mean I
you
don't like
guys,
you, though, man. I'm telling
you
you
know
the
what?
truth.
you guys can't stand people winning today. You call them cheaters. So
Yeah,
I don't really.
those are also
I never said
Lex's
that.
words. I will.
No,
those are also Lex's words. We're not
Tom,
getting into
again,
that
let me
again.
say
though.
this. It's not about if you're a good player. I know you're a good player. Literally, I've played you in many
No one's
games where
saying
you
you're not a
are.
good
However, it's not about. This is not about
okay.
MK9 or
So
DA
since
or
Nick-
Injustice or
so
MKX.
since Nick-
It's about the
so
games
since
back
Nick-
then.
I'm listening.
so since
Go
Nick-
ahead.
So what? I want Nit on record here because
Okay,
when
I'm
the truth
listening.
comes out, I'm going to come for him. I want
Come
him
for
on
me.
record. I'm going to come for you.
Okay.
Nit, you were saying you're going to back Lex on this, right?
I'm backing Lex on what he
Okay,
said
all right,
about
hold
when
on.
you got good at DA, then you
no.
self-proclaimed yourself as one of the top players in 1, 2, and 3. I disagree highly.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I didn't say the top. I said one of the
One
better
of the
players.
top.
Yeah.
I
You said
highly
you were basically
disagree.
the best, and you won the world
Yes,
tournaments for them
I
too.
agree
Like, this is what you
with
said.
Lex
Again,
a million percent on that one.
stretch.
Okay.
Now,
See, you
now,
don't want to be.
now,
You can't
now,
even be
hold on.
associated with losing in any way. It's
Nit, I
no
want
way
you on.
talking to
Hold
you,
on.
bro.
Nit, I want to pin you down, and I
Pin
want
me
you on
down.
record because I'm going to come for you when this comes out.
Okay, that's fine.
Lex lied to Rio and made up this situation
Okay.
in which I went to Chicago to play Lex.
I heard that 10 times. I heard that.
Hold on. He's according to Lex, he'll swear on the Bible. I went to Chicago for a great showdown, and I brought my recording equipment, and I was going to record the truth, and then I got beat down, and I didn't put the footage up. When the reality is, I went there for Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance to beat his friend who didn't show up. We played casuals the next night, in which we went even. So,
All right.
now, am I wrong when knowing that this is wrong to say Lex is delusional? Knowing the truth.
Okay, for that stuff, okay. I don't know. I wasn't there.
And if he's delusional, Nit, if he's delusional about this, is it possible he's delusional and willing to lie about everything else?
I'm telling you that it's very possible.
All right, I have nothing. Okay, I have nothing else to say.
Why can't you admit? Okay, why can't you admit?
All right. No, I
why
got
can't
it.
you
We're
admit
all
that you
having
weren't? Why can't you admit that you weren't a top name back in the day, and we could just stop this? That's all. You're a great player.
I said I was a top player.
Bro,
okay,
you said you would like the be all end all.
From what Dave mentioned to me, hold on, let me just say this. From what Dave mentioned to me is apparently Tom went on like other shows or podcasts, and he basically went around saying like, "Hey guys, I was the guy to beat on this and that. I was the person to beat during MP2."
I've heard that too.
So now apparently it's become a thing. Now I'm starting to understand why it's such a big issue now.
It is.
I guess Tom was going around telling people about it, but it's not true.
It is, and I'm not calling Tom out at all. I didn't hear about him. Jimmy
saying that you were on other people's shows saying this.
Wait, how about this?
Don't deny that, Tom. Don't deny it.
Hold on. And after this, after Lex gets mopped up by Shock, I then go to tournament.
Though.
Hold on. I was tired of this talk. I go to tournament.
That doesn't matter.
This
is all afterwards. It doesn't matter. That's the thing.
When Lex ran his mouth, I said, "Get on the sticks right now."
I will never discredit you of being a good player, but Lex has a point. He didn't.
Tom,
you were not a top guy to beat.
We're not saying you're not good at the game now or you're not a good player. Nobody's saying that. We're talking
about
if
I wasn't good, hold on. If he wasn't good, then how come in tournament he dodged me? Shock actually. I was retired. I was playing Tekken 4 or DOA 4. Shock actually won. I reset the bracket on Shock. Shock beat me in the losers, and Lex tournament, and it was like, Shock, you're saying this guy was never good. Here's Shock, who mopped you up free.
Oh, all right, okay. Let's put this on record. Are you gonna say you were one of the top players in the first 3 games? Yes or no?
I was one of the top.
Let's put it on record.
But bro,
you were
saying
one of the top
you
players.
weren't back then. This is the whole beef. They're saying you weren't,
and they're lying.
Beef,
and Lex is a liar.
Okay,
he's not lying. Because if there was nobody around back then, you could name drop whoever you want. You just brought up JamesMK.
Yeah, okay, man.
Yeah, I know you don't want to hear it because I actually have facts because I have people behind me.
You are so sick that you after telling you, hey, Lex lied about some
lied. Okay, let's say he lied about the stuff that you have like little things, proofs about. Fine. You just told me that the guy
he's a liar.
That doesn't mean he's lying about every single thing in the universe. Okay, so let's say, and that's between you two, by the way. It's between you two.
I got nothing else to say.
I know you're gonna hang up now because you can't admit that you weren't the best at those games. You can't do it. Just if you do it and say you were a top player, we could end this shit.
I'm not saying what Lex is saying is true. He could be lying. I don't know. That's why I'm listening to both sides of the story.
I never heard of him, and I like Tom as a person. He's a good guy. Okay, I've helped Tom out in his life. We've been friends. Yeah, go ahead.
Nit.
Yeah.
Nit, I am not saying I was the best at all the games. I was one of the
That's what
top
you
players back
said,
then.
though. You
And the
have
truth
said
is,
That's what
this.
the
and the truth
drama
is,
is about,
the truth
Tom. That's
is,
what
You
the drama is
have
you,
about.
said this. You
the
have
truth is,
100%
you
said this.
all couldn't cut it after your era, and I still had it. So that's just the truth.
We've never played back in the day. Maybe you would have lost to us. Who knows? I'm
Maybe
just
you'd have lost
saying.
to me. Who knows?
Yeah, but
Maybe you would have
the
lost to
thing
me.
is, you and me, we weren't talked about back in those games. But Jimmy and Lex
Lex,
was. They
Lex was
were.
talking about an MK2. Lex was talking about
3,
an MK2.
whatever. Before
I
DA,
don't want to hear that.
brother.
Okay, well
Before
okay,
DA.
then
You can hang up if you want, but I'm on Lex's side with this fact. I'm on his side. I'll back up. He doesn't even like me. And I'll back him up 24/7 on this point. And that's what we were talking about. You have spent an hour talking about past DA shit. You have. We listened to you. Okay. My thing, this podcast is about one thing. Were you a top player in 1, 2, and 3? I don't think so. Sorry. I don't. I don't think so. You weren't around. You weren't. Lex is right on this. Your name wasn't mentioned. It wasn't. Lex's was, Jimmy's was, mine wasn't either. But definitely yours was not. That's it. Why can't you just admit it? How hard is it to admit? I'm waiting.
Hold on. Diddle says he wants to come on a call, say something. I don't see Diddle in my Discord though.
If he hangs up, it doesn't matter. He wasn't. I agree with Lex 100%. Lex
I'm
was
not
a
saying
name.
what Lex is saying 100% true. I just want to know both sides of the story.
You asked the question. Your question was who was relevant back then? Lex was relevant back
this
then.
is for any game. Let's say I'm saying who was the best back then during MKX or in just whatever game it is. Like
Lex
obviously
was
there were
one of the
players back
guys
then. That's all I'm asking.
when we were playing. Because let's get back to the podcast. When we were talking about the arcade era and stuff we were doing,
what I don't understand is we can ask this question about any other game and people will know. But then when you talk about somebody's 2D at older MK games,
nobody knows
It's like who is it? Like, and it's all this weird drama. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of like
I think I have pretty much a lot of. I've hung out, and he's one of my best friends with a game tester who created freaking MK1. We knew everybody. We played. I was never a top player. I was good. I was never a top player. Jimmy knew everybody. Okay, we knew all. I met so many countless people. I'm so happy that I met Jimmy. So I met some of the best friends of my life in these games. You could say whatever you guys want to say, but this was my life back then. There was no internet. It was just something that people would do to go play. Lex's name was heard of. Nobody heard of Tom Brady back in those days. If he won in Menlo Park Mall, that's fine. We were playing in New York, in New York City, Long Island. We went everywhere. I did everything for this game. I didn't hear about him until MK4. Okay, and I'm not telling the whole world that I'm better or I just didn't hear. I agree with Lex. Lex doesn't even like
I just
me.
don't like how there's multiple different stories about what happened back then. It's like, well, which is the true story? You have two people saying two completely different things.
I have another guy on this podcast who spent every day with me, and he can back up everything I'm saying.
What does it matter if, let's say, Tom wasn't the guy to beat back then during MP2?
That's what I just told him.
I don't think any less of Tom. It's literally irrelevant to me. So
he gets all mad for no reason. There's no reason to get mad. He was. I'm telling you right now. He's hung up the phone because he knows he wasn't the best in those games. He knows he wasn't. Yeah. Why would he disappear like that? Why?
What's up, Little?
Man, you're an idiot.
Yeah, let me say one thing.
I'm sorry, man. I got no respect for anyone that's going to defend someone that made up a delusion.
I'm not defending. Hold on, I'm not defending Lex.
God,
I just want to hear the other side of the story. That's it. I'm not saying Lex is 100% right. This is a fact. Just like when Base told you last night what happened on the stream, I literally said, I don't know. It's either Tom or Lex. I don't know who's telling the truth. There's like two different completely stories about who was the best back then.
Let me ask you this. Rhea. Tonight, when I go live with Shock, when I prove that Lex made a fictitious scenario, will it then give me some credit as we have proven that Lex will lie?
I'm saying, why can't you prove it right now? Why do you have to wait till
why can't you just tell us you weren't the top? Why can't you just say? Why can't you just say you weren't the top?
And you're not believing me.
Okay, so you're saying you weren't. Okay, so now you're admitting it now that you weren't one of the top guys in the first 3 games. Yes or no?
I was one of the top games in Nick, so fucking help me God. I'm coming for you when Legacy.
You can come for me, bro. You know where I live. You can.
I'm coming for you, brother.
You
Listen,
I'm
I just
coming
gotta
for
say,
you in
listen,
legacy.
let me say one thing, Tom. Let me say one thing. Because listen, I only came through the scene around MK11, right? And you definitely 100% said that you won multiple championships in MK1, MK2, MK Trilogy, and
There you
Deadly
go.
I never
Alliance.
said I won multiple.
Yes,
I said I
you
won
did. Yes,
tournaments.
you
I
did.
won
And
tournaments.
yes, you did. And you
I
also
do. I
said,
did win
and
tournaments.
I quote, no, listen,
I,
and you quote, this is a direct quote from you. You said, I was the
okay.
Sonic Fox before Sonic Fox.
Wait, did you really say that, or is that a meme?
He 1000% said that, bro.
I had never heard
Okay.
Tom say that, but did he really say that? Like he was Sonic for Sonic?
On everything I love, bro. He said I was the Sonic Fox before Sonic Fox.
Is this true,
And I
Tom?
was because
But if you weren't
because
winning if you weren't the best in all the games back then, how could you be Sonic Fox? Sonic Fox has been.
well, because there was no best. There was the number one best.
But you were saying you were winning world tournament stuff. This is what the beef is about, Lex. That you were saying all this.
You did say that, Tom. You told
well,
me that.
Lex is a liar.
But you
Why
told me
can't
that.
you
You
just
told
admit
me
it
that.
though, dude? What's the problem?
But
Why
you
can't
told
you
me
just
that
admit it?
directly, bro. You've told
Your
me
boy's
that
a liar,
directly.
Nick. Your boy's a liar.
He's
And
not
here's
my
the
boy.
problem.
He hates me. He doesn't even like me.
And
We
here's the
don't
problem.
like each other.
Here's the problem. Whichever one of these old heads wants to call me out now, if I come back and smash them, they'll say it doesn't count anymore.
No, of
So
course it.
there's really
Listen,
no
you
way
can
to settle
win.
it.
It's okay. I want
but
you to
what
win. I
does
don't
beating
care
them
about
now
that.
have to do with who was the best back then
Exactly.
during arcade era? That's like two different things.
We're old,
We don't know
washed-up
who
Like
was the
guys,
best.
man.
whoever
We
the
don't know.
best, whoever the
No.
best, look, whoever the best in
We
Justice
don't
1
know who
players
the
right
best
now,
was.
that doesn't mean they were the best back then during Justice 1 during the prime, like 2013.
Rio,
It's two
get
different
it through your
eras.
head. We don't know. We don't know who the best player was back then. There were only a bunch
But
of
my
players who were
point is, the
extremely
Rio's
people
level.
that
point
were
is
my
yes.
point is
yes.
that there was an established, like whether you want to admit it or not, there were people playing the game back then. They were gathering to play, and you weren't brought up as the person to beat back then.
Yes, the players to
Your
beat
name
back
became
in the day
popular
were
during
game
DA,
testers.
and that's when you started telling people you were.
Yes, why can't you
That's
just
not true.
admit that?
And you were
Why
also saying
can't
you
you
were
just
winning
admit
world
it?
tournaments for all these games
Not
back
true.
then.
Not true. Not true. You
Why is it so hard
ask
for you to
Arturo,
admit
who was
that?
around in the
Let me ask
SRK
you
days.
something.
My name
Let
is
me ask you, why is it so hard for you to
because it's
admit that?
wrong. Because it's wrong.
It's not.
Because
Oh my God.
summoning, you've been out of it since '92, brother. You
I
don't know.
have. I'm not. You can say anything bad you want to say about me. It's all true. I suck at all these games, but I was there. You weren't when I was.
You
weren't there.
you were not there. You were
I
not
was
there.
there. I was there. You just
You
said
were not there.
the
You
guy was
didn't
Jimmy.
travel.
Who do
You
you
didn't
think
leave.
was next to Jimmy the whole time? Me.
Summoning.
Every day.
Dude,
Go ahead.
you didn't leave the tri-state area. You didn't leave the
Okay.
tri-state area, brother.
We played and breathed every minute out of this game, and I was hanging out with the game tester, who you said was the only relevant guy. Okay, every single day
He was not the only relevant guy.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay, you
then Jimmy?
just said it before. He was the the guy to
Jimmy.
beat. You ask him; he's on the freaking line with us. I was with him every day.
So wait, hold on a second, Tom. Was Lex better than you at MK1 through 3?
Absolutely, he was.
So Tom, you're saying that Lex is, he's overall he has more accomplishments than you.
No, he does not. Lex didn't play MK1. He didn't play MK2. He didn't play MK3, and he was not good at MK4. Lex only really played UMK3, so Lex does not.
Listen,
And
I only
if
came in
Lex
here.
wants
I
to
only
get,
came in here for that one thing, bro. Because you have told me 1000%, multiple times that you won championships, and that's a quote, championships in MK1, 2, and 3.
yes, I said I won tournaments in those games, and I did.
You said world
And
championships.
Diddle, you are also a liar who'll come out and say Tom's only begging on the game because he's salty and he wants money for views. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Listen, I'm just here to say that that's what you said because I wasn't even around for this time. But you did tell me
Diddle,
that, and you
were one of my biggest detractors.
You did say that you were the Sonic Fox before Sonic Fox.
Yes, and guess who else said that? Slips also said it. God rest his soul. A lot of people from that era back there said it. Are they lying? Was Slips not around back then in those days? Did he not go to tournaments? Did he not know what he saw? This is actually, I said that because it's a direct quote from Slips. I was quoting the great Slips, who made a tweet of me playing MK against him, and in the tweet he said before there was Sonic Fox,
that was just a meme.
No, he was being dead.
No, I was one of the very best players in the arcade era. Period. That is the truth. That is the truth.
Okay, but this whole beef with Lex is that nobody heard of you, and I'm telling you right now, we didn't hear of you back then.
Lex, who
What's
made
the
up
problem?
Lex, he's
Lex was one of
delusional.
the Lex was one of those guys. You
Lex is
weren't. What's so bad about
No,
that?
Lex
What
is
is
the
so
dog.
bad about that?
Summoning. The guy made up a fictitious scenario. Yeah, I went to Chicago for MKDA, ended up playing Lex, who played me in casuals only because his friend didn't show up. He recorded it. The casuals did it. Diddle, let me tell you the truth. Diddle, you should know this because we know how it is in the modern era. After I went there for MKDA and Lex's friend didn't show up to play me and play me for money, like he said, the next night we went out to dinner and Lex recorded us playing for 3 hours in UMK3. The session didn't go well for Lex. So then what Lex does is he only puts up one match of him winning. Then years later, Lies creates this fake scenario where I went to Chicago for some title fight with him, lost, and then didn't put the videos up. He's delusional.
Okay, fine. He's delusional. Okay, but
as someone who doesn't know Lex personally, I don't know him at all. Is Lex known as someone who goes around saying lies and shit, like spreads around lies? Because I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
He's crazy.
Of course, so he's seen as a liar. Like he just makes shit up. And
he's not a liar. He was the player to beat.
Literally told two different things.
Number one.
Base caught him in UMK3, mopped him up and babied him, has the video, and Lex says it never happened.
But you're bringing up... Okay, fine.
Hold on. Because he's a liar. He's a liar. He's a liar. Shock got him out the tournament. Lex got mopped up in tournament and then denies it ever happened. Dog, he's straight delusional. He's delusional.
So answer the question. We've answered the question 5 times. Were you one of the top players in those 3 games?
As soon as Legacy goes live,
Jimmy didn't hear of you either. And Jimmy met you in '97. We're not calling you. We're not.
I heard of you either, summoning.
I'm not saying. Didn't I just say to the entire stream that I was not a person who was in this, but I was hanging out with the guy you just said who was part of everything?
Jimmy doesn't know who Shirts is. I've asked him before. He never heard
We're
of
not
Shirts.
talking about that right now. Lex is beef with you.
My point is, Dream TR, universally seen as the #1 guy in MK2, does know who Shirt is. So there are people.
You though. Are you one of the top guys back then? I don't think you are.
People, you're fucking wrong. Period. Okay. Whenever you want to get on the sticks, we can settle it on the sticks.
We can do that, but this is okay. This is what the whole beef is about. I'm not even friends with Lex. I'm gonna have to side with Lex there because I did actually.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine this guy Lex who talks all this trash, goes to tournament and loses?
I don't care about any of the other stuff you said. I'm talking about the past stuff, which what this podcast is about.
And you hear what Nit says? Nit says that doesn't matter. Diddle, the guy went to the guy went to tournament.
You didn't listen to Rio though, because the whole beef is about the stuff before DA, and you keep bringing up stuff after DA.
No, this is before DA, brother. No. Nit. No, we got him, dog. We got him at the tournament and smashed his. We got Lex at the tournament.
The only question I have is like, how can you compare yourself to Sonic before the Sonic era? Like,
It was a Slips quote. It was a Slips quote.
No, but it's not just a Slips quote though, because I've heard you say that you are literally, and again, this is a quote, that you have more accomplishments in Mortal Kombat overall than Sonic Fox. You have said that.
Look, here's what I know.
No. Just answer that. You have told me that you have more accomplishments in Mortal Kombat 1 through 8.
We have JamesMK in the call. Jimmy, when I got top 8 at Summer Jam, a 90-man regional for MK11, I didn't say anything. Jimmy, did you not pull me aside and say, don't let this go to your head. I'm going to shake your hand? Because the only one who's at least won or placed in a tournament in every Mortal Kombat game in the era they were relevant is you. And you didn't say I was the best of all time. You didn't say I was the best MK player of all time. You said, but the only one to do that is you. Yes or no? Is that not your quote to me?
Absolutely.
Then shut the fuck up, Dominic, and get the fuck off this call.
Please.
Wait. First of all, this shit's giving me a fucking aneurysm. I've said it and I'll say it again. And I don't want nobody to bring up no weird shit. I've known Lex for a long time.
He's crazy, Jimmy. Tell him he's crazy. He's crazy.
I'm not going to say he's crazy.
He's crazy, dude. He's crazy.
I'm not going to say he's crazy.
Crazy.
Again, we were in positions. All right, this don't mean we're the world champions. We were the testers. The testers were the ones that you gauged because you
Thank you.
knew this guy is the tester. If I beat the tester, I'm one of the best.
That doesn't
Yeah.
mean
There you
shit,
go.
though.
And that's
That
all
doesn't
I
mean
said.
shit.
Not all the stuff you
That
were
don't mean
twisted around.
shit, bro. That doesn't mean shit. Anyone can be a tester, bro.
But
No,
that's
no.
the question was back
That's
in
what
the
I'm
day, who
saying.
was the guys to beat?
Wait. You're absolutely wrong. Okay, this isn't 2025 where they have a crew of 500 testers. There was 2 testers, handpicked.
Jimmy, we got him the tournament. He lost, and then Nit says it doesn't matter.
That
I don't know
doesn't
what else to
matter.
say.
He's not
It
even
does
talking about that. You're
matter.
bringing up other stuff that doesn't. You can't
Oh
even
my
answer the
God,
question, though.
Ditto.
You
I don't know
can't.
what else to say, man. I
No,
mean,
but
he got.
okay, you
I'm
can.
only here for the
Oh
one
my
thing,
God.
bro. I'm only here for the one thing. How can
You
and listen,
you are
you
not
still didn't
listening
answer.
to the question that the host of the show is asking. Lex's drama was he said you self-proclaimed yourself as a
Okay,
great top player in the first 3.
I
I
I
agree
was
with Lex. You weren't. No big deal.
okay.
Just deal with it. It's no
My
problems.
but
You could
hold
discredit me
hold
all
on,
you want.
Nit,
I don't
Nit,
care.
Nit.
Yes,
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
someone's lying. Someone's lying here.
Yeah,
Is
who's it?
Jimmy
Me
lying?
who's lying? Is
Is
it me who's
Jimmy
lying?
is Jimmy lying when he said when he shook my hand and said you are the
That's got
only
nothing to
one?
do with
What
this.
if
That's got
everybody's
nothing
lying?
I,
to
What if
do with
everybody's
this.
lying except for Tom?
I want to say it again.
Okay.
You're the guy. You said Jimmy. The man shakes my hand and said the only one to place top or win in a tournament during the era of the game's relevance in MK 1, 2, 3, 4,
See,
5,
right there,
6.
like you just said. So
Hold on.
you're saying that you're better than Sonic Fox is what you're saying. Like overall, you think your legacy, and this is the only question I have. You say overall your legacy is better than Sonic Fox's. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying before Sonic Fox
But
existed, my legacy was obviously the levity. I said I was a Mount Rushmore MK face, but
that's
Sonic
just
Fox is
wrong, though. That's just wrong, Tom. Come on, bro.
okay.
Come on.
Mortal Kombat. Who's a Mount Rushmore?
I'm not even going to get in that, but I promise you're not even near. You're not even near the mountain, dog.
Diddle, you cannot put people outside of Sonic on the Mount Rushmore if they didn't even play 80% of the games. There's an NRS Mount Rushmore and there's a Mortal Kombat Mount Rushmore. The two are different. And Nit, you know that, and Jimmy, you know that.
But can we just stick to the podcast point? It's really simple.
Yeah, the
I
point
need you.
is,
The point is the first 3 games. I know you're great at the other games. You want to hear it from me? You're great at the other games. I never even cared about those games.
You just told me I didn't win any tournaments back then.
No, I'm
Meanwhile,
telling you, you weren't a name to beat back in the day. That's what Lex said. You made yourself that name after you got elite
I
status
promise
in
you,
DA. That's all. Answer that question and it's over. It's simple.
Lex spoke his name into existence as a tester. Lex
Yes,
was
and
a
that was a
good
big
player,
thing back
but
then.
Lex
It
was never the guy to beat. He was not the guy to beat. He was
Of
not.
course he was. Back then, it was
No,
always the tester. Yes,
It
it
was
was.
actually no. In
It
MK3 and
was.
UMK3, it was Paulo Garcia. It was not Lex.
Yes,
Lex was
your
not the
name
guy to
wasn't
beat.
in though. Paulo's name was in there. Lex's name was in there. Your name wasn't. That's what this is about.
No,
That's
it was.
why are you mad about that though? Those
I'm
are
not.
facts, bro.
It's
Why
it's
are
a
you mad
lie.
about that?
No one knew
Why?
who you were back then either. No one
Nobody's.
knew
Did
you.
I say I was anybody back then? I was just there. I was
No,
with one of the game
Nick,
testers.
I promise you, if you ask any one of those people in the Capcom community,
Nobody knows
they
me.
knew who
I know that. I know
Eddie
that.
Lee. Eddie Lee knew who I was in the '90s based on Mortal Kombat. How is that possible? Alex Valle knew who I was because of Mortal Kombat. What the fuck do I matter if? What does it matter if Nit, who no one knows who I am, when some of the OG legends of the FGC knew who I was in the '90s based on Mortal Kombat?
I was
Period.
hanging out with OG legends in the MK1. Okay, I was. You said it before. I was with them all the time. Lex,
You're
I
wrong.
knew. Paulo, I knew. I played
You're
these
wrong.
guys at E3
You're
here
wrong.
and there. I didn't hear about you. So Lex, I am
We're-
taking Lex's point and I am agreeing with it because
okay,
I
we're
didn't
gonna go
hear
on.
about you.
We're gonna.
Jimmy, did you hear about Tom Brady back in MK1, 2, and 3 days? You just answer the question. Answer the question. You
No.
know everybody. Okay, thank you. End of story. So now my
We,
point is
we've already established. We already established that I met him during MK4.
So what do you gotta say now? Now I'm lying too? I'm not telling you you're a bad person or a
Nit,
bad player. What
Nit,
come on, tell me.
is it Nit? Are you telling me you know everyone who won a
No,
tournament
but
in
I didn't
MK3?
hear of you, is what I'm saying. I
You
knew
don't
about all the
know.
top
You don't know.
players.
Jimmy, yes or no? Are there people that won tournaments in MK3 that you don't know?
Yes, perfect example is somebody like Master John.
Okay. Jimmy.
I didn't know Mr. John.
Yeah.
Okay,
John was one
Jimmy.
of the best guys there is. You didn't know
Okay.
him either. Yeah.
Okay,
But he wasn't a
I didn't-
name. He wasn't a name that people knew. That's what Rio is, and that's what
But you
Lex
just
said.
told me he was one. No, you just told me that Master John, in your opinion, was the best MK2 player, right?
We found that out later, dude.
Later
We
when?
found
You
that
just
out
told me he
later.
was the best. But
Yes,
nobody knew who he was. How was he the
we
best if no
found
one knew
that
who he
out.
was?
Okay.
How was
Again,
he the best?
you're circling around stuff. You can't
Oh
even
my
answer
God.
the question.
I'm using your logic, and you apply to me on your own guy, and it falls
You're
apart.
saying that you were a household name in this game. You weren't.
You just said
You weren't, dude.
I was a name. I said I was one of the guys to beat. Household names
You weren't
varied
mentioned.
based on the
You weren't mentioned.
region.
Jimmy, was his name mentioned? You were there. You
Household
fucking worked on the
names
game.
varied
Jimmy, was his
based
name
on the
mentioned?
region.
Bro.
Period.
Why is it so
You didn't
hard for
know
you to
Master
admit?
John unless you played in the Galleria or the Underground in Atlanta. Otherwise, you didn't know who Master John was.
Why
Yes?
are you so mad and circling around the simple question that you can't answer? Because Lex totally called you out on it. You should just be like, all right, I wasn't the best. I wasn't a household name back then. We could end this shit now. Okay? It's that simple. But you'll never do that because you can't be bad at anything. You have to be great in everything. You have to be mentioned everywhere. Why? What does it matter? You're a great player. You weren't a name to beat back in those first 3 games. Just admit it. How hard is that to admit? Lex said it too. He was a game tester. You were not. You're a great player. You're a great fan. Yada, yada, yada. Admit that you weren't good at those first 3 games. Let's move on. Okay? You were not a name to beat. Nobody heard of you back then. I agree with Lex. This has nothing to do with me. I don't care if I'm good or bad at the game, but I was there. I was hanging out with a game tester who knew Lex, who knew all these guys. Your name was never mentioned. Why can't you just admit that? That's all we're talking about. You're circling around DA, this and that. Lex is a liar. Answer the question. Just simple. It's simple. I have no cards to play any of this. I always sucked at the games, but I was there since day one. I was there before you too. Doesn't matter who heard of me. Answer the question.
Tom just left the call.
Yeah, because he knows I'm right. He knows I'm right. Lex has every 100%, he's right about this one thing. All the other stuff, I don't know the guy. He doesn't even like me. I don't care.
In my opinion, this is Rio's attempt to smear me as a liar.
Nobody's smearing you as a liar,
so you really
dude.
believe in what Dave said?
That's just
Nobody's telling
Tom,
you you're
how
a
can I
bad
smear
person.
you as a liar when I didn't say anything that
you guys are in here all
I'm
calling
using
me
what
a
you
liar.
said.
That's what it's chat.
Why
Does it
can't
not
you
seem
admit
like
you
a
weren't?
Tom, what did I
But
say
you're
last night in the
dodging
stream?
the
I said I
question.
don't know who to believe between Lex and Tom. There's no proof, so I don't know which one is telling the truth. I never said Lex is 100% facts are right, but I'm just saying what you're saying also isn't facts because we don't know.
Why are you so mad about it, though, bro? I don't get it. No one's saying you're a bad player. Why are you so mad for it?
You're calling me a liar, Nick.
No, we're
Yes,
not.
you are. Yeah.
I'm asking you to say
Oh my God.
that you weren't. Okay, listen. Somebody
Look,
just came on and said that you said all this stuff. I don't even care about that shit. You
look,
could lie, do whatever you want. You were
I'm
not
going-
one of the top 3 players. This is the
I'm go-
beef. This
I'm
is the
going-
beef.
Lex was not a top player. We got mopped up in tournament for
He
free.
was the top player, though. He was a name to beat. Back in the day, you beat the game
oh
tester.
my gosh, man. I'm
Okay,
done.
dude.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Nobody is saying anything bad about your gameplay. You're a great player. We're friends. I've done, you borrowed some stuff from me. I helped you out. We know each other for many years. I didn't hear about you in the first 3 games as a guy to beat. Doesn't mean I'm anybody, but I did hang out with game testers. I did meet these people. I did see these people. I never heard of you back then. That's what the beef from Lex is about. Why can't you stick to the topic? He's correct about this, and you know he is. So that's why you're all bringing up all this other stuff. Just admit it.
Diddle. What? Diddle. Besides Sonic Fox, Diddle,
God.
no one besides Sonic Fox can go on a Mortal Kombat Mount Rushmore.
See,
They can go on
totally past the point.
in the modern era, because besides Sonic, no one has those results. So they can go on an NRS Mount Rushmore, but not a Mortal Kombat one. Period.
Tom, what does this got to do with anything? No one said you're a bad player.
No, this is just Diddle's just dumb shit in the chat.
Okay, but you're a good player. You're one of the best players. I'm happy to know you. We're friends. But this fact that Lex brought up, it's relevant, dude. Why does it matter? Why does it matter so much to you? Why are you like circling around stuff when you just admit it? You weren't one of the names to beat back in the day. So fucking what? Okay, you weren't. Big deal. So you don't have the first three. You weren't even old enough to do that, dude. We got like 5 years on you, dude. Who cares? Okay, you weren't the guy.
Hold on,
Your
read it,
name
read it.
wasn't
Hold
mentioned.
on, hold on. Read ChatGPT, which pulls data from the internet. It said Tom Brady's earliest known tournament
You could write
win.
your own shit on there, dude. Come
Shut
on,
up.
man. Come on, dude.
Chat GPT.
Oh my
Tom
god.
Brady's earliest known tournament wins trace back to the arcade era
Yeah, it
of
could have been.
Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 in the 90s.
Oh boy.
Shut the fuck up. I
Yeah,
win.
so we're going
Well,
for
It's
if
over.
ChatGPT
AI
says it,
to
I guess
get
it's
your points
over.
across, dude.
If
Come on,
ChatGPT says it,
grow
I guess
up.
it's over.
You weren't the name to beat back in the first three games. Can't you just admit that? How fucking bad is that? You're roasting Lex, killing the guy. I'm not even friends with the guy. He came out and said after you won DA, you just all of a sudden self-proclaimed yourself for the first three games.
And
Why
Lex,
can't you just admit
you know
it?
what?
Just
You know
admit
what?
it.
Hold on. Lex is in the chat. I'm going to say this. Lex,
Okay.
you're not going to get charity. Because you know what Lex said?
We're
Lex
not
said,
friends.
"Shock, don't say I said these things. Say Chicago because I don't want to be known as the guy that said these things." Now, if he was telling the truth, why would he say that? Lex said, I do not want to be known as the guy with these accusations. Lex, are you going to admit in chat right now that you made up some fake scenario where I went to Chicago for some title fight with you? The real fact is I went to Chicago to beat your friend Adam Hernandez in MKDA, not UMK3. We played in UMK3. After we went to dinner the next night. You recorded it and you only put him up one match. Are you going to finally admit the truth or are you still going to live in denial? Because Shock is going to tell the truth tonight, Lex, and it's over for you.
Oh boy. I don't even know where this is going.
If Lex is willing to come on right now, if he wants to, then he's more than welcome to.
The whole thing that you said, Rio, is what this podcast was about. And he can't answer the question. Why? I don't know. We've stuck to the podcast. We let him
Yes,
talk.
I would. Even Chat GPT, which is pulling data from
It's
the internet,
fucking
is saying,
AI, dude. I can go on there tomorrow and write my name on that shit too. Please, come on, stop. Okay, just stop. Okay?
okay.
Just why are you? Lex will tell you guys in the chat that we're not friends. We got into a
Lex,
huge argument. He doesn't
and
like me.
Lex,
Okay?
and Lex, why not tell him the truth? Lex is so jealous of me. When I won a tournament in MK9, the guy hits me up in Facebook, trash talking me because he was so
Can we
angry.
just go to the point of this? The reason why these people are on is because of the podcast of the old stuff that we were talking about. Rio asked me a question, and you came on right when you asked it. Rio said, "Who was the top players to beat back in the MK2/MK1, MK3 days, whatever?" And I was about to say Lex, Paulo, whatever, and you came on with the whole
Dave
Lex
actually
stuff.
got mad. Dave was DMing me going like, "This is so boring. No one cares about this.
Right.
Can we get to like the good juicy
Right.
stuff?" Like just I'm like, bro.
Okay, that's fine too. But you asked me the question, and I
I
started
don't think it's
answering
boring.
it.
I think it's cool to understand the lore and what happened back then. Like that's
Right.
interesting
So
stories to
it
me.
was
But Dave didn't want to listen to that.
That's okay, but it is kind of boring for people because we're dinosaurs. Okay, we were not good at the game, but we had our legacy, which we met and we had good friends and stuff. We talked, but the thing that Lex said about Bill being not a name to beat back in 1, 2, 3, it's true. Because and Bill could say that I'm trash, I'm terrible, but I was there. I was everywhere. Okay, because I hung out with the game tester. We went places. I met these guys. I was really involved with the scene. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear of MK Tom Brady back then. What's the freaking problem? That's the whole question was that. And that's where the drama is. And it got spurred off to all this other stuff. I just want him to answer that one question. He says that he is. I disagree. Then he says that I wasn't there. I was there. I was there. Jimmy was there. If we never even breathed his name, okay, we played all the time. There was nobody there. It was just us in the tri-state area that we played in. We didn't play in Jersey. Okay, we didn't play in Jersey, but we played everywhere else. Everywhere where there was a match, I never heard about Tom Brady being the guy to beat. I did hear of Lex and all those guys. And that's what Lex said to you, right? Right, Rio? That's what he said to you, right? Correct?
Yes, from what he told me is the beef was that once Tom became known, I guess very good in DA, when he started winning stuff, he getting interviews and he got to talk his piece because he was in the spotlight. He started telling people like, yeah, I was the best player back then from K1, 2, and 3. I was winning world tournaments. I'm basically the person to beat in MK. And
he wasn't. Yeah, and that's exactly Lex is 100% right about that because there was and why Tom can't admit it? I have no idea. I have no clue.
I mean, is there a link or data on any of these world tournaments that we could at least read about or see?
Jimmy, are you still on, Jimmy? How many freaking tournaments were they like big back in the day? None, right? I mean, like, do you remember of anything? Right? So
There was that really.
we are not here to destroy Tom. We are not here to do that.
I see Lex is in the chat. I'm going to give Lex a chance to tell the truth right now.
Okay, let's bring up the Rio story. Can we do that?
I want to see if Lex is capable of telling the truth.
Okay, can
Lex,
we bring up
is it not true or false? Hold on. I want Lex to have a chance to tell the truth right now.
Yeah,
Lex, is it not true that when I went to Chicago, it was to play Adam Hernandez and MKDA and he backed out? Is that not the truth? Yes or no? Lex, you said I went to Chicago to play you in UMK3. Is it not true I went there to play Adam Hernandez in MK Deadly Alliance and he backed out? Yes or no? Is that not the truth? So he doesn't want to say it. Lex, you lied. You made up this fake match in which I was going to come to Chicago to play you with all these recording equipments. That's a lie. You are a delusional, sick man. And Shock was afraid to tell the truth because he was afraid you might self-harm yourself. And that's the honest to God
and
truth.
Also, what Lex said is the first time they heard about you over there in Chicago is when you showed up to show MKDA bugs. But then Lex told me that they already knew about the DA bugs and they couldn't fix it because the game was already done.
That's a lie. I didn't show up to show any
that's also a lie?
MKDA bugs. No. Yeah, I didn't show up to show any MKDA bugs. That's a lie. I showed up after winning some tournaments. They sent a game tester, Ray DeGuzman, down there, who lost. And then Adam Hernandez said, come to Chicago and see what's up. We'll beat you. So I went to Chicago to play Adam Hernandez. When I got there, we picked up Lex. Lex said, Adam said he's not going to play you, but he'll see you in the next Mortal Kombat game because Adam is a coward. Then myself and Lex and Derek Perez went to Mr. Spoofmutt's house, who was a 3D player, and we played some casuals that night. The next night I hung out with Lex again. We went to get hibachi, and then we played UMK3, in which Lex recorded the session on his camera. That is the truth. Lex, is that the truth or not? You see this? Lex said I was using bugs in the game to win. Lex, shut the fuck up. Shut up. That's not using bugs in the game to win. Lex, yes or no? Lex.
He says they have the footage.
Lex. My point is, Lex, is it not true? Okay, then put the footage up, Lex. Put it up. You have Ray, hold on. Rio, yes or no? Hold on. Summoning did not Lex said that I showed up with the camera and I took the footage. Now all of a sudden he has the footage.
Yes,
he's a liar.
Prepared.
He's a liar. He said he has the footage now. He's a liar. Chat, he's a liar. He's a liar.
I mean, I would like to see the footage.
But hold on, Rio. Is this not opposite of what he told you the first time? Now he has the footage. Didn't he say I had the footage on my camera? Now he has the footage on his. Is this not a different story than he told you?
He's talking to you.
Right. So is this of the showdown?
Yes. He said he still has the footage. Now, Rio, it's been my knowledge that he told you I had the footage.
Yeah, I mean, he did say you came prepared.
Okay,
And
then
he
now
also
why
said
is
he said you didn't win. You didn't beat him either.
okay? Well, Lex is a liar because now he's saying he has the footage when he told you.
Yeah, but
Is not one
but
of
in the chat, he's also saying you didn't win either.
You read
So
in the chat.
Yeah,
Read
he's
the
okay?
saying
chat. He said you didn't win.
Then put the videos up, Lex. Lex, you are a liar. I smashed his Kung Lao so fucking bad, and Lex threw a little temper tantrum. Well, you know that match is bad for blah, 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 blah. Shut up, Lex. Put those Lao videos up, dog. I mopped the floor with that Lao's face. Put those matches up, Lex. Put them all up.
He
And
said
let
there was
the
no
people
winning.
see.
It was all casuals.
No, it was only casuals, but Lex recorded the casuals for 3 hours, and he only put up one video. But then he goes to Rio and says, "I recorded the casuals and only put up one game." Now Lex is admitting that he recorded the casuals. So I'm going to
Yeah,
ask
but the
you,
thing
Lex.
is, I don't know if this is the showdown match or if you guys did multiple showdown matches.
I only played Lex one time. It's the only time I ever played him. So it cannot be any other time. It's the only time I've ever played Lex. There can be no other match. So, Lex, can you please tell us why you lied and told Rio that I recorded footage when we see the truth now is you did? You're a liar. You're a liar and you're delusional. You're a liar. Lex, why wouldn't you post the footage? Rio, I can think of a good reason why Lex would only post one video of him winning.
No, I get what you're saying, and he could be lying about that. But what about also being the best in
He
the
could.
tournament, the arcade era,
I
That's
the
was
the
world
whole
never.
thing.
tournaments? Because
There
this
is no best in the arcade era. There
but
were only players that were very
but the
good.
argument was that you were saying that you were the best. You were winning the world tournaments. That's how this all
I
That's
came
don't.
to be
what it's
about.
all
The,
about.
the
Can
guy
we
that
just
wrote
answer this question?
the guy that wrote the article also advertised
Also,
me
Lex
as
said
the.
that you took down the footage.
How did I take the footage down when it's your footage?
I don't know, but all I know is he said you came prepared, you had everything, and then you did not want to upload it or
Lex,
whatever.
Lex. How can I take down the footage if it's your footage? You have the videos. I don't have it.
He just
You
said, "Why
recorded
would
the
we
video.
post anything when Tom uninstalls it?" See, this shit is all fucked up. I don't know what's going on.
I
Okay,
don't know if
Oh,
maybe Tom was in charge of the
okay.
account and then he
Okay.
didn't
Well,
want to
Lex.
like go
Well,
through
Lex.
upload. I
Google
don't know
took
Okay.
down
exactly.
Okay.
the
Well, here's why.
footage
Okay. Here's the truth. This is why.
report feature. Okay,
And
that
this
makes sense.
no, Google didn't take him down, and this is why we have Shock as a witness, because Shock was around back then, and Lex posted one video. I then came out and said, "Hey guys, this is how you know this guy's a pathological liar. We played for 3 hours, and he only posted one video of him winning." So then people started asking, "Where's the rest of the footage?" Lex then claimed the footage was messed up in the camera, and that was the
Yeah, but
only match that was.
he's saying that you uploaded that footage, the match you're talking about, but then you took it down. So why didn't you
Why would
upload
I?
the rest?
No, the match is still up. Why would I upload a match of me losing to prove a point?
Well, I don't know, but then he's saying you also took it
Oh, well, it
down.
doesn't make any sense. No, I never. Lex posted that on SureYouCan.com, and then Shock took it and archived it on Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. This
But
is
then,
why.
but then how was the video
Hold
taken down?
on.
How did it get removed?
Our
It didn't
video
get
was
removed.
taken down. He
Still up.
said Google reported. Someone reported it, and it was taken down. That's what
That's
Lex
a
just
lie.
said.
A
That's a
Mortal
lie.
Kombat
No,
match was reported.
that's a lie. That's a lie.
Yeah, you could
That's
report a
lie.
lot. You could report stuff, and sometimes it'll go down.
Well, how come that match stayed up?
He's talking now.
He's talking about that match that got uploaded where you said you lost that one game. He said you uploaded it,
It's
but then you
okay.
removed it and
And
got taken down.
no, and this is why we have Shock. Shock will testify that Lex uploaded the match on SureYouCan.com. He uploaded it.
Okay, but
And then when
regardless of
people,
this current beef with the video and DA and all this stuff, it's about what
my
you were
point
saying
is,
before in the
he is
arcade
a
MKs that you
liar.
weren't winning world champ.
Rio, you were asking who is
Tom, I'm not taking
lying.
his side. I'm
No, we're
trying to
not
understand. Like, it's
This
annoying
is what
because
the
I don't know who to
podcast is
believe. Like,
about.
Lex could be lying. You could be lying. Like,
Lex is lying. And as my friend, you have not been a very good one here, brother. And the truth is, Shock
what do you mean
told
I've
Lex.
not been a good friend? I literally said multiple times here on the stream that I don't think you're a bad player. I don't think any less of you if you were not this MK2
fine,
player.
yeah,
I still think
whatever
you're skilled. I literally don't
My-
give a shit.
My point is that Shock was there for all this, and Shock told Lex, "Why don't you and Bill meet on a podcast together and mend bridges?" And Lex started doing his normal garbage, giving the Shoryuken threat, and Shock said, "Now, Lex."
Hold on. Big says he has the video.
Big says
he wants to come on.
Yeah, Biggs has the video. Biggs knows the truth about Lex, dog. Biggs knows the truth about this fraud. Dog, he knows the truth. Biggs, come on up here, man, please.
Wait,
Biggs,
hold on. Wait, what I'm trying to understand is though, Biggs is younger than me, so it'd
I've
be
been patient, but is Biggs around back then?
No, but my point is, he knows Lex's antics, what Lex likes to do, and how he likes to blah blah blah. He
Here,
knows.
Biggs, you have permission. If you want to join the call, I give you permission.
Yeah,
Lex says
Biggs
he's not a fraud if he never entered tournaments.
Apparently, Biggs has
Lex
the video that was taken down or removed.
How was it taken down if Biggs has it?
Well, I mean, that's what he said. He said it was taken down off the internet.
Shock has it. He had it archived on UMK3.com.
I have the video right here. I have the video. Hold on.
How did
Can we see this video?
wasn't the video from from UMK3? Wasn't it?
I have the video from Ultimate MK. Like I have all these videos, bro. I have.
Oh, wait a minute. So the video, true or false, was archived on UltimateMK.com, right? Right?
Can everybody see my screen? Can everybody
Hold
see
on,
my
Biggs.
screen?
I see.
Hold on, Biggs. I want to clarify this, Biggs.
Yeah.
You got that video from UMK3.com, right?
Ultimate
and that
MK.
video was
UltimateMK.com.
Yeah, and that video was only taken down when UMK3 removed its archives, right? When Ultimate MK.com removed its archives, right?
Yes, I recall that.
So the fact that Lex is saying the video was removed because it was flagged by Google is a lie, correct? Because it was up on UMK3.com for years.
So
and
why was this video removed then? What happened?
Because UMK3 went down, and that was where the video was archived. Lex was saying the video left because Google flagged it is a lie, because he's a liar.
UMK doesn't control Google. That's what he said.
All right, Rio, can you see this?
Yeah, I see the video.
This is the video.
Yeah. One match of Lex beating me. One match. This was the last match of the night. Why can't I see the thing? It's a string.
How do you remember that was the last match of the night, chat?
Because I remember, Lex. I know everything about you, you fraud.
All right, did you see that, Rio?
I did.
Okay, that's the video from the set they're talking about. And I don't even remember what year this was. What year did this happen, Tom?
2004, and Lex put it up. And McDonald's, right? And what happened was Lex was asked where the rest of the footage was. I said, "Hey, man, that was the last match of the night."
Hold on, Rio. The stream wants you to share that shit.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I can't show the stream because I don't have my thing set up to show my screen sharing. I have to set that up.
Okay. My point
I
is,
have it right now just set to the podcast.
Okay,
yeah, you just have to.
True or false? Is that not a set for me versus Lex? Right?
Biggs, is it possible for you to post the video in the chat so they can see it? They just post a link to it.
Biggs, my point
I have it saved on my computer. Hold on.
Biggs. My point is that was me versus Lex, right?
Yes.
Is that not the only match that has ever surfaced?
Yes, that is the only match from that set.
Now, Biggs, would I be accurate in saying, is it not questionable that I play a guy for 3 hours and he only puts out one match of him winning convincingly? Is that not a little suspect?
I do think that is strange.
Lex, you are a lying bitch, Lex.
So I want to say this too about Lex. When Summoning was saying earlier that Lex was like a top UMK3 player, that's true. Like nobody here is saying that Lex was not a top player back then.
Wait,
that's
so hold on.
100%
Was Lex
true.
good? Was he actually good back then?
He was good back then, yeah.
No, I'm not from back then. I'm not trying to act like I'm like that old, but from my understanding,
all right, well, one of the things Lex
me
was
coming
saying was that Tom kept saying he was
UMK3
never good. That's one of the arguments.
No. That is not what Tom said. Tom said Lex is not a tournament player. That is what Tom said.
Well, Lex told me that Tom was saying he was bad and not good at the game and he's trash.
Biggs, what have I
That is not what he said. That is not what Tom said on stream. We all listened to what Tom said on stream.
Okay, so if Tom never said that Lex was bad or garbage at the game and not good, then I guess Lex lied about that.
Tom did say Lex is not a tournament player. That is true. Now, was Lex a good player back in the 90s? Yes, he was a top player at the time. Was he the best player? I do not think he was, from my opinion, but I was not around back then.
He was the guy to beat back in the day. Believe me,
He was not.
He was the guy
He was
the guy to beat.
was
Do you
not-
think
he was-
Lex was better than Mo? Because I don't.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
They were
he
all
wasn't.
known. They were all known.
wasn't.
Lex's beef was Tom wasn't, and Tom can't admit that. I don't know why. We could get on with this so fast.
Hold on. Biggs, isn't it true that Lex tried to use his influence of the time to say who was and wasn't top based on Lex's word?
I do think. Okay, so look what Lex is saying in the chat. He's saying I never said I was the best. That
He did
I'm
say,
cool
wait,
with that. We're done with it.
Hold on. When I was talking to Lex in private, he did mention him. He said he used to lose to Mo all the time. Mo was the better player. He did mention that to me, which I found
Mo is
surprising.
100% the better player.
Which I found surprising.
We all know this because Mo is actually a tournament player.
But from what I was told is I was constantly told Lex go around saying he was the best, this and that. But then when I'm talking to Lex in private, he said he's telling me the opposite. So was that also a lie then?
I don't know.
Real. Lex was one of the
guys. Answer that,
but Lex was one of the guys to beat. That's the truth. That is the truth. Everybody knew that back in the day. Lex was one of the guys.
My point is, Nit, we just busted Lex in a series of lies. I mean,
yeah, but we're talking about this now.
To think that Lex,
now we're okay. I can't.
Is it possible that he's lying, Nit? Is it possible? Is it possible that he's lying about this too?
Of course.
Then that's it.
I don't know. I would say no because this is pretty relevant because I hung out with people who played this game and your name wasn't mentioned. But why is that so bad though? Why is that so bad, Tom? Why?
So say it's Nit. Here's Nit. Lex might have lied about everything else he said, but I don't think he lied about this. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Why are you so mad though when it comes to this? Why are you so mad though?
All right, guys. I'm gonna post the video in the chat. I'm gonna post it. I just uploaded it to YouTube. Nobody's gonna take this shit down this time.
Yeah.
I just don't know why you're so mad about it. If you just took, maybe you weren't a name to beat back in the day. That's all that this is about. Why would you care so much? Nobody's discrediting your talent as a player. That's what I don't get.
Lex, I don't understand what your problem with me is. So you know what? Let me tell you the first time I've ever met Lex. When I was playing UMK3, I have never ran into Lex until like 2022 or something like that. I knew who Lex was. He was considered like a legend from the arcade era of UMK3. And Lex challenges me on Fightcade and he random selects me. I will never random select versus anyone on UMK3. But you know what? I was trying to be nice because Lex is a legend in UMK3. I'm not trying to like beat him. It's just casuals or whatever. So I random select him back. And then when I just beat Lex with jabs on Liu Kang and he's playing Kung Lao, his main, and he loses. Ever since then, Lex has just been shit talking me for in every stream chat, and I don't understand why.
Like Lex, the jabs. It's so
okay,
easy.
So why is he shit talking me when we're like I literally just played him, and it was not a big deal until he made it a big deal. Then in every stream, he shit talk me.
That's why.
Because he can't take a loss. It's why he didn't put the footage up. Lex can't take a loss. Even in the modern era.
Wait. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. None of you motherfuckers can take a loss. You all get butthurt. This whole thing is about who took a loss. It's the stupidest shit. How did we go from talking about the history of the scene to the Lex and fucking Tom Brady war? It's annoying.
Because the MK community
Shut the fuck up. You're not talking over me. Why is it I fucking wasted fucking 3 hours thinking I'm coming on here to talk about fucking the stupid legacy shit and the scene to sitting and wasting 3 fucking hours of my time? I'm off the call later.
Yeah.
I don't blame James for getting mad. And I'm not going to point fingers to blame anybody, but Dave did want to get it to this point. He did want to start drama. He said it was too boring listening to that. And again, I can't blame James for that.
Rio, you told me we were going to handle this later. This stream wasn't going to be about that. True or false?
That's not what I said.
You told me this stream was
Bro,
not going to be
Tom,
about
you
the
were
Lex
trying
drama.
to call me right before I went live. I'm like, bro, I have a podcast scheduled. I know, like,
Because-
all this.
because-
I understand Base told you all this drama last night. You're all hype about, oh my God, this and that. Which, by the way, Base lied about half of the shit. He told you apparently that I was believing Lex 100%. Everything's true. Meanwhile, if you go back to listen to the stream last night that Base was in there, he was trying to instigate so hard in the chat. And I was like, I don't know who to believe. Tom can be telling the truth. Lex can. It's hard to decide because I wasn't there back then. I said this repeatedly. Go listen to the stream if you don't believe it. So you're all upped in energy. I'm like, bro, I can't just change my schedule. Tell James and everybody, yo, guys, sorry, the pocket's delayed because Tom has to tell me about this thing. Like, that's not how it works, bro. And then on top of that, I told you already when the podcast was going to happen this week. You said you were not busy. You're too busy. You can't do anything until Wednesday
Rio,
or Thursday.
when I came out, you told me today.
That's why I decided to do it.
Today, dog, you told me today you were not going to be discussing the Lex drama on stream. But then when I come on the stream,
it wasn't going to be about that. We were going to talk about MK1, MK2, but then
well,
Dave
what
kept
happened?
PMing
How did
me.
it turn into that? Because
How did it turn into that? Well, let me tell you. Dave kept PMing in the DMs like, bro, just start the drama. This is so boring. No one cares about the UMK3 scene. This is all irrelevant. No one was good back then. No one plays UMK3. The game is shit, blah, blah, blah. So then Dave, during the call, decided to literally interrupt Summoning or James who was talking and start the drama because he wanted entertainment. He said this shit was boring as hell. No one cares about these 2D MKs, even to this day. There's 10 people that go to basement to play. That's how Dave feels.
No, 2 hamburgers plain, a 10 nugget with no sauce. Yeah. No.
Oh my goodness.
No, yeah, 2 hamburgers plain.
Biggs, you still on?
No sauce.
I'm here summoning.
It's about the jabs, bro. He's a jab hater just like I am. And he just, obviously you beat him with jabs and he doesn't consider that. I had the conversation with him about the jabs and that's what it is. That's what it is.
Hold on, Summit. Rio, did Lex ever apologize for shit talking you on TYM for all these years?
He actually did. We talked very briefly on the call after all that drama happened on the stream to hear his side, and then he said, "You know what, Rio, you're actually pretty cool. I thought you were like this, like very like evil like person trying to start drama, this and that." And he apparently said there were some stories that Bill told me about him, like, "Oh yeah, me and Rio were gonna do this to beat you," because he kind of got his name a bit off me. I'm like, I didn't understand what he really meant by that, and I thought that was kind of weird that he said that. So I don't know if Tom said it or not, or he could be lying again. I don't know, because everything is he lying? Was this true? Is this not? Is this everything is that?
Again, the truth, Rio. The truth is, Lex is just delusional. And here's the next truth: Shock tried to get myself and Lex together and piece this up. So Shock reached out to Lex and said, "Hey man, isn't it time for you and Bill to talk and put this together?" And Lex was like, no, look at this thread, look at that thread, look at this thread. And Shock was like, now Lex, if we talk about this publicly, it's not gonna go well for you, because here's the truth. And Lex was like, I don't care, I won't admit it. And then Shock said, hey Lex, I'm gonna talk about you tonight, and we're gonna talk about all these things you told Rio. And Lex said, shh, don't say my name. Don't say I said this to Rio. Say Chicago said it. And so Shock said what Lex is trying to do now is back off, take the blame off of him, and splash it on to the greater Chicago area, because Lex is a fucking bitch who will always run from the truth. And if you get anyone around who knows the truth around Lex, Lex will say, don't say my name. Don't say I said it. You know who says that? Liars.
All right.
So I don't understand this whole Chicago thing. I was just talking to Lex.
I'm just telling you right now.
And it was like a
Lex
very brief call too.
And Lex, we're gonna sell you. Lex, we're gonna say your name tonight, bitch. I'm gonna tell Shock after the shit you talked. We're saying your fucking name. We're saying your name, and then I'll call 911, tell them to go to your address and just check to make sure you're okay, because we don't want anyone to harm themselves, right?
Okay,
And
so
people-
I talked to Shock yesterday in person when I was at a local in New Jersey. And Shock was telling me that Tom and Lex have never gotten along for like 20, 25 years. Did this all start over this?
Right.
This
Biggs,
set?
this is what Lex told me
this
when
the
I
whole
talked.
reason?
Biggs, this is exactly when I talked to Lex in private. I asked him, I'm like, hey man, this drama's so dumb. Like basically my stream that night was overtaken by this dumb drama in the chat between Tom and Lex. They were yelling at each other in the chat for like an hour. The whole thing got like, for multiple hours. It completely got overtaken. So I asked him, I'm like, what did you do to Tom? Did you guys play in a money match and he was the best player, and then when you beat him, you didn't pay him up or something? Like, what happened? And he was like, no, none of that. He basically said when Tom became popular and made a name for himself in MKDA, when he was getting interviewed, this and that, he had the spotlight on him, he started lying and being like, yeah, I was the best player for MK1, 2, 3 back in the day in the prime. I was winning world tournaments and that. and that's what made Lex not because he was saying he was a nobody. He was not. Tom was not this back then.
Okay. So this is my opinion on this. Was Tom a top player for MK1, 2, and 3 in the arcades?
In the 90s. In the 90s.
In the
during the
90s
World tournaments. Yes, that's what the whole episode was about. So we could know.
So
who
in
was
the
good
90s, I'm gonna say no. Right?
Okay.
But was Lex a top player in MK1, 2, and 3? No.
He was
Lex
a name
was
though.
only a top. No. Lex
He was a name to beat.
Wait, hold on. But Lex told me.
Let me. Hold up. Let me finish here. Lex was only a top player from Ultimate MK3 and UMK3 WaveNet.
But what I'm
he
saying
was
is
not for 1, 2,
but
and 3.
Biggs, he didn't make that claim like Tom did. Is what I'm trying to say. When he told me,
That's the thing.
He said he only played UMK3, and then he even told me he was like, by the way, I wasn't even the best. I'm like, oh really? Who was it? And he told me he used to lose all the time to Mo. Mo would make him really angry because how good Mo was. And then on top of that, he said after that he kind of stopped with the scene. Like he kind of moved on, became playing World of Warcraft. But he only said UMK3, and then on top of that, he said he was a tester and he couldn't join any of the tournaments because he had the tester advantage.
There was so here's what I'm gonna say. Lex was a tester. This is true. You can go look in UMK3 WaveNet and MK4 the credits. You will see Lex's government name in there, bro.
And he also says there were no national tournaments or any of these world stuff like Tom is claiming. He also said that there were none of these like big massive tournaments.
It wasn't.
As far as Lex's lies will go, Lex, was I a top player in MK4 in the arcade? Let's see how far his delusion goes.
What he told me about MK4, he said, and again, I don't know if this is true, but he said during MK4, the arcade scene was dying badly, and MK4 it did not live a long life, and it was barely played, and then it kind of like fizzled off quickly.
Tom Brady was very good at 4.
I asked him about MK4, and he said MK4 did not have a long life in arcade. Like it was done quickly. Like people did not care.
Done quick. Tom Brady was very good. I don't know if he lied about that
again, or if he's telling the truth. I don't know. But
no, that's true.
That's 100% true. But Tom was an MK4 player then.
He was great at the game.
Hold on, Biggs. Let me ask you this: when you watch me play MK2, does it not look somebody who's very rusty but still understands the game?
No. Tom is 100% knows how to play MK1, MK2, MK3. He knows how to play them all.
So Biggs, let me ask you this: if I was never good at them, how do I have a good understanding of them if I haven't played them in 25
years?
That's not what they're saying,
They're
bro.
saying you weren't the top dog to beat during the prime during arcade era. That's the argument. Like, how do we keep adding more shit to it?
Turned it around and all the
Nobody's
shit.
saying after that you became good at the game or you started to become good at all these other games. No one's saying that.
Biggs. Was I the top player in MK1, 2, and 3? No, I agree with you.
Okay, then that was what the argument was about. That's why Lex didn't like you. That's why Lex didn't like you.
I'm not done.
That's what started the beef.
Biggs, was I a top player as a very good player?
You were nobody. Yes, you weren't known. You weren't known back then.
Okay, so
all the top dogs back then, you were not one of them. That's what he said.
You guys have to understand this. Lex was a top player for UMK3 in the Chicago area. Right.
But Lex also said his good friend was Jason Wilson. He was also a very good MK2 player, and he even said like Tom was not the person to beat in MK2. Like that wasn't the thing.
I was one of them.
I agree with that. I agree. Tom was not the best MK2 player. We know that.
But
we all know this.
But Biggs, I was a very good MK2 player.
You weren't a known player like the other guys, and that's what he was talking about. Why is it so hard to admit? Who cares?
Because Lex is saying I was not good at any of them. That's what Lex is saying.
That's not what the argument is. He's saying you weren't the top dog. And also he was saying that you were saying he was shit and wasn't good at them, which is false.
Yeah, Lex is not good at MK2.
That's not what Tom said, by the way. He just said Lex was not a tournament player.
No, I said Lex is not good at MK1 because he never played it. I said he's garbage at MK2 because he never played it. He never played MK3, and he's awful at MK4. And all he had is UMK3, and he's not a tournament player. And the fact is, Lex, when he came out and started talking his trash, and here's my point. Lex wants to talk his shit on the forums, and then when he goes to tournament loses and say, well, it doesn't count because I would have beat you in 96. You don't get to do that.
But here's the disconnect. Lex wasn't around saying he was a tournament player or whatever during MK3. He wasn't saying that. You were saying you were the world champion for these games back then. You were the best. This is the disconnect.
Oh my God, Rio! No. Lex is lying.
Okay, so Lex was saying he was a tournament champ back then and this and that, even though he told me he wasn't saying that. You're saying he's lying about that.
Lex is a liar. That's what I'm telling you.
I understand that, but damn, is he lying about every single thing?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. So if he's lying about everything, then I mean, I'm not sure what else can be said. He just made everything up and lied about it.
Way we know the last 20 years. Do I not have a little more plausible deniability than Lex does? Do I a little belief?
Again, I'm not saying you're not a good player.
No one's
you're one of
saying
the
you're
most
not a
respected
good
and skilled
player.
players in the scene. We're talking about
Big,
back then during the arcade era, not now.
Biggs. I want to say this, and tell me how dumb this sounds. In my older age, late 20s, early 30s, and 40s, I was a top player in the world. They're saying in my teenage years and early 20s, in my prime, I wasn't good. Does that make any sense?
You weren't one of the names to beat, dude. Nobody said
And
you're a bad player.
Biggs, can you tell summoning to get through his thick fucking skull? The names to beat were by region, and summoning didn't hear because he never left his goddamn region.
Here's the issue, though. In your region, people like Jason Wilson were known, and you weren't. This is
Jason
the problem.
Wilson was not in my region. No one know who Dream TR was in my region. Nobody fucking knew this guy.
Okay, so
but what about the world tournaments? Is there like no link of them
there was
or anything?
There was no tournaments for these old games, man.
Tom, what was your arcade that you played at in the 90s? What area were you in?
Menlo Park Mall, 8 on the Break. I also went to the Galleria Mall.
Okay, so 8 on the Break and all that. That's like the New York, New Jersey area, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Summoning
our area. That's our area.
Summoning never went to the break once. Somebody never went once to the break. Not a single.
I went to the break many times, dude. Afterwards, after you guys, I went to the break. Ask Matt tonight when you talk to him. Come on, dude, please.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is Lex is from Chicago, right?
Yes,
it's a completely different area. A completely different area.
But us New Yorkers knew about Lex. We didn't know about Tom. What's the big deal?
I do understand. I do understand. Everyone knew about Lex back then.
Everyone knew about Lex.
Lex had a following in Chicago, and then on the like little forums online, like even before there was like Mortal Kombat forums on the little like Google chats and all that shit.
IRC, he was the household name to beat.
Lex was.
Yeah, he was.
Let me get your
and that was from WaveNet, right?
Yes, Lex was the household, and UMK3. He was the household name to beat, and Bill wasn't. Who cares?
That's a lie. He was not the household name to beat.
Yes, he was. Rio asked who some of the top players was. Him, Mo, all that stuff. You weren't one of them.
No.
Why are you so butthurt about it, though? Why?
Lex became a household name to beat after the arcade era when he started going on Shoryuken.com and posting about it. Then
Lex was always the guy. We always knew about him because I hung out with a game tester. We talked about Lex all the time.
You know what? Nick?
Why are you so mad for, bro? Damn, I don't get it.
Nick, you are lying. Nick, you know what?
I'm not lying. How could I be lying?
You said you went to the break in the 90s.
I went to the break.
Oh, you did.
Yes, I did. Ask Matt tonight when you talk to him. I've been to the break many times.
In the 90s? In the 90s.
No, man, I've been to the break though.
In the 90s when I was
not there. In the 90s. No, not in the 90s.
Then shut the fuck up because I would have mopped your shit, bitch, if you were there. I don't want to hear that shit. You were not where I was, Nit. You stop lying, Nit. You did not go where I was.
Anyway, that's all. I didn't go when you went. I think I saw you there once late. I don't remember when I went there. I went to the break, dude.
So my point is,
talk to Matt tonight. You're gonna talk to him. I work with the guy.
Hold on. My point is, Biggs, Nick just admitted he didn't go to the areas I was in during the 90s. He just admitted it.
The top players was Long Island, New York City, whatever, dude. You know that. You know that it is. You played in freaking 3 places. We played in every other tri-state area place.
So
we went where the competition was.
I don't think anyone here is trying to say Tom wasn't around during the 90s. Like we all know he was there.
He doesn't seem to get that though. I don't know what it is.
Hold on. Rio, is not Lex saying I was not around during the 90s?
He's saying you were not you were not the player to beat back then. You weren't good. Like you were like just a whatever player. Like you weren't
one of the top gods. Why can't you admit that?
And you were claiming you were one of the gods during this time during arcade era, and you were winning world tournaments. You were one of the best. You were saying this during DA. Like you just
and you weren't. So why can't you admit it, dude? What's the problem?
I didn't win any tournaments in MK3?
I never even heard of you.
Yes or no? You're saying I factually won no Biggs, do you think that I never won a...
There was no tournaments, dude. What tournament was it? Do you know the name of the tournament? Do you know where the Menlo Park tournament with freaking 8 people? Come on, dude. Seriously.
So what I'm saying is it was 86 people. I mean, it was...
Oh, God. Please.
But
We
but
would
the
know
fact is,
about that shit. Where's
my
there would be a forum post about it. So 86. There hasn't been 86 people for freaking UMK3 tournament. Come on, man.
it was
Come
the
on.
MK3. It was MK2. It was not even MK3. It was MK2.
Oh God.
And it was the first tournament I ever won in MK2, and I'll never forget it. I won in the finals. In the final game, I won, and I did Shang Tsung's Soul Steal.
Okay.
Even remember the fatality I did. Now the thing is, I won tournaments in the break. I won tournaments in the break. I've won.
So you were the
tournaments.
name to beat. You're saying you were a name to beat
No,
in the first 3 games.
Biggs. Here's the problem. Here's what the disconnect is.
I'm talking to you, not you. Talk to me. Biggs, you talk to me. You were the name to beat.
Something I have never said. I was the undisputed, unbeatable god of that
Name to
era.
beat, right?
I said
Why are
I
you so mad? Why are you so mad? I'm just
because
asking. Why are you so mad?
because I was one of the best players back then. I was not.
We didn't hear of you back then, dude. Trust me, we didn't.
Nobody.
We were
People
there.
didn't hear. People didn't hear a lot of people back then. It doesn't mean that I wasn't there.
But the point is, there were established people back then. That's the point. They were heard
That's
about. They were
the
talked
point.
about. You weren't.
Thank
This
you.
is the whole
So
drama.
from my understanding, I think Tom is known more by the greater FGC because he was like a tournament player, and the community for like UMK3 in Chicago is like a completely different thing that was like parallel at the time. That's my understanding.
So the greater FGC,
Chicago was the place to be. Absolutely. That was the be all end all UMK3 place back in the day. Yes,
my
it was.
point is, I'm known by the greater FGC for a lot of the stuff I did in the 90s in Mortal Kombat because I went to so many different places.
Nobody's doubting that.
You just told me that never happened. Nick,
you are known as one of the skilled, great players of all the games, but the old games is what Lex was talking about. You made yourself say that you made everyone believe that you were the top, one of the top names to beat in the first 3 games. I disagree. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Doesn't mean anything though.
As a partial party here, Summoning just said he never went to the break. I know he didn't go to the break during MK2.
I didn't go to the break during those years. I went to the break.
So hold on.
I've been to the break.
So here's what I know about the break. If you guys don't know what the break is, 8 on the break. It's in New Jersey, right? That was mainly like a scene for Capcom like games, like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, stuff like that. But they played everything.
They had MK
now, and later they did, but later
Yeah.
down the line, that local became associated with like the rest of the New York players. They would go down to play Marvel 2. Shock would be on the break. He would be playing UMK3, pushing all those games. So Tom is talking about the break. He's talking about the break before that time. So
no, I didn't go
before
there back
2000.
then. I went to the break.
Hold on.
2000.
Now here's how Summoning is kind of backward, because the point is, Summoning is like, we never heard of you. We went everywhere. But Summoning, had you gone to the break in the 90s? Hold on. But we'll just get one arcade.
I didn't know about the break. I wish I knew about it.
Hold on. My point is, had you gone to the break or any of these arcades that I was at in the 90s, and you went there and played me, you would know who I was. But you don't, because you didn't fucking go.
I was hanging out with
How
game
does that
testers
make you
who
the
didn't know
world
who you
champion
were
of these games
either.
back then? Like, how are you the world champion?
That's the thing. That's the thing, Tom.
This is
So
part of
you brought up Jimmy's name many times. You know he was the he didn't hear of you either, bro. So stop.
This is
what's the problem?
This is part of Lex's delusion. And Lex has run from me.
Lex and Jimmy were known back then, though. Why can't you just admit that? What's the problem?
Lex has run from me his whole life. I would have smashed
come
him then.
on.
I'll smash Lex. I will play you in any Mortal Kombat game.
Doesn't matter
fuck
now.
You up. I will fuck you up, Lex, because
you're probably gonna beat me in 2 now too. I don't care about now. It doesn't matter about now.
So the whole reason Lex is mad is because this shoryuken.com post, right?
Yeah.
That's the entire reason. So Tom,
no, Lex is mad.
We're gonna dispel this. We're gonna dispel this right now.
No, this is
Rio
a lot
said
of backstory before. It's about basically that, Lex never got the props he deserved for being one of the best. And with this all coming, when Tom became like in the spotlight in DA, he basically said, "Hey, I was the person to beat back then. MK 1, 2, and 3. I was the best. I won world tournaments."
That is coming from this shoryuken.com post, right? That's where all this comes from.
I love you, Trevor.
I don't think so. Is it?
Did someone not link the post where it had the interview from allegedly Tom where it said he won world tournaments, right? That's exactly what we're talking about.
Oh, that part. Okay, I don't know about that.
Okay. So Tom, did those quotes in that post come from you or not? Just set that straight right now.
Read me the quotes.
They said okay. Somebody has the link right here. I'm gonna pull it up.
Let me look at this link. Well, I don't know. Someone put the link in the chat so I can read.
Hold on, Lex sent it to me. Let me post it.
Oh, Lex, I'm about to smash your fucking head in, bitch.
Oh, come on. You can't stop. Why do you got to
So,
bring up? Why do you got to do that? Just
Lex, man,
talk, man.
Lex, whenever you want to see me on the game,
This
son,
old 2D
I
MK
will,
drama is crazy.
yeah, Lex, I will fuck you up like I did 20 years
It's
ago.
always been like this. It's never
Yeah.
not.
Lex has run. Dude, this guy, Lex, his friend had me drive to Chicago and then backed out like a sucker. That's who Lex is. A bitch.
All right, everybody sees in the chat this old archived link.
Okay, hold on. Let me look.
I can't put it on stream because I have it set to my pockets only, but you guys can click on the link in the chat.
So if you guys don't know, Tom Brady,
put him in
Tom
Discord.
Brady back then used to go by the name MKL. It was short for Mortal Kombat Legend, guys. So in 2003, I'm gonna post a video from 2003 right here. This is a video of Tom Brady winning a Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance tournament, and this was at, if I recall correctly, Texas Showdown. So he's literally back then at the top of his play for Mortal Kombat DA. After he wins this tournament, allegedly there's some interview
it's above you.
on SureYouCan.com, and this is what Lex is referring to right here.
Why can't I see it?
Hold on, let me tag you.
You DM it to me. Just DM it to me, dude. I just want to be able to read this. You. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. World champion speaks. Okay. Let's read this. Oh, Lexi. On the forums I linked to, blah, blah, taken from blah, 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 blah. Let's see this. Okay. So the thread he's citing is, okay, not there. Who wrote this? World Champ Speaks, published 23. We speak to the current Mortal Kombat dead. Okay, read the first sentence, Biggs.
We speak to the current Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance U.S. National Champion.
Stop right there. Do I ever refer, or have I ever claimed to win an MKDA U.S. National Championship?
So I don't recall you saying that, but
and I'm looking in this article.
From what I recall of that time, I would say that is accurate, though.
Okay, hold on. My point is, have I ever called it that?
I've never heard you say that.
Okay, and I'm looking in this article, and I see nowhere of me acknowledging this is the national tournament. See, I have no idea what this guy is going to write for his forward. So this tournament was massive. This was a massive tournament. It was the biggest Mortal Kombat tournament to date. Like, you would know about that because you don't know what tournaments are. This tournament was well over 100 people. And I don't know what this guy is going to write in his forward. So first of all, this guy is claiming that not me, the author, is claiming I won a Mortal Kombat national tournament. Never happened. This tournament was
Lex
not
is saying that you said that.
It's in the article. Right.
So in the article, Tom, there is a quote attributed to you. I'm not saying you said this, and I want you to dispel this right now.
Okay, hold on.
Did you say you have won the MK2, MK3, UMK3, MK4 world tournaments? Did you say this? Was this a direct quote from you, or is this not what you said?
This is him transcribing a conversation we had. This is not an actual chat.
So those are not your words.
No.
Okay.
This is also spiced up. Hold on. This guy also claims, if I read this guy is writing an article claiming that he is speaking to the current.
Okay, so his article is a lie, basically, just made up.
Hold on. This guy took a lot of liberties. He says here, we speak. Biggs, again, what is the first sentence? What is the first sentence?
He says we speak to the current Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance U.S. National Champion.
Okay, now let me tell you this. I was never a Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance U.S. National Champion. The tournament was never called the Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance U.S. National Championship. This person literally assigned value to tournaments that don't happen. I don't know what.
But you were the one telling him it was world tournaments, this and that. That's probably why you put it there.
Okay, this guy also just gave me a title that doesn't exist. Biggs, does this guy not crown me the U.S. champion of MK Deadly Alliance?
This won't ever get resolved until you two talk. Honestly.
No. But Tom just said right here that quote that is attributed to him in this article did not come from his mouth. That I think that is the important thing we have to get from all of this.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, so basically the article's a lie then. It was just like made up, like it's not accurate. This was
Yeah,
all
the
never
same way
said.
that I won. Just the
So
same
you
way.
never went around saying you were the best in these old games, MK1, 2, and 3, you won tournaments. It's just this guy that interviewed you for some reason wanted to make you look bad or start drama.
Now, I want to talk about Diddle too. When Diddle came in here saying that Tom claimed that he was the Sonic Fox of his generation, I have heard Tom say that. Now, what Diddle tried to say after that is that Tom isn't even on the Mount Rushmore for Mortal Kombat, period. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, that's not
not a
true.
fair assessment.
Yeah.
Diddle is a newer player. He was not around during the 3D times where Tom really was dominant in the offline tournaments for like DA, Deception, MKDC. Tom was definitely a top player in just as many MK games as Sonic Fox was. And Tom did not say he was better than Sonic Fox. He's not trying to belittle Sonic Fox's accomplishments. We're just talking about things that Diddle doesn't necessarily know about.
I was there for 3D MK. Hold on, I was there for 3D MK. Tom was only there for a little bit of Deception, and then he came later into MK vs DC.
Tom was there for Deadly Alliance, Rio. I have videos of him playing in tournaments from that time.
He was there for some Deception, and not there for the entirety of Armageddon, and then he was there, and he came late into MK vs DC.
So what is the problem here? Do we not have videos of Tom winning a Deadly Alliance tournament in 2003?
Yes, I would say I would give him cover for DA, but you can't say he was super good in Armageddon. He didn't play the game, and then Deception he was good in the beginning, but after that he stopped playing.
That's fine, but I'm saying, are we going to say that Tom is not on the Mount Rushmore?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you should get credit for the games you played. So give him credit for the beginning of Deception.
That's fine.
For DA and some of DC, but you can't give him credit for all the 3D MKs.
That's fine. But how does that change anything I've just said? Just because he wasn't there for Armageddon in the full amount of Deception.
He wasn't there for the full amount of Deception. Don't you understand? He was there for the very beginning.
That's what I'm saying. You said, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You said he wasn't there for the full amount of Deception and not Armageddon.
But for that first year of Deception, I was the top player, and there was no. Keep in mind,
you did not play
who knows? There was no tournament. There was no tournaments though, so it was all based on casuals. So
I don't think there was tournaments until Deadly Alliance.
But we were all playing each other online. So if you go back and ask people who were the good players back then in Armageddon, Deception, they'll tell you.
But Rio, I never.
Is the online even good? Like, let's be honest.
Rio didn't say that. Biggs said that. That's why I'm trying to correct Biggs. I know you didn't say this, Tom.
Okay, so Rio, would I be accurate? Would I be accurate in saying I was top in MKDA, top for the first year of Deception, top in DC, and then in 9? Is that a lie?
The first year, I think you left after like the first month or two.
No, I played for a year because then it was it. I played for a year,
bro. I don't think you played Deception that long, man. I would have seen you.
It was close to a year. Then I played it for a long time. It's close to a year.
Well, I barely seen you online for the game. I barely seen you online for that game, and I was on that game a lot.
Okay. I will say 6 months, but during those 6 months, I was the guy.
I understand how we didn't run into each other when I was on that shit 24/7.
Okay, well, I was on it 24/7 for at least the first 6 months. I was literally I was playing.
I don't even know if Tom played it online.
Bro, I think you checked out after like the first month or so, like you were done with the game, and which is fine because the game was a joke, honestly. But I was
never recall Tom being an online player.
I played it longer than the first month. I can promise you that.
Right, I'm saying you were maybe there for the first couple months or so, but you weren't there later on when we had all the good players playing each other. Like when M2 Dave, Yayo, like all these people that were playing constantly.
We'll agree that I was there for the first several months of the game. But either way,
Deception, like I said, and then you came in later into MK vs DC. You weren't there in the very beginning. We did come in.
But hold on. When I was on Deception, I was a top player, and I left after several months because there were no tournaments.
Right. But I think that's fair. Player. We're just talking about like who were the good players online back then that were winning a lot.
Yeah, of course.
That's not what I was talking about.
I was the original top player in that game. Is what I'm saying. I was the original one. I'm not saying I was whatever for all 2 years. But all Biggs is saying is how am I not? And also, Biggs is not denying.
He's quoting Diddle. I just want to make sure people get like their like information accurate. Like if someone's going around saying and today was the best MKX player. I mean, bro, like we have to kind of keep it real here.
And you know what the fact is? No one's going to sift through all the hours to actually hear the end of the podcast when all the truth comes out. That's the problem. And if this article if this article is Lex's whatever, all Lex had to do was come to me about it. That's all he had to do. That's all he had to do was come to me and say, what about this? But Lex is a jealous man because Lex's beef with me came before this article. This is the problem. And me winning an MK Deadly Alliance bothered him. So then he started to come out and speak.
Wait. But Lex told me when he was talking to me, he said you went there prepared, like you took a road trip there, like you went to them. Was that not true?
Yeah, I went there to play MK Deadly Alliance. Again, Lex's story is a lie. Lex kind of admitted it was a lie in the chat and then tried to walk it back. That's what Lex does. Again, I only went there because as I was winning in Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, the jealousy of Lex, he just couldn't stand seeing me win. So Lex tried to go on the forums and say, these guys that Tom Brady is winning, they're not good players. Some of us over here tested these games and worked on them. These are the real top players.
Okay, so what you're saying is Lex basically got mad because you got good at DA, and then he was like, I hate that Tom's good at DA now. I have to like start.
No, what happened? Well, because what happened was Lex was shitting on me, saying nobody heard of Tom in the arcade era. Tom didn't win any tournaments. Then Deadly Alliance comes out, and I'm winning tournaments. And Biggs, can you understand that people are going to Lex saying, hey, dog, you kind of shit on this guy for 2 years, saying he wasn't good at Mortal Kombat and didn't win any tournaments. It's a big coincidence that they're holding tournaments for it again, and he's the one winning. That's a big coincidence. Can you understand how that would happen, Biggs?
So are you saying that Lex was shit talking you before then? Even before the article?
These guys been fighting for 20 years, dude.
Biggs, they never liked each other, but the thing that made everything go way dramatic is when
I understand they never liked each other, but what started them not liking each other?
Yeah, Lex, tell the truth. What started? Because Lex was doing this 2 years before that article was published. Tell the truth, Lex. What started it?
Rio said what he said. They talked yesterday. Rio said it. It was about the first 3 games.
But
Lex is saying the article.
He used to say he was not a good player ever. UMK3, he was bad, this and that. Like he just was not good at the game.
That's another thing.
Biggs,
I didn't bring that up.
Biggs, what have I always said?
Lex is saying in the chat that this whole thing is from the interview, but Tom is saying it started even before that.
No, they've had beef for a long time, like in general.
Hold on.
The interview just escalated it.
Wait. Rio, can you ask Lex to answer you? He won't answer me. That this beef stems from this.
I would love to have Lex come on the episode just so we could talk. But
hold on, Rio, can we just confirm that Lex is saying in chat that this beef started with this article?
He just said right now it's from the post of him claiming worlds, that you won world tournaments.
Yeah, Lex is saying it's from that.
And that was a lie. And I got witnesses. Lex was doing this for 2 years before this article was ever printed. So here's the truth. Oh, man, Lex, you are a dumb bitch. You should have said nothing. Because before that, Rio didn't have you admitting anything. But now we got you. Lex, thank God you're not smart enough to be a lawyer. So what happened was 2 years before this, 1 year before Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance launched, Lex was shitting on me every single day on the forums.
Okay, but wait.
Now,
why does the article matter anymore when it's just lies and made up stuff?
Hold on. My point is, but Lex, I'm just proving Lex is a liar. Because Lex is saying it all started with the article, but that's a lie. Lex started doing this 2 years before that article was ever written. Lex started doing this 1 year before MK Deadly Alliance came out in 2002. This article's from 2003. So Lex was doing this for 2 years before the article, 1 year before MK Deadly Alliance. And Lex was just shitting on me. Now I'm going to Tekken 4, placing top in Tekken 4, and Lex is just bagging on me on the forums. How, blah, 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 all his normal Lex garbage. Lex never in his wildest dreams imagined they would make another Mortal Kombat game, let alone 1 million of them. Lex could have never imagined what I would have done for the next 20 years. In his mind, they would never make another Mortal Kombat game, and I would be done for, and Lex's word would be law. Unfortunately for Lex, I became the king of kings for a while. And did I shit on Lex? No, because as his master, I was a benevolent king. And I didn't say anything. That's right, Lex, I'm talking shit to you, just to be funny. This is all tongue in cheek because I want to get Lex riled up for his goddamn lies. Lex, then, as I was winning tournament after tournament after tournament, started interjecting in these threads saying, he's not beating anybody good. We got testers over here who worked on the game. They sent a tester to play me. He lost. I then went to Chicago to play Adam Hernandez, who backed out. And then I played Lex in UMK3. I didn't go there for UMK3. I had no intention of playing a single game in UMK3. Lex tried to be a little sneaky and lure me in with a friendly dinner and said, why don't we play some UMK3? Done. You don't mind if I record it, do you? No, sir, I do not. And the recordings didn't go the way old Lexi liked. So Lexi didn't put the footage up except for one match. That's the real truth. Now, we have caught Lex lying about everything. What credibility does he have?
So I'll say this just from the outside looking in. I have known Lex to discredit top players, and I don't know why he did this to Rio, but Tom is saying this also happened to him. So can Lex shine some light on this in the chat? What is this coming from?
My first time, I guess, meeting Lex on the forums was not a positive one on TYM.
And certainly my interactions with Lex have not been positive either. Lex, let's not even lie here. You've done nothing but discredit Rio on TYM when Rio was winning tournaments for UMK3. I was there for that.
It's Lex. That's what he does. That's what he does. Did the same thing to me. I just wasn't going to take it.
We can go to TYM and dig up the ultimate MK forms that got migrated over.
Look, he's even lying Rio. Now. The dude's lying right now. So he doesn't remember it.
This definitely happened. We all here were there when it happened. Rio remembers this happened. So what Tom is telling you right now is that you used to do this to him.
My win didn't count, but I do remember him saying, "I'm just a jabber. I don't know much about that."
Yeah, he was calling you a shit player, and you wouldn't beat him back then because you're not playing real UMK3.
No, this is a lie. To be fair, I'm reading it now. I'm reading it now. This guy, White Pointer, said, have you ever been beaten in an MK tournament, official or otherwise? That's not, I remember that. That's not what he said to me. He asked me, have I ever been beaten in a Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance tournament, official or otherwise? And I said, yes, I have, in the early stages when I was learning the game. That is not the way this interview went.
Okay, so we already here at this point where the interview is not even correct. Tom is saying that's not what he said. And if Lex's entire problem is with this interview, can we resolve this right here?
He keeps saying link. What link?
The one they posted in the chat. The World MK Champ Speaks interview?
So maybe he didn't get to see it, so send him the link. He keeps saying link.
But the thing is, Lex is saying his problem was started with this interview. I'm saying that's a lie. His problem started long before this interview.
He says you have no proof. There's the link. Okay, there's the link. Let him read it.
I mean, he's a liar. Lex is saying it started with this article. It did not. Lex started 2 years before this article was ever written.
Where's your counter? You have none.
What'd he say?
He says, where's your counter? You have none.
What counter to what?
He says, okay, it's proof. Where's your counter? You have none. That's what he said. This is what he said right now.
Article?
He read the link. He just read, Rio just posted the link.
Biggs, did I not say that is not accurate?
All right, now he's reading it.
Is there a way we can get in contact with this White Pointer guy to ask why he sabotaged the interview?
I mean, he claimed I won a national tournament in Deadly Alliance. That's not true. The guy literally gave me.
Why does someone who interviews people and then write what they say, but then not even put what they say? That's just weird.
The guy said I won a national tournament in MK Deadly Alliance. True or false?
Yeah, but I'm saying, but why would he make you say things you didn't say?
Did the guy not in the article, Biggs, claim I won the U.S. National MK Deadly Alliance tournament?
Yeah, he did say that in the article.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand why did he lie like that? Like, what was this a setup or something? Like, was it a trap?
Why did he make up this Deadly Alliance national tournament?
That's what I'm saying. Why did he interview you and then basically lie about everything you said to make you look worse? Like saying that you were good at these old games, you were winning them, world tournaments.
I was good at those old games, and I did win tournaments in those old games.
No, he said you were one of the best at those old games.
I was one of the best, not the best. I was. Areas I played in, which is a lot of them, more than the tri-state area. But the fact is, summoning your boy's a liar.
No, he's not my boy. He doesn't even like me. We're not friends.
Big, yes or no? Did not Lex in the chat say his problem with me started with this? Lex, is this article the first time you heard of me?
Lex is saying is there proof for like a post you sent to this guy being like, hey man, can you not change what I said in the interview and put what I actually said? Like, did you?
I never saw the interview. I didn't even know it.
Tom is aware of this.
Interesting.
So someone's saying read the interview yourself.
I mean, it's a longest interview. I don't really feel like reading this whole thing. I just skimmed it like a little bit.
No, if I saw this, the first thing I would have said was, dude, why are you proclaiming me the U.S. national champion of Deadly Alliance? That's the first thing I would have said. But by the way, Lex, where's your argument for you said this article is your first dealing with me and where you have a problem? Correct? I want a yes or no answer from Lex. I want a yes or no. Tell me what he says.
I made all my arguments. You're just not seeing anything.
Lex, yes or no? This article is the first time you ever heard of me. Yes or no? And you got agitated because you saw all these lies I was saying. Is that not what you're saying? I want to make sure I pinpoint what he's saying here. I just want a yes or no. He won't answer. Funny. That's what Biggs. That's what liars do, right? They don't answer yes or no. They don't want to pin. They don't want you to pin them down. True or false?
I don't know why Lex doesn't just want to come and join this call and get this all resolved, because it seems like this is all a misunderstanding.
Because he won't, because Lex knows he's lying. So he can't. That's the problem.
When I asked him if he could come on, he said he doesn't want to come on with a liar like Tom.
Hey, but Rio, ask him yes or no. This article is the first time he heard of me, and he was mad at these crazy proclamations in the article. Ask him, because he won't answer me.
You guys only listen to what you want is the problem. That's what he said.
We're giving you the chance right now, Lex. I would love to hear what you have to say.
Hold on. Oh yeah, Rio.
Doesn't matter what he says.
Yeah, I'm asking him a chat. I'm asking him a yes or no question. Lex, yes or no? This article is the first time you heard of me and I'm making these crazy proclamations, and you're like, who is this guy? He was a nobody. What's he talking about? Yes or no? Yes or no? That's what I'm asking you. You're never going to get an answer because Lex knows if he answers this, I got him. He can't answer it.
He answered he's not in the scene.
He can't answer. Biggs, the dude straight up told. So he can't answer. Lex, yes or no? This article is the first time you heard of me because Biggs, correct me if I'm wrong. This is what I'm getting. Lex reads this article in which some guy who nobody heard about started making these crazy proclamations of the arcade days, and this started the beef, right? Is this
that was what he told Rio yesterday. He told Rio that yesterday.
Yeah, it's free to join.
You heard it.
So, but I want him to admit it. So when I bust him on it, he can't lie. Yes or no, Lex? This is what you told Rio, that You read this article of me making these crazy proclamations, and you're like, who is this guy? No one heard of this guy, and this is what started it. Yes or no? This is the first time you heard of me, and this is what started it. Yes or no, Lex? I just want a yes or no. Yes or no?
This, by the way, guys, is 20 years going on. This is a 20-year battle.
What did he say? What did he say in the
I
chat?
told Rio information for him, and if he wants to know, if wants you to know something, he should tell me he spoke to you first.
Oh my God, this guy can't answer a question. Biggs, what does this sound like? A guy that doesn't want to be pinned down? Yes or no?
Rio has
So
the info. He said it.
I mean, he basically told me all the beef you have with each other, how you guys don't like each other, and how you thought he was very bad. He wasn't good at the game, but he actually was, and you weren't this amazing player back then, like you were saying. You weren't a top player. You were telling people you were winning world tournaments and so on.
Okay, let's karate kid it. Not from the Daniel LaRusso point of view, from the Jari Lawrence point of view, from old Lex, right? From Lex's point of view, as he told you, no one knew who I was. And then he reads this article of me making this crazy proclamations, of me crowning myself, blah, blah, blah. Yes?
We'll see what he says.
Who are you asking me?
Is that what he said? He gave you permission to say it.
My
Can you say it
understanding
again?
of this beef.
Okay, I'm going to say this again.
Because I was reading the chat,
Lex,
sorry.
Lex said you have his permission to divulge if this is the right answer. He said you can ask Rio, and he refuses to answer it, but you can divulge it if you wish. So,
what is the question?
Lex's problem with me stems from this article that gets written, and according to Lex, no one knew who I was, and then this article comes out, and he's like, "Who is this guy? No one knows him." And all of a sudden,
what he told me, it's not just the article, it's everything. Like this and like 10 other things like together.
No, but I'm saying, Mario, I'm saying the start of it. I'm not saying it's the article. I'm saying the start, the origin. The origin starts with the article, and Lex can say it's things after the.
He made it seem like you weren't a threat, like you weren't somebody that was any form of power to say anything or change until you became in that spotlight when you were winning the 8. Then you started kind of telling it how it was, but it wasn't truthful. Like you were saying, yeah, I was this and that, MK 1, 2, 3, when that was not true.
Okay. My point is,
he answered you up there. He said, "Not me. All the Chicago players were thinking that as well. MKK and SRK."
Okay,
so I'm gonna talk to Hanzo to verify this because he keeps bringing up MKK, and I'm tapped in with Hanzo quite a bit, so I will ask him about this personally.
So hold on. So here's the truth. Lex is now saying, now he's exposed. Lex is saying that the first time they ever heard of me is this article. That Lex and the other Chicago players didn't know who I was until this article, and they felt that I was using my new platform to rewrite the past. Correct? Is that not what? Am I understanding this right?
Did he mention the article yesterday when you spoke, Rio?
He always mentioned it.
It wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't
this
only
whole
about the
thing
article.
is coming from the article.
Big. I just want the beginning. I don't want to talk about anything else but the beginning. I'm trying to pin down the origin. So please, God, I don't want to say yes, but there were other things. Besides the other things, the origin is that they didn't know who I was. Then they read this article, and Lex, who's speaking for other Chicago players, funny, he's speaking for them. They don't have the balls to face me there. Lex, who's speaking for others, Lex says he, because Rio said, don't bring anyone else in it.
He basically said you were like a nobody, a non-threat, like you weren't one of the top dogs.
Okay.
So I don't know if that.
Hold on. Well, Lex is saying that he did not. No one knew who I was, and then this article gets written, and it's like, hey, man, there's this guy who's saying he was the top dog in blah 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 blah. And this is where Lex's problem with me comes from. Is that where it starts? Can we at least pin down the start, please?
Yeah, but also the issue is, were you saying that, and were you the top dog back
Hold
then?
on.
That's the problem.
Hold on. Before we get to that, is that not the start of it? Yes or no? I just want to get the start.
He mentioned the article, but he didn't say this is where it all started. He was telling me backstory of you already before we even got to the article.
That's why I'm asking Lex in the chat.
Oh, okay. I thought you were asking me. My bad. I didn't realize you were talking to Lex in chat.
Now, Biggs, is Lex not being a little dodgy with answering this question? Like he doesn't want to say.
You guys didn't read it. He said he told Rio everything yesterday. That's what he
But
said.
Rio was saying Lex didn't really pinpoint what was the origin of it. He just laid out his problem, right?
Okay, fair. Yeah.
So I'm asking Lex in chat, yes or no. What happened was you read this article and you guys in Chicago, say you and the other Chicago players are like, who's this guy? No one ever heard of him. And you guys took offense to the fact that you felt I was using my platform as a top player currently to rewrite the past. Correct? I just want a yes or no. That's where this started. This is the first you guys heard of me, is this article, and you're like, who's this crazy guy saying blah, blah, blah? Can we at least pinpoint this down?
Let's see what he says. But you know this goes back 20 years, bro. You know it does.
It's 20 years ago. So I just want a yes or no.
Okay, here's the thing. It couldn't have started from this article out of nowhere because even the replies,
you claimed world title.
What he mentioned was
right there.
Yeah, but hold on. Before we even get to that, even during the replies to it, where you see like Lex replying or Shock replying, they're saying, "Don't believe this guy. It's misinformation." So it seems like they already had like some history with you. This is not the first time you guys interacted or met.
Who said this?
In the replies of the post.
Lex has answered you, dude.
You're saying this is the first time you ever like knew about Lex or whatever. Was this interview, right?
No. No, Lex is saying, Lex, true or false? This interview is the first time you guys ever heard of me. You guys never heard of me in the arcade era, and this interview was the first time you ever heard of me. Correct?
He answered you saying no, it was because you claimed world title. That's what he answered you.
Like
he
you were
just
saying that you were the best and you were good, this and that.
We told you that before, though.
Okay. So,
but that claim comes from the article.
Okay. So hold on. Lex's problem with me is then stemming from this article, correct? That's where it starts, right?
It seems like that. He just said that.
Okay, that's a lie. Lex was running me down for 2 years before that. That's a lie. Lex did nothing but shit talk me day in and day out. And then we got Lex to go to tournaments.
Why did he shit talk you day in and day out? Like what happened before that? Like
because I said
what Lex is telling me, you're not telling me the like origin. Like he's saying like you never gave him props. You always said he was bad. He was never good. This now blah blah blah. And it kept escalating.
No, the origin of the story is I said these guys in Chicago are not tournament players.
Yeah, but now, when I talked to Lex, he didn't say he didn't even tell me he was winning tournaments and was the best tournament player. That's not like. So where did that come from?
No tournament.
So where did that come from? So I'm trying to understand like. When was he telling you he was winning tournaments? I'm trying to understand.
Because Lex said if there was a tournament, one of these players would win. Me, blah, 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 blah. And I said, that's a lie. I said, they're not tournament players. Lex is not as good as he thinks he is. Is he good? Yes. But Lex cannot back his talk up in tournaments. That's what I said. Now, keep in mind, you got to understand, me and Lex are different.
He also was telling me you never said he was good. You said he was always bad and basically like terrible.
Nick, have I not always said Lex was good but not a tournament player?
That's not what he told me.
But he's a liar.
Okay, so you were saying he was really good back then and amazing at the game, this and that.
Well, yeah, what I said was that Lex's word is not the end-all, be-all. And you got to understand, me and Lex were in two different worlds. Lex is in the world of casual
but Tom,
play.
You have to understand, when I was talking to Lex, I was doing the same thing that I'm doing to you. I kept asking Lex, like, are you sure you didn't do this? Tom said, you were saying you were tournament. He was like, no, I didn't. I didn't say that. Like, do you understand? Like, the way I'm talking to you right now is how I was talking to Lex in private. I kept asking him, like, are you sure about this? What did you do? What about this? And why is he saying this? Blah, blah, blah. Like,
I was talking up.
I'm telling you the answers he was telling me.
Yeah, okay. Lex was going off about blah, 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 and he's so good. And you know, Biggs, Lex is very condescending when you disagree with him. True or false, Biggs?
That is true. That is very true.
Lex was doing the same shit he always does back then. And anyone that disagreed with Lex, which was Shock. So Lex and Shock had a little, Lex is shit talking him and blah, 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 blah. And I got in the beef. And I was like, you know what? Lex is not a tournament player. Lex is not from our world. I said, Lex is from the world of casual play. He's a casual player.
You're saying there's missing content. Yeah, you're not telling the whole story.
Big, yes or no? I say Lex is a casual player, and that hurts his anus. True or false?
Tom has been saying this all week. Now, I don't know what Lex is referring to, but I do know what Tom is referring to.
Lex, you are a casual player. I know that hurts your ass big, boy.
All right,
I know.
so before I step out here, I obviously have problems
I
with
still
Lex
don't have
too,
answers as the
and
origin of how all this happened.
setting aside Tom's problems with Lex, I have personal problems with Lex too, and I'm gonna give Lex the chance to apologize to me, and I will never speak on Lex ever again. Will you do that for me right now, Lex?
What happened, by the way? I don't even. Is this because you won one game? Did you guys ever talk? You guys, what happened?
It's probably the same thing with me and Lex when we had a bad interaction on TOM, and I didn't like Lex after that, and he didn't like me.
Okay.
So,
but then
okay. I'll explain this. I'll explain this right now.
Okay.
So I knew who Lex was from all the time on like Ultimate MK and TYM. Players like Shock used to idolize Lex, right? Lex was known as the best player in his time period, or one of the best players, and all these people online used to idolize him, etc. I ran into Lex on Fightcade in 2022. I guess Lex just came back to start playing the game. I have never had any interaction with Lex before then. Lex challenges me on Fightcade. I accept. It's not a big deal. We're playing casual games. Lex picks random select. I never pick random select ever, but I gave Lex that benefit. I picked random select on him just because we're having fun. Lex loses to me. He picks random select. He gets Kung Lao. That's his main character. Everybody knows Lex's main character is Kung Lao, right? I get Liu Kang. I literally just beat Lex with jabs because I don't know how to play Liu Kang. I'm not a Liu Kang player, right? And after that happened, Lex is just bitching at me in the Fightcade chat, talking about jabs, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, all right, cool, done with it. But then Lex starts going in all these stream chats and he's shit talking me, talking about I don't know how to play the game, I'm just jabbing, etc. Then it's not just the stream chats. He's going on. He's making these UMK3 Gramps Facebook groups. He's making these Twitter.
I brought that up.
I mean, he's making these Discord channels where all he does is shit talk me, and he's shit talking my student Detroit Ballin too.
Yeah, all jabbers. That I know. I was in that channel.
These screenshots get back to me. I have screenshots of this. Somebody screenshotted it and gave it to me, right? So I go to the channel myself and I call Lex out in the Discord channel. And I'm like, dude, why are you shit talking me? I posted links, screenshots of all the shit talking. I posted the Fightcade set, etc. And then Lex literally just gets pissed and just rage deletes the entire Discord.
Yeah,
he doesn't say anything to me. He
disbanded
just
the Facebook
deleted
chat
it.
too. Yeah, okay. This makes perfect sense. This makes sense.
This is my background with Lex, and I want to end this right here, Lex. Can we just get past this? Like, will you apologize to what happened?
He said is
I will never.
He said there was no reason to idolize me. Sorry, I'm scrolling up because he said you guys missed what I was saying before. Like he already repeated it or whatever. But he's saying basically there was no reason to idolize him or not model. Like he never said he was just tournament winner or this and that. Like it's being portrayed.
That has nothing to do with my story. I'm telling you the background of Lex on Ultimate MK and TYM. That has nothing to do with my opinion of Lex.
Right. I'm just scrolling up and reading what he put.
Okay. So Lex, I will get past this with you if you just apologize, and I will never speak on you ever again. I want to just end this right now. Can you do that for me right now?
Like, I don't understand why it's so hard to pinpoint the source of this drama. Like, if someone were to tell me, hey, Rio, what's this drama with you in Czech? I can tell you everything from the detail. But why is it so hard to, like, recount what happened in this 20-year-old UMK3 drama?
Oh,
like I don't understand. Like, you would think if you have beef with somebody, you would know everything and how it started. And like, why is it this complicated to be able to tell how it is? Now, like, apparently interviews are being faked, but all this is being faked. There's 10 other people involved that aren't part of the 2 people involved and all kinds of stuff.
I mean, so I guess then, since Lex won't admit it, the origin came from Lex was discrediting in 2001. I left the UMK3 scene. This thing, I was competing in Tekken 4. I didn't care about what people said about me in the UMK3 scene. I didn't really care. Keep in mind, myself and Jugs had a similar battle, where I'm like, hey, I don't play anymore. I don't care. So did myself and Shock. But what happened was with Lex, I saw him belittling people who were still coming out to try to play the game. And they were talking about it, and Lex would come in and talk down to them like they were stupid, like they didn't know the game. And I was saying, hey, Lex, I don't know if you know this, but people are still playing. They're playing at a much higher level than people in the 90s played, and shut your mouth. And Lex is like, who is this guy? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, acting like, and then Lex started this rumor that no one knew who I was. No one heard of me. No one this, no one that. And I started saying, hey, man, this is a bold-faced lie. So I started, because everyone knew, at least I said, MK4 was fresh, and I was king of kings in MK4 in the arcade. So I'm like, what is Lex talking about? And no one knows who I was. That's why I was confused initially, because we were still like not far removed from MK4, and Lex is like acting like no one ever heard of me. And I'm like,
he keeps bringing up another repeated story to change things. So if we stick to one thing, maybe we can solve this.
but Lex will not stick to it, because as soon as you catch him lying,
Okay, so
Lex will say,
let's get
no,
to the
no,
bottom
no,
of this.
no.
Let's get to the bottom of this on both sides. What did Lex say or do to you that was wrong and needs to get corrected? And also, what did you say and do that was wrong for Lex that needs to get corrected? From what I'm getting, Lex does not like the fact that you said he was bad in UMK3, this and that. He was never good. Then he also doesn't like that you went around claiming you were, the best player back then. You were top level. You're the guy to beat, and you won world tournaments. So that's what Lex doesn't agree with what you said. Now tell us what you don't agree that Lex did.
Okay, so what I don't like about Lex is, now keep in mind, when I was playing Tekken 4 and I was placing top in tournaments in Tekken 4, PL can vouch for this, Job vouch for it, EP vouch for it. I was placing top in T4 tournaments. I had forgotten about MK3, MK4, and to be honest, something I hate MK3. Biggs, I hate UMK3.
I know you hate that game.
I don't even care about it. I don't care. I don't care about I hate MK3. But MK4 had a special place in my heart, because it was the first time where I was not in a group of maybe I was top, maybe I was. Because in MK2, everyone talked about Dream TR. And Dream TR had all the publicity. He had the press. He worked for Tips and Tricks. He had the publicity machine to keep his name out there. I never did, regardless of how good I thought I was. And to be honest, tournaments weren't big enough for me to really solidify my name over his or anyone else's, right? Same in MK3 and UMK3. But I didn't care. But MK4 was special to me, because it was the first time that universally people actually, like, this is the dude. It wasn't Dream TR getting the press this time. It wasn't somebody else. It was me. And it held a very special place in my heart. So when Lex over there is being condescending to Shock, see, I'm going to tournaments. I'm watching Shock show up with his PlayStation 1 and his an MK trilogy and trying to start a scene. And when Kylara came out, I noticed Shock showing up with his PC with custom MK sticks. And Shock is trying to build a scene and build a knowledge base. And Lex is just shitting on every single new player. Shut up. You're disagreeing with me. My tier list is the law. You don't know anything. He did this to you, Rio, too. He does this to Biggs. This is what Lex does to newer players. We know he does this. Lex is in denial about this, but we know he does it. He was doing it back then. But they weren't speaking up. So finally, I said something. And Lex I said Lex is not a tournament player. Lex doesn't think like I do, because he's a casual. He's a casual. So I'm in a tournament world. And you know this, Biggs. I've been doing tournaments my whole life. I'm in a tournament world. I don't think in terms of casual. I think in terms of tournament play. So I'm like, Lex is not a tournament player. Lex was always talking about back then who the best was based on who had the streaks on WaveNet. And I always thought that was just different worlds. And Biggs, you know this, any tournament player is going to think that's a scrubby way to think, right? Like, who's the best is who has the streaks and casuals. But that's how Lex thinks. So when Lex was using that as his logic, I stepped in and I said, Lex is a casual player. He's not a tournament player. He is not going to understand a tier list based on tournament play. And man, that bothered Lex so fucking much to be called a casual. But Lex is factually a casual. This is my beef with Lex. Lex is a casual but wants to when you call him out for tournament, he claims to be a casual. But then when you call him a casual, all of a sudden he's a top player. Do you see my point? Lex wants to wear both hats. He becomes a casual when you call him out, so he doesn't have to face anybody. Hey, dog, I'm a casual. I wasn't really in part of the scene. But then when you say, okay, you're a casual, you're not part of the scene.
Oh, he said he was a tester, not a casual.
You were a casual, Lex. You're not a tournament player. Biggs, if you're not a tournament player, what are you?
You're a casual. This is true. And
Lex.
And Lex too. You didn't test UMK3. You tested MK4. That's my understanding.
Yeah, Lex
He might have tested WaveNet. He might have tested WaveNet. But I'm saying we're not
allowed
talking
to
about
join
WaveNet.
tournaments. He said
that's a lie.
There was no tournament. There was no tournaments. To
Yeah, I
join.
think there was no tournament.
Wait, but these world
There was no
tournaments. I mean, like on one hand, I'm hearing there were no
We
tournaments.
we already dispelled the world tournaments. Tom
Yeah,
already
there
said that
was
was
but that's one of the things Lex is mad about.
Hold on. Can we
We're already
pin the
past that
origin?
at this point.
Hold on. Can we pin the origin of this? Can we pin the origin of this down? Because Rio, you're having a problem understanding where it starts. You're like, where is it starting?
Well, yeah, I'm waiting because Lex told me his whole side why he doesn't like you. I want you to explain why you don't like Lex and what he did to you. Like what started it?
Lex.
Because from what it seems like, Lex already didn't like you, and he didn't like with you at all. Like period. But then what you're telling me is years later, you're telling me why you didn't like him. But like, why during that time he didn't like you in the beginning? Like, what about your side in the beginning? Like, did you not like him back in the beginning, or like, what exactly happened?
I didn't have any problem with Lex in the beginning because Lex was coming after these newer players. I didn't like it, but I didn't have a problem with Lex personally. I just kind of like checked him like, hey, dude, you're not a tournament player. You're a casual. These people are talking on tier lists and the game based on tournament play. You're a casual player. And Lex started pulling I'm a tester. And I'm like, you're a casual. You don't understand tournaments, Lex. And I was just trying to talk to him logically. Like, brother, it's okay. We're not here to crap on you. We're just saying you're not a tournament player. But that bothered him. He just, how dare you? I'm Lex. Bro, you're not a tournament player. And Lex was just going on. And then Lex started saying, no one knows who Bill is. He's never been good at any Mortal Arcade machine. And honestly, I couldn't care less if Lex said no one knew me in MK1, 2, and 3, but Lex said no one knew me in any Arcade Mortal. And that really rubbed me the wrong way because I'm like, I just came off being the king of kings in MK4, and you're going to lie and say no one knows who I am? Man, I was mad. Man,
can I ask a simple question? Because again, like I'm from like the newer era, right? Why is it like such a big deal for you guys to say, "Ooh, he was a game tester"? I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a good player at all.
Yeah.
So why do you guys keep saying like, "Oh, he was a game tester"?
That's Lex's thing. So
that's what Lex is saying. We don't care about that. Lex keeps bringing that up.
But the point is that when Shock was trying to establish a tournament scene, Lex didn't want it. Lex didn't believe UMK3 should be in tournaments, and it was a threat to him. So Lex started saying UMK3 is not a tournament game. It doesn't belong. So Lex was doing everything in his power to prevent UMK3 from getting a tournament, a more stable tournament scene. And he was fighting against it, saying these players didn't know what they were doing. They don't know anything. They're blah, 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 blah. So I said that Lex doesn't know anything about this game based on tournament play, that he is a casual player only. And Lex was like, I'm a tester. I'm Alex Gilliam from Midway. And I'm like, you're a casual. You don't believe in tournaments, which makes you a casual. And my point was, no one's shitting on you. No one's saying you're bad. We're just saying you're a casual. You're not a tournament player. And Lex
he also thinks that playing a keyboard is cheating too, though.
So
which is crazy.
So Lex is sitting here going, I'm Alex Gilliam. I'm a tester. How dare you question the great Lex? And then Lex is like, you know what? No one knew who you were either. No one heard of you in the arcade. And I'm like, Lex, I'm fresh off MK4. What are you talking about? No one knows who you are anymore, brother. You're done. You're a dinosaur. No one cares about you. And Lex, he couldn't take it. So I told Shock, I said, the only way to break this guy, we got to trick Lex to come to tournament and beat him. Lex comes over here, loses in tournament, and he lost it. That was when Lex, he went off. He went off and said, this shouldn't have been a tournament. There shouldn't be. You know what's funny? Lex was beating Shock in casuals, beat him like 10-1. But you know what happened in tournament? He lost 2-0 and he couldn't take it. Lex is like, but I'm better than you. But I'm better than you. I was beating you in casuals. And Shock was like, hey, I beat you and I was in grand finals of the tournament. Lex, you lost. You gotta hold that. Just hold it. And Lex is like, no, UMK3 is not a tournament game. It doesn't belong in tournaments. This tournament shouldn't happen. And Lex is now in his delusion denying this event even happened. This is when Lex began to seriously unravel mentally because Lex just can't take it. He's a casual player. This has always been where the beef with me and Lex has started from. And then Lex, who trashed me for years, had to sit there while I went on to win Deadly Alliance tournaments, while I went in to win Tekken 4 and place top in Tekken 4, while I went on to place top in Evo for DOA 4. I got my boy PL in the chat, 3-time Evo champion, Perfect Legend, who won Dead or Alive 4. So Lex is watching me placing top at tournaments, me still winning in modern games, me moving on to just more games and winning. And then comes a new Mortal Kombat game, MK9. And when I won that first major, Lex is hitting me up in Facebook. Fuck you, bitch. I know the truth. Like, I'm like, can you just say congrats, dog, and move on? I know you. This is Lex, like talking like he's Batman. You know, like Lex is crazy. Like, why? 20 years later, this guy finds me on Facebook, who PL will tell you I never went on. It was a phantom page. I just never went on it. I just did it for like fans, paid to be whatever. And Lex finds it and starts shit talking me. 20 years later. He's crazy. He's crazy.
It's never going to end at this road. Never going to end.
Okay, I want to ask. So, what's the end goal here? Like, who is better between you guys? I guess back then UMK3 and like, I don't know. Is there going to be like a match in the future, or where does this lead to?
Because Lex will never play.
There's only one way to prove it, bro. Is to play.
Lex will never play. No, I called him out. No, Lex says I'm not good at any Mortal Kombat arcade game. We'll play MK2 right now, Lex. I see you in chat talking about MK2 like you know it. Hop on the sticks. He'll never do it. He'll never do it.
Yeah, he said he's not playing anymore. He doesn't play anymore.
Isn't that coincidence?
I do want to bring one thing up, like, because dude, he said Detroit Ballin was cheating for using a keyboard, which is like,
yeah, he was. He did,
and I don't even want to get into that. Part of my problem with Lex too. He does nothing but discredit the players I taught how to play, and I don't respect that. I brought it up.
All you guys mad at me about it, but the old players, they hate the jabs. They hate them. It's not about us winning. We just
and you know, we don't have a problem with you. We do have a problem for Lex discrediting us.
Yeah,
we win. We go to tournaments and we win them. You don't get to police how we play.
So the
this guy was actually explaining to me how it's an actual cheat mechanism, and I'm gonna go with the tester. That's it.
I don't care what any scrub has to say. This motherfucker is a scrub.
Yes, thank you very much.
You can't call him a scrub.
Oh, I can. I just did. What tournaments has he won? He's won nothing.
No,
he has
I know you. He's talking about the way the game was made. You guys are using an exploit. You guys are great at the game, whatever, no problems. Cool. But that's why he's mad.
You see my point with this guy?
How it is today. You don't
him and me.
Bad.
Well,
him and me are not even friends.
The only difference is, right, is using a keyboard. It's going to have a better input delay timing.
Input shortcuts, yes.
Right. Well, it's not input shortcut. It's not input shortcut. It's just going to have less delay from when you press the key.
No. It's short. It's also shorter moves.
Will destroy Lex on an arcade stick. It does not matter about.
He knows that too. He wasn't talking about that.
Right,
but he was talking about the actual board.
Right, but the thing is everyone nowadays, even if you're using a stick, it's going to have the same input delay as someone's keyboard.
I played on a stick and I bodied Lex. Like, what are we talking about?
It's going to have the same.
I played on an arcade stick, and all Lex did was bitch. When he talks about keyboards, he bitches at the keyboard. When you don't beat him with the keyboard, he bitches about jabs. There is nothing he can say. He's a scrub.
He's just mad like all us old guys about the jabs and stuff. I get it. I do get it. It's not like he's going to win today, but I get what he's trying to say. That's
exactly,
the thing. Sorry,
Bob, exactly. See, Bob literally put it into technical terms. You're going to have 1 millisecond of input delay anyways, right? So it's literally going to be no different than using a stick unless your stick is just fucking ass. That's the only way.
His argument was always the jabs, though. The jabs destroyed the game. These guys got better. it's not. It doesn't sit right with the old players.
That's
But
not true
that's
because
all.
I seen it put into the chat. He said that the fucking it wasn't tested on keyboard. That literally doesn't even mean anything, bro. It's
Yeah,
gonna
but that's the thing. You guys can't discredit a tester telling you that stuff, though. You can't do that.
I'm not discrediting it. It's just a dumb fucking statement. Is all I'm
Him
saying.
being a tester has no weight on any of this. Like that does
It
not
doesn't.
matter.
It wasn't supposed to be in the game.
I don't care what's supposed to be in the game. I don't
Development
give a
scope has nothing to
fuck.
do with it. It's gonna be the
I
same
play the
thing
real
either way.
game. I don't play Lex's imaginary game, what he thinks the game should be.
This was the game back then. This
Dad,
was
do
the
you
game back then.
And I play the game now. I play the real game. I
I
don't
get
play
it.
that
I
fake
get
ass
it.
Lex game.
Well, that was the game back then, and if a tester's telling you this stuff is exploits, it's exploits. It just
Summoning,
is.
summoning.
I know
Exploit
you don't
what?
want to hear it.
Summoning.
I know you don't want to hear it. I
Hold on.
know.
Exploit what though?
Summoning is like,
Exploit what though?
so hold on.
I know you
Summoning
don't.
is
You
like
guys don't want
Lex's
to hear
guy.
it.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
No,
he's
no,
the
no.
guy. He's the
Hold on, hold
guy.
on. Summoning says Lex is the guy to beat. But when you beat him, he says you're cheating. It doesn't count. Is that a guy to beat? That's not a top player. That's not a top
He
player.
is bringing up things that shouldn't be in the game. They missed as testers.
but
Maybe
they're
they
in the
weren't
game.
testers. Whatever it is, yes, they're in the game. But this is not supposed to be.
Neither is
have to
neither
give
is
the guy some
wave
credit.
dashing. Neither is anything.
No
Like,
one
come on.
respects Lex. No one. When we look at the difference between Lex and someone like Shock, Shock has never bitched about any of this. Shock accepted it, and Shock was a real tournament player. Lex has done the exact opposite.
Lex has discredited this game because of jabbers. He hates this. He hates the. I think he was really good without them. And once they came in, we probably can't adjust. You know, people get mad,
No, that's
but
not true.
doesn't.
Hold on. Not true. Lex lost to Shock without the jabs. He lost to Shock in the run jab era, and then he still said it didn't count because UMK3 should not be at tournaments. That's Lex. So it doesn't matter what
Really,
area you
he's
beat.
really mad about the jabs. We have had a conversation about this, a
He
very
lost
long
even
one.
with.
We
He
have
lost
had a
even without the jabs.
conversation about all the board talk, about all the jabs. He had very, very accurate points. We are not friends. He got mad at me. I actually defended Detroit and base. I was like, why don't you guys just play the game? Whatever. It is what it is. Then he private messaged me. We talked a lot about this stuff. And I was like, wow, I didn't actually think about this. I'm like, you know what? I'm like, I agree with you. I do. It does not because I was going to lose. I lose anyway. I've always lost. I've never won anything. But I do kind of get it. I
Yeah,
get
that's
it.
not cheating though. That's like saying wave dashing isn't supposed to be in melee, but it's there. So
Actually, the way he was explaining it to me made a lot of sense, and it does really. Why do you think I always bring up the attacking and blocking at the same time? It's cheating. Can't
it's
do it
not
in any other
cheating,
game.
bro. Yes,
You
you
can't do it in
can.
any other game. No, you
That's
cannot block and
literally,
attack in the same game. You cannot do it in any fighting game at all, except for
bro.
UMK3 and MK1, MK2, MK4, whatever. It's
Bro,
all fucked up. One is destroyed because of it. One is unplayable. Unplayable. If UMK3 players played MK1, they would never play. They would never play again. You're never going to beat Reaper. Maybe Detroit and Reaper will be the two best guys, but that is
He
not a
keeps
game.
bringing
The
up
game is
this
destroyed.
keyboard when I literally beat Lex playing on a stick.
I will tell you why he brought up the keyboard.
It never
I will tell you
ends
why
with these people. When they lose, they
No,
complain about the
okay,
keyboard.
I'll
When you're
give you
not playing
that.
on a keyboard, they complain about the jabs. When you're not jabbing them, they complain about infinites.
That's true.
It never
That's
ends.
true. No,
It never
infinites,
ends.
not really. But you are correct, Biggs. You are absolutely correct. If it's not the keyboard, it's going to be the jabs because it starts with the jabs. I was always jabs. I didn't really care about the keyboards. I did talk to Lex. He did explain me input shortcuts, dexterity. You could do it longer. You could like for example,
that's the same thing though. That's just wrong. It's just wrong, brother. I'm telling you,
the
it's
game
wrong.
wasn't meant to be played that way.
No game
If
was
the
meant
new
to be
game
played
comes out,
competitively like
if the
that,
game, if a
bro.
new game comes out on a console only, do whatever you want to do. This game came out on the arcade cabinet, 2 sticks. Side by
but
side.
it's the same input delay though as a keyboard is now on that arcade, bro.
That's why I brought up input shortcuts.
There is no
Basically, if you
input
pick up
shortcuts,
a stick, this is exactly what he told me. If you pick up a stick and do back down back on a stick, it's easier to hit 2 keys.
It's not true.
It's faster to do it. Yes, it's true. I don't know what you don't understand. Of course, it's true.
Because
if you've got a super high execution player like Detroit, not saying that he needs it, he's even better when he has closer inputs. That's a legitimate argument.
Hanzo was doing this stuff back in 2006. It's not new. I don't get what the
He brought
problem is
Detroit
now.
up.
Just because
He brought
Detroit is
Detroit
winning.
up.
Listen, man,
That's all.
I'm gonna keep it real. 'Cause I
Literally,
gotta go, but it
Hanzo was
sounds
doing
like,
this in 2006, bro. Like, and
It's
he
the
played on
game
a Switch.
tester
I
who's
don't get what
talking
the
to me.
problem is.
It's the game tester who's talking to me who doesn't even like me. He's mad at me. He doesn't like me either. I'm not even siding with the guy, but he had points. His
bro,
points
it sounds
were
like
absolute.
So chat, I'm gonna head
You
out.
guys
But
don't
now
want
we
to.
see.
You guys
Now
don't
we
want to
see the
agree with
truth.
it. You could.
Now, hold on, chat.
I
Now we see
don't
the
care
truth.
about winning.
Hold on. Now we see what this is really about. A schoolboy
Okay.
crybaby take
Mike, Tom, your mic's cutting
losing.
out. All right, it's back.
Oh, I said this.
I'm
This is
back.
all
Sorry,
about.
I'm in a cab.
This is all about a crybaby schoolboy bitch tester who couldn't take losing. He thought
But he was a
Lex
tester, man. You
doesn't
gotta
doesn't
give
mean
matter.
him
anything.
some
That
kind of
doesn't
credit.
mean anything. That doesn't mean anything,
It
bro.
absolutely means something when a
What does
tester
it
is
mean?
telling you
What
this
does
shit.
it mean?
The shit's not
It means
supposed to be
he
in the
signed
game.
up. It means he signed up to test the game. But dude, there's so many
I
things that
will
aren't supposed to
take
be
a
in a
game
game.
tester's word over any great player. He's a freaking tester. He sat
Why?
there, they developed stuff,
See
they
the
fixed
problem.
stuff.
For
You
what? A
know,
month?
that's all I'm
For
saying.
what? A month? Maybe? Like on a contract? Like that doesn't mean shit, bro. Come on now.
He was a known player. People knew who he was. He was a guy who he was very respected back in the day.
He was a casual
I
player.
listened.
He wasn't
I
that
listened to
respected.
what
He
I
wasn't
listened
that
to what he
respected.
had to
He
say.
wasn't
I
that
listened.
respected. Not that
He
respected.
was,
He was
dude. Come
not respected.
on. He was idolized. He
Okay, well, let me
was
explain
the
something. Let me explain
guy.
something. So in Melee, bro, like they wave dash and shit. That was not meant to be in the game, but they do it. So like, are they
Yeah,
cheating?
well, you're talking to somebody who only played MK, so I don't know anything about any other games. I just play MK 1, 2, 3. That's it. Nothing else. So I don't know anything. But I do understand MK, the jabs, and I do understand the keyboard stuff that he was explaining to me is not a big deal as much as it was for him. I don't care about the actual things that they use.
Bro, I'm
The
gonna keep it.
jabs,
I'm
though,
gonna keep it
those are
real. Listen,
bullshit.
listen, bro. It sounds like Detroit's just putting some belt to ass, and
I
he's
know
in there
Detroit.
putting belt to
Detroit's my
ass,
friend.
dog.
I've sponsored Detroit in tournament. I know Detroit. I ain't mad at the guy. I just don't like that style of
He's
gameplay,
just
and it's not
putting
because I
belt
don't
to
want to
ass,
win.
dog.
Okay,
He's
so
putting
Say
chat,
again? I
you're
didn't hear
hearing
you.
this? Hold on. So chat, you're hearing this? Now you know the crazy wackadoo individual.
That's how it is for the old players. The old players just
My point
value
is,
the integrity of the game. This game
There
is
is no
fucked up.
to beat
integrity
the
though. Games are gonna change, and the meta's gonna change and shit. Like,
Why
and
don't
new
all
shit's gonna
why
be
don't all
found.
let me ask you, all you UMK3 players out there, all you defenders, go play MK1. Please start playing MK1. When you guys can't win a freaking round, then let's talk and tell me if that's the way the game should be played.
Hey, listen, don't get this
Please
twisted.
do that.
I beat M2
I'm
Day
We
not
MK,
twisting
so
up
so
anything.
you know what I'm
That
saying.
game is wrecked. Yes.
summoning. This is the difference
Yes.
between us. When we play that game and we lose, we don't say, "Oh, you're cheating." That's the difference. We just take the loss and we go from there.
Right.
We
Okay,
accept
I
it.
get that.
So
You have to admit
why
though,
can't the
the
old school
game is
players do
wrecked
that?
because the
Why
game's
can't they do that?
wrecked. It's wrecked.
We understand.
It's
We understand the game sucks. Summoning. The game has always sucked. This is not
no
new.
MK1 is an amazing game. It
MK1
started
has
everything.
been garbage. It has
It
been garbage.
started everything though. It was the
That doesn't change
start
the
of
fact that
it
it's
all.
garbage. The game is garbage.
It's now unplayable. It's absolutely unplayable.
We
The only
understand that. We understand
so
that. The game is
you
trash.
actually
That's
think
fine. That
these
is
game
fine.
testers and developers decided to make it look like
I
this?
don't care. I
But
literally
that's
don't care.
But
we
again,
all get that. We all get it. But the old
no
guys
game is
butthurt
supposed to
about
have
it.
that, bro. Like,
The old guys are butthurt about it. They are. They really are. They don't care about winning anymore. Their time is past. But I get it. I get it.
so let me
And
ask you a question
that's just
because so from your logic here, you're saying that the testers go in there and test the game and they find out the way the game is meant to be played.
I've heard from a tester that this is not supposed to be in the game. I'm going with the tester. Sorry, I am. So whatever they and he's calling you guys cheaters, I'm right there. I'm right there with it. But do it though. Nobody cares. Do what you want. But this game is
Yeah, but dude,
discredited. I'm
why
not
does the
calling people
tester
out.
have all?
If, for
Why?
example, all right, let me give you an example. So Biggs is not liked by Lex, maybe because it's because of the jabs. I'm not going to go there. I don't care about that
Right,
stuff.
right. But I'm
You
just
know what I
trying to
mean?
understand why you think a game tester has because listen, like
Because he's a game tester.
what does that mean though? Like he signed up a
He's better.
contract.
He believe me, he knows they've tested the game. They've worked on bugs. They've worked on stuff. I
He
believe
didn't work
them
on bugs. He
more.
just reported the bugs. He didn't work on the bugs.
What
The developer
did
did.
you do that? Did you do that? You didn't do that, right? He did. So I was not, he
Right, but
does
I
not
know
even
what game
friends with
testers
me.
do. They literally set him down
He
in a room and
doesn't
let him play
even
the game for a few hours, dog.
he
Like,
doesn't
come
even
on.
like me. This is the thing. He doesn't even like me. I was defending Detroit and base for doing the jams.
Right,
I was like, well, why don't we just play the game?
Title as a game tester, bro. Like game testers, literally, they just sign some people up and say, "Hey, come play our game for a few hours and see if you find anything weird."
He messaged me and told me about the input stuff, and I was like, wow, this is absolutely interesting. I'm very interested to hear this because I was always thought the jams sucked. I was like, this sucks. I was like, I don't even know when to. I can't get better at this. I'm terrible at this game. I'm even worse now. So I was like, oh, that's it for me. This game's wrecked.
It's not different in the console area, bro. Tell me yes or no. The way you signed up to be a tester is you probably had some sort of insight and you just signed a contract saying, "Hey, I'm going to report some bugs." It's the same shit. It's the same shit.
A tester's a tester, dude. A tester's way more than what we are. Come on.
No, they're not, bro. They're literally just contracted through the company to say, "Hey, play this game."
You didn't play the old games. You didn't actually play the old games. He was the guy. Lex was the guy. Everybody loved the guy. Everybody. This is the guy to beat. I'm telling you guys, this was how it was back then. You knew about game testers and word of mouth players.
But you have to understand that a tester isn't even. They're not even a worker for the studio. They're just.
I give testers a lot of credit. They worked on the
Wait,
game.
wait.
Come on, James. End this shit.
I'm going to end this shit very simple.
End this shit.
I don't care about the glitch jabs. Yes, they weren't intended to be in the game, but they are. End of story. Second thing is, testers back in the arcade and console days were actually employees. They had more input. They had more input than
your mic is going off something. Your mic is like echoing.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in a cab. Sorry. I'll mute it so I don't cut out.
They had a role that was even involved with development, including ideas and fatalities, and they weren't just the typical today's quote unquote QA where they just went to a mall and said, "Hey kids, we'll give you a pizza, you test the game." That's only something that's evolved as the money and the size of games grew and the size of studios grew. But when you go back to MK3 or even MK1, it was 6 guys and 2 testers. That was the whole team. So it's kind of disingenuous. I mean, again, I got no issues with Lex. I got no issues with Bill. I don't care about all that bullshit with the who's top, who's bottom, who fucking takes it in the ass and who takes it in the mouth. I don't care about any of that. But the fact of the matter is, when I met Lex, he was working on WaveNet. I was consulting with the producer of WaveNet on a better way to deliver the game to arcades versus the original plan of a T1. You know, where we went into ISDN lines and all the BS. I'm not credited. It was all just because of casual conversation and my obsession for MK at that time. But you can't sit here. I see the tournament scene. He's a scrub because he don't compete in the tournament. That's the reason this scene sucks. This is like when I met Shock, and again, no shade on Shock. When Shock used to say, "Well, if they're online, they're not part of the scene." Who were you to say that? Who were you to say?
Would you also agree that like if something's fun in the game, like later on down the line, that it's not cheating? It's what was found. The new meta developed.
I agree, but then let me ask you this: a hypothetical, of course, and I used this before. If during development they left a code that you could put in for one touch of death punch and you kill the enemy, and as a tester, obviously you knew it, and you didn't use it, and you went bodying people and said, "Well, it's in the game,"
right?
Would you be accepting their wins?
I mean, yeah, if there was no rule against it, sure. I mean, you have to.
So here's the thing.
The
James.
rules really depend on what the tournament is saying. Like it's all up to the
If
TO.
they-
Like, whatever
if-
TO
if
says.
that-
If the TO says you can't play Cabal and you're picking that shit in tournament, you're getting DQ'd and yeah, you cheated. That's just how it is.
I agree.
Yeah.
So James, we're not calling Lex a scrub because he's not a tournament player. We're calling him a scrub because what he's saying to us. That is the difference here. Just because you play the game casually, we're not going to discredit you about that. We're discrediting him because he is telling us stupid shit. That's literally it.
Yeah, well,
but hold on.
The one thing.
Wait. Is it possible for someone to be good at a game, be considered insanely good at the game, but they don't play it in tournaments?
Sure, but that's not our problem with Lex. That is not our problem with Lex.
Yeah, I just want to say that it has nothing to do with Lex. I just because I was gonna go into like
Sure.
a current new
So,
NRS game, but
James, end this shit, because I'm so tired of hearing this, bro. I'm so tired of all this dumb fucking jab shit, all this fucking keyboard shit, all this 90s
Everybody
drama.
Yeah, that
None
was
of this shit
brought up
matters.
today. I wasn't going to bring that up again, but I'm just
You
saying
know,
that was the thing that I heard from Lex.
I mean, listen, it is what it is. I mean, it's the evolution of the game. Again, you can't be mad at a person playing on a pad or a keyboard or a fucking abacus or a fucking calculator. If they weren't around in the arcade era, they never played on an arcade stick. You can't ask them to go play on an arcade stick now. Now, as the evolution of it happens, listen, if somebody figured out a way to fucking play Mortal Kombat on a Guitar Hero's guitar, by all means, do it. You're talking about a fucking 35-year-old game that all 10 people are in this chat that play it right now going, why are we still bringing this up? Why are we still arguing about this? It don't matter. It's not a matter of what has better latency on the commands. So what? There's nothing stopping anybody else from doing it. Now, on Summoning's part, I can understand he vents his frustration, and nobody wants to hear the word cheater. And I've told this to Nitin Summoning a lot of times where I'm like, you know, it's like me calling you a Habib. Eventually, you're gonna go stop fucking doing it. You know, it's nobody wants to hear it because you know what? I've watched you play. I've watched Detroit play. You put in a fucking shit ton of effort. You're both great players. But I can't turn around and at the same time, as an old school player, accept it as my era, but nor should I have to. That's why you don't see me going out there trying to pick up the keyboard and doing it myself. For me, I'm fucking old as dirt. What the fuck why do I want to be fucking 60 years old and the best Mortal Kombat player? What am I, a retard? You know, eventually life moves on. You guys, and I'm going to stress this quick, and then I'm going to drop off again. Summoning and I met two of our original OGs that, you know, we were originally our original group the other day. And we said it that at the bar we were at, like the friendships that we built from this. And I know this is one of those violin moments, but you remember that. You know, I met all you guys through all this shit. That's all. That's the takeaway. You know, I hear about Mount Rushmore and Sonic. Sonic isn't going to be remembered in 20 years. Ain't nobody going to know who the fuck he is. And if it is, they're going to go, it's the guy that dressed up as a fuck puppet. They're not going to remember him. They're not going to go, oh my God, he was the best in Mortal Kombat 9, 10, 11, and 12. Nobody cares. You know, so all this arguing, all this fighting back and forth I see with Lex, you know, I've never had an issue with Lex. But that's me personally. Now, I can't turn around and say, you know, you and them, you know, have your squabbles. But, like, is this not petty? Think about
yes,
it.
it's definitely petty.
You're arguing
We are
about
not
shit.
disagreeing. We are not
Bro,
disagreeing.
we're almost
Yeah.
5 hours into this argument with this, and I still don't understand the origin, how it came to be about. I just hear, well, this happened here, and then this happened, and then this person was involved, and these other 10 people were here, and then it's just, there's no like consistency behind the story.
Like I said, Rio, you hit me up and you asked me if I wanted to do a podcast again. And I said, yeah, you know what? Let's do a podcast about, you know, the scene and the evolution and the beginning.
Maybe the
A lot
origin,
of
all that
people don't know
stuff.
it.
And it sucks
This
that
was
Dave wanted
and
to
this was
turn it into
but
like
wait,
drama.
but this was before the Lex and Brady shit
Yes,
even
this is,
popped up. We
but
did this like 2 days
yes,
before it.
and this is why it's annoying that the stupid drama happened literally 2 days before this episode, because people think like Dave is so brainwashed. He thinks that because this drama happened with Lex and Tom 2 days ago on my chat that, oh my God, this episode's about that. No, it's not about that. This was already planned way in advance before it was going to happen. Like, these people don't understand. They just
I
want to sit there.
I really wanted to get into the friendship part, the actual like bonds we made. I mean, like I said, like Jimmy said, violin moments. I met the best friends of my life playing this game. We have so much history, and there is one thing I had to say about Tom. Tom's calling guys like me a scrub. I am not a scrub. I have done everything for this game. I have done so much for this
I don't
community.
think it's fair for
That
Tom to
shit
say you were
bothers me.
like, I don't think it's fair for Tom to say you were bad and not good and this and that.
And me being me, I wasn't there. That type of stuff. That's the stuff that gets me pissed because I donated equipment to tournaments. I gave Phil computers to stream for VSM. I've done everything for the scene, every possible thing I could do. But I was never good. I was never good at any of these games. I was good in my era. And I have nobody. Jimmy's my only witness. There's nobody. We beat a lot of people. I wanted to come on and tell people about the old stream, about the old scene, how we used to do stuff, and it was really fun for us. I thought maybe some people would want to hear that, but of course, it's gonna go to this drama from 2 days ago,
And I'll
and
be honest, I got messages from people in DMs and whispers going, "What the fuck, man? I was actually enjoying listening to you guys talk about, the history of the
yep,
scene,
yep.
and all of a sudden it became fucking World War III."
Yeah, and
Yep.
this is what I
I
meant
get my entire stream too.
earlier in the
They
podcast. I
love listening
said
to our stuff.
it's so dumb how I, as someone who's been, playing Mortal Kombat for so long, I know more about the Street Fighter origins and the players back then, tournaments and Smash Brothers, all these games I don't even play currently. I know more about that than the own Mortal Kombat community. Because you never hear about this stuff
Yeah,
back then. Like, who were the good
we
players back
love
then?
to tell
How
you.
did it come about to be? It's like always about this dumb drama, and now it leading to this, and it
But
kind of ruined like the whole
If you
show.
have Tom Brady on with us, he's going to discredit us every time, and that sucks.
Right,
I
and I
mean,
don't
we
understand
don't
why
need
it's
to be
like that.
known.
I don't understand why it's like
It's
that.
always he's got to be better than all of us. It's fine. We're old. Yeah, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, but wish we could just get like a couple hours. And if nobody likes to listen to it, it's fine. But it's our history. I mean, like it's like part of our lives. I mean, it's something that we love to do, and we met like really good people on the way, and we got people together, and it was fun times. It was way before internet. Putting quarters up, learning how to play without training mode, without labbing against your friends. We had to come up with weird ways and stuff. I figured people might want to like to hear that.
You know what's funny?
But
Even back in the MK9 days, I was called Mr. Toxic. I put the bounties on PL. I did the cantaloupe videos on 16-bit, and all that wacky shit to build up hype. Not because I never hated PL. I never hated Brady. I never hated fucking 16-bit. I wanted to give people the closest you could get to our arcade era, but in that better environment. I shit you not, I used to walk around Biggie events. I wouldn't even, whatever. Let's say Biggs is playing Rio in a match, and I don't know either of you. I just go up to Biggs and I'd be like, listen, I'll give you $50 right now if you beat him in tournament. Now, say Biggs wins. I give him the $50. Say Biggs loses. Rio goes, where's my $50? I tell Rio, fuck you. I never said I was giving you shit.
Yeah, I remember
It
you did
was
something like
just
that with Turbo, which added some hype. The whole babality stuff.
the turbo stuff,
yeah,
and then I added money with the babality. I just wanted the scene to grow organically.
let's just have fun and stuff, and not like back in the day. It was only about fun. It was just, it was that. Now it's so fucked up. It's just so it's
I don't know the way I
yeah.
look
We
at
have to
it.
like
Look,
beg players.
I'm not trying to say nothing counted for MK9, but when you think about it, like if there's no footage on all these tournaments that happened for all these games back then, what do we go by? It's just like word of mouth at that point.
But
Yeah,
that's
so
why
Like
that's
you
why
can't tell who's
these
lying.
types of
Anybody could be
stories,
saying they
these
were this
types of
amazing,
stories.
sick player back then, and I guess we're supposed to just believe them.
that's
Well,
why me and Jimmy wanted to come on, and we've
you
played
want
together
to
for
you want to
34
be
years.
you want to be on the honor system. You would hope some guy ain't gonna turn around and he's like, I beat James MK, I beat Jason Wilson, I beat Eddie Ferrier. All right, what was your name? It don't matter what my name is. Okay, well then it didn't happen. Like you can go,
Right.
every story I tell, you can go, I've hung out with Lex. I've seen, I've played Eddie Ferrier, Mike Vinicor, I played Alex Vi. There's another end of it that would confirm it, and it's like that's all. Unfortunately, we didn't all walk around with fucking $1,600 fucking VHS recorders to fucking record everything, and streaming didn't exist, and most of it was arcade based anyway. So you would hope people would have like some kind of honor system. Is there people that are going to make up shit? Absolutely. You know, I got no gain for making anything up. I mean, I have document history. You know, I got 20 fucking Mortal Kombat books published. I got my name in the fucking credits of the game, as does Alec or Lex.
I'm in the thanks of some of the books. Some of the combos are mine.
You're in the book with special thanks because you were part of my crew.
Yep.
You know,
I put combos in.
You know, just like Biggs in Detroit are part of their crew. You know,
Yep.
that stays. That's the part of all this shit that should stay. You know, you're both on opposite sides of the country, but you're friends. That's the blessing we didn't have. I couldn't hang out with Alex because he was in California. Who
I
knows
couldn't
how
hang
it
out
would
with
have
you
turned
either.
out?
I'm far away from you either. Yesterday was amazing. Yesterday
Yeah.
was great. Yesterday was we actually played Legacy. We went online and we were like going rounds on people. That's something we did like fucking 30, 25 years ago. It's just like an old nostalgia moment of just like, you know, wondering what the opponent's going to do, hanging out with your friends and trying to figure out like what the, you know, just those just the fun times that we had. We wanted to bring this to the stream, but if Bill comes on, it's always going to be about what's going on with him. If you have a counterpoint, it's gonna, you know, he's not gonna believe you. Like, I mean, I had a good point about something. I'm like, you know, I really didn't hear about him back in the day. I am not discrediting the guy, but you know, he's gonna take over the stream.
No, I was not in the fucking commercial. I think that dude's a ginger.
All right,
But I would
I'm gonna
like to
say one
finish this
last
one day.
thing.
Yeah.
Before we wrap up, the other day I was on Reel's podcast and I said I had no respect for summoning. I'm gonna apologize to you right now, summoning. I
That's okay,
understand
bro.
that came from something Lex said, and I understand that my issue with you is really my issue with him. So I'm gonna apologize to you right now for
Oh,
that.
thanks. I mean, I've never said you guys. I swear to you guys, I've never said any of you guys are bad players. I just personally think it's an exploit. You could do what you want to do. I never cared about winning. I'm not trying to get relevance. I'm an old man. I love the game. We didn't even throw back in the day. I didn't even get into that nostalgia. You know, the Long Island guys didn't throw in UMK or
We know it all.
MK2.
We know we don't have to rehash it right now because I think
Yeah, you know, so I'm just
all
saying,
of
like,
you
I have
guys.
respect for you guys.
I think
I
all
do.
of you guys need to take a break because you motherfuckers, what was supposed to be a couple of hours stream is turning to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours now.
It got so serious and dramatic. But yeah,
Thanks,
I mean,
Biggs.
I don't know.
That means a
Maybe
lot, dude. I am not. I have nothing against any of you guys.
Yeah.
I
So
don't know,
all
maybe-
right, guys, I'm gonna peace out here. I hope Rio wraps this up real quick.
yeah, I'm gonna wrap up in like
Have a
less than
good
10 minutes.
weekend.
Peace out, Biggs.
Have a good Sunday. Thanks,
But yeah,
dude.
look,
Good insight.
I don't know if Dave was maybe telling the truth because Dave has been telling me, he's like, bro, lately these UMK3 episodes have been awful. All this drama, all this stuff. Like, it's not the way to go. So I don't know what the next episode's going to be about, but in terms of this whole like 2D MK, because every 2D MK episode has been so far, I'm not saying this to blame the players or anything, but it's always been like negative, this, macros, people cheating.
Listen, Rio, summoning used to say this when I first came back to the scene. These guys don't know what it's like. We said the 2D MK games bring out the worst in this scene. It absolutely does.
Yeah, and I don't know why it's like that.
It's such a weird hate, spite-filled, nasty. Everybody hates everybody. I've never understood it.
Right, and what's crazy
one
is
last thing. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
what's crazy is we did like 6 episodes of the 2D MKs, and not yet have we got to talk about the characters like Human Smoke, Cabal, Melina. Not like almost no gameplay and characters, and all that stuff hasn't even been touched about
You
yet.
can't even get to the select
It's just
screen.
all the drama and
If
people
we
using.
could ask one thing, Rio, I know that maybe people don't care, but like I would like to have a part 2 of this to actually go through more of the history without Tom, if that's okay, and so we can just get to the points because maybe something.
Yeah, no,
I
that's
know
fair,
people
'cause
want to hear this.
I think people probably do want to hear some of the history behind, you know, everything that happened before.
It's really fun stories. It's
Oh, wait,
really
hold
fun
on,
stories
Lex,
going
I
like.
didn't even get to tell the story. I'll just give the synopsis of me
Are you
playing.
guys
the guy
okay?
at Penn-
Wait, are you guys okay if Lex joins the call?
What's that?
Absolutely.
All right, let me give you permission, Lex, to join the podcast.
Yeah.
All right, you should be able to join now.
I didn't even tell the story of me playing a guy in Penn Station for $100, and then when he tried to rob me, for the $100, I ate it.
Are you joking?
I remember that.
Okay, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hey, man.
I just want to make sure that you guys understand my side and why I reacted like I do, because Uh, oh shit. I'm having technical difficulties.
I can hear you.
Is that your mic, somebody?
So who might
I'll mute
be
myself
that?
because I'm in the city.
Okay, yeah. Lexi there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. Okay, should be better now. I just want to make sure I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to clear up my side because I just want to be clear. Like my reactions are solely based on me being real, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm being spiteful because I'm saying things like you're doing only jabs because um, if I'm taking things out of context, I feel like I'm doing something bad. But if I'm not, then please defend yourself because that's the point. I believe that Ultimate has always been a game of diversity and style and less about trying to just get a win. And that kind of mentality shifted when consoles started up. And that's pretty much the onset of the behavior that I'm referencing when I say things like training dummies are your best friends and all that stuff is because the arcade scene was more about standing next to somebody and talking shit
Mm-hmm.
and making friends. And it's not like that anymore. So that's my point.
And I agree with him. That side of it has, without a doubt, gotten diluted over the years. I mean, you just listen to let's not even talk about the old school games. Let's just talk about the current stuff. Like the shit talk that you see, like between Twitter and at events, that kid Noah telling people that their moms are trash. Like, we didn't do that. Just like the myth about all these big old fights every week and people getting stabbed in the arcade. Those are just stories of glory to make it sound better. There's shit that did happen without a doubt. But the way they make it sound is like you were living in the movie The Warriors and you couldn't escape anytime you went to an arcade. It was really about just making friendships. And
Yeah,
I
and
think that the
it's
home system and the newer generation has gotten this glorification of this bullshit arcade era of stabbings and fightings, and they know they can't
Mm-hmm.
do that, so they take it to a level now where they think they're teetering on the line, and that's where, like I said, I put a little blame on me for when I was putting bounties and on people because I was kind of pushing that envelope a little,
that's
but
some New
I
York
agree
Yep.
with
shit
you.
though. That's Long Island. Shut the fuck up. Come on, that was like the area. Like Chicago had lesser version of that, but really, like we couldn't wear hats in certain arcades in Chicago because of the violence behind certain games. So like MK2 arcades, you couldn't wear hats. That's just pretty
Mm.
much how it was. And Long Island version was mafia, right?
Oh,
Yeah, but
God.
the mafia doesn't do nothing publicly. We don't stab you we wait until you leave at least.
Chicago was the place to beat, though. That we know. We knew about it, and we knew about it in New York all the time. It was always Chicago. Chicago was like the place to play.
That's what like I for everybody that's here, I started in NorCal and I told Rio that when I went to Chicago, I got my ass beat for years by the
Yeah,
best players.
you told
And
me
there was only
Mo.
one path
Yeah.
and that was through. And there was no other way. I had no other choice. So
Well, that's
when
why
I
I was
encountered
surprised
the
when you
new
told me
school
that.
method,
Yeah, I was
yeah,
surprised you
the new
told me that
school
because
method is more like I
I
sit at home and play a training dummy when we had to do that behind 50 cents a round, pretty much. So there's
Yes,
a
that's
big
so good. You
difference
mentioned that.
between like being able to study the situation and being able to study a whole ass bracket tournament before you even show up and know how you want to play and do this whole flow chart. And that's different. That's completely different. And I choose not
Yeah,
to.
pay to
I
play.
always
We've
choose
always
not to
brought
do
that
that.
up.
Yeah, and because the way that we ended up playing was more of a random power casual style. And there was no reason for anybody to think that I'm claiming any kind of world title off of a comment like that, except if you're certain people. So when
Mm.
I've gone through the early arcade era, I've made friends. I've been punched in the face because of idol infinites. I mean, it just happens. But um, he's still my friend. And those people, you go through challenges and stuff, and it's a lot different than now. When you go through challenges online, you get documented and thrown out in front of a crowd of people that fucking take you down. And it's just,
That's
that's completely
amen.
different.
That's the thing. We can't even bring up the old stuff though because we're discredited. We're old men, so nobody cares. We can't even bring it up the way it
Yeah, like
was.
I've literally been punched in the face by a video game, and most of these people couldn't even fathom.
Yeah, but we're old, washed up. It doesn't matter what we say. So but I'm glad to have you on. I know we had this conversation. It was pretty heated. I don't know if you remember it. Is when you disbanded the Facebook channel, and I was kind of
No,
defending
okay,
Detroit.
I have to clear that up right now because the individual
Yep.
involved is not in the chat, but it was because somebody is, putting
Yeah.
compromise on my career by his activities. So I have
Well,
to take
that I
care of
don't
that.
know about. I just remember of only thing that I went in there, I said something, and the chat got disbanded. I got blocked and stuff. But you had a great conversation with me about this thing, about the
I never,
inputs. I learned a lot from
I
that.
don't.
So
If honestly, if there's no guessing if I hate you, you'll know, and I'll say it. So there's no reason for you to say that. I don't know why you would say that.
no,
There's
because I
reasons why
think
I do
I think
things.
you blocked me. I think you blocked me after that because you didn't want to hear it
You
anymore. And I was
gotta
like, okay,
protect
I get
my
it.
obviously I got to protect my image and job and everything because there's a lot of crazy shit
Okay,
going
yeah.
on. So, I mean,
No,
please
I
give that
actually
to me.
don't know how far it could go in, but I learned a lot from you that you said what you said about the like the keyboard and stuff. It was very interesting. And I
But
always took that. I was like, wow, that's great.
yeah,
Good
so
info.
other people than me, okay, I'm just gonna say that have witnessed partition charging online, and that doesn't happen on a stick.
I'm right
Period.
behind you, brother.
Can you explain
Right
exactly what
behind
that
you with
is
that.
for people like me that don't understand what that means?
So Urian in Street Fighter Third Strike, he can do a lot of his crazy combos with partition charging on a stick. But it's a lot easier in Street Fighter 3 because the polling internal is a lot slower. The polling in Ultimate is maxed out because it's assembly code, or at least close to it. So the polling from a keyboard enhances the ability to read. It maxes it out, so you can do partition charging like crazy in that game. And then there's neutral and stuff like that. Like there's moves that require certain frames of neutral that don't do that on a keyboard.
Okay, yeah. So like stuff like this, I don't understand the details of because I've never looked at it in like a technical
So
sense with
just
the
look at the tech
devices.
for Urian and Third Strike and look up his advanced combos.
Right.
And then tell me you can do that in a short amount of time because there's pros in Japan that still can't do that consistently.
Right. But I want to say, when I was first going to talk to you, I was surprised because coming into it, I thought you were going to be like, yeah, I was the best at Snap, I'm the best player at the Snap. But then when you started telling me
No,
that there were
that's
other
because
players there that were better than you, I found it confusing because all I heard constantly was how you were saying you were
what
this
this is
ridiculous
how
player.
okay,
Yeah, so I'm
so
just saying when
I've
I
been in
was,
touch.
yeah, but it's weird because when you like what you basically told me was almost the opposite of what I've been hearing. So
Well,
when you're
I
talking
can talk
difficult and
about
you're
the
flip
arcade
flopping,
scene. I want to talk about the arcade scene. I want to talk about with this with Jim and summoning because this is pretty much like what you got on Twitch, like for arcade. Like I'm being honest. Like I don't think there's anybody else.
yeah.
Yep.
And your
Yep.
title is pretty much saying arcade competitive scene. So
Well, yeah,
I'm
that's
not
what it was
trying to
originally
leave
going to be,
anybody
but
out,
then
but yeah, this is what you got. So we're here.
But yeah, but basically, when you told me about Mo and Paul and all these other people that were super good, I didn't expect you to say that because I thought you were going to tell me how good you were at the game and you were the best at that because that's all I was told about you from other people.
That's my problem
That's
with
why
this
I
whole
was like, this
situation
story
is
is
there's a
all over
lot
the
of
place
people.
because I don't know who to believe because I'm literally hearing the opposite thing when I
There's a
talk to both
lot of
sides.
people that admitted that they have only known me because of online drama, and I don't appreciate that at all.
Right.
And that's one of the main reasons why I say become friends with people, not just competitor gaming nerds that sit in a room and play video games all day. Get to know the motherfuckers that you're hanging out with.
Yeah,
You
like
know?
Diddle didn't even know my credentials. And I'll say it right now. I was hired to work on War Gods because no one would test it, and then I merged into WaveNet and tested other games at the same time. Cruising World, I'm on the credits for. I worked for Eugene Jarvis's company after they split off of Midway, doing Fast and Furious. You can see my name in those credits. So there's a lot of other games and a lot of other things that I've done that outside of Mortal Kombat that no one knows about because I don't put my life online. Period. There's a reason for that, and y'all can tell, right? There's proof in the pudding.
Yeah. Yeah, that I know. That's why I live in a dungeon where nobody can find me.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I hate to like try to wrap it short, but do you guys want to say anything to wrap up anything that was said today?
No,
This
if you
was
got any
actually
arcade,
this actually turned out to be great. So really great.
Release something because I
okay,
thought it
and if
was
it's
the
arcade
most,
stuff,
probably one of the worst
No,
episodes.
because getting Lex on is pretty great. I mean, that's you learn a lot. He's a game tester. Good stuff.
I'm
I
never
mean,
going to address Tom directly because it's not worth it, and it's nothing related to anything that I'm doing. I don't have no skin in that game. That's all related to MK scene, and I've been a tester. The tester comment is about me having ethics, about working for a company that allowed me to play a free game that everybody had to pay for over hours at a time.
which was, let's be realistic, my advantage, just like yours. You
Now,
know, to
and
play on
people like Jim had an advantage because he had insiders and leaks and knew, and that's how it was. And the
you know,
leaks
but
were fatalities in tech and stuff, and that's how it was. And I'm pretty sure that's how it is now. So don't get me started.
Yeah,
I never
no,
had
that makes
leaks.
sense.
I got sent the sheet directly by Ed. A claim
So
mandated
yeah,
it.
like yeah, like I'm down. I ain't dancing around shit. We've already dealt with Tom. Okay, we've already. This is just. It's literally an ego fight that I'm not taking a part of on purpose. Let's just put that into rest right now. That's my version of using violent language on Tom on stream.
Which
Well,
again, hopefully this issue, very simple. Tom, you go your way. Lex, you go your way. You don't have to interact with each other. You don't have to forgive each other. You don't have to try and get by. While it would be nice, clearly isn't going to happen. Um, but that's no reason. Like I said, I like Mitten said, Rio, I'd love to do another attempt at this at another time. Probably can get it all done in 2 hours instead of 9, and actually talk about the early scene from MK1 up to MK4, just like the Legacy Collection. If you want the 3D era, go buy the DLC pack. We're not going to cover it.
yeah, no, I agree with that. That would be interesting to do. And I mean, Dave doesn't want to do a 3D era kind of talk of anything back then, so I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah,
But
it's really fun stuff for people who want to hear. We get messages all the time about it. It's really fun stuff. Some of the old stories, some of the people we met, and things like that. We'd like to get a chance if you guys ever want to do it.
man, no, I'd definitely be down. And again, for 3D era, I mean, Tom can tell you everything about VA. He was there for some of Deception. He was there for some MK vs DC. And Dave and I can cover
Yeah,
Armageddon. So
none of us were. Not us two weren't. We didn't care about any of that stuff. We still play the old stuff. We'll always play the old stuff. We did 2 hours of Legacy yesterday. We couldn't even get the controls to work. That was
Jesus
fun.
Christ, 2 hours setting up controls on a shitty fucking
Hey,
emulation port.
I have no comment on any of it.
was it really that bad
But
Yeah.
offline? I
it
haven't
was
gotten to
fun.
play this collection offline yet, so I don't know what's the issue with setting up controllers. Why
All
does it
right,
take
Oh
that
man,
long?
so
we did a great thing yesterday. Go ahead, Jimmy.
so basically, we said we want to play offline, 2 players with 2 PDP sticks,
Right.
and one of them was the original PDP stick that had that ugly looking MK1 cabinet layout on the cover, and the other one was the red fucking MK9 one. The MK9 one I had set up with a converter built in, done by Alex Smith. I'm sure you know him. Came up. We both started it up. We both plugged it in. For some fucking reason, blocks wouldn't work. When you go to the PC setup versus one of the console setups, the console setup, because it's a PlayStation 5, only gives you a profile for a PlayStation 5 setup. But when you do it on the PC, it does both key and stick buttons. So you can map a bunch of stick buttons at the same time that you're mapping keyboards, and probably use them both. Didn't test it. I'll probably test it tonight. So, but it's just when you would start the match, it would change the profile automatically on you to something else. So your
Right.
buttons
So
wouldn't work.
if you switch games, if you switch to MK2, it wouldn't hold the button config again. We'd have to figure out how to get it back to the MK4 or whatever we were playing. Total pain in the ass. 2 hours it took us.
Sometimes
figured
you
out
would
one of the
hit rematch. Sometimes you would hit rematch, and all of a sudden your block stopped working again. You go back into the settings, and it changed the profile on you on its own.
Yep.
So is this like a glitch
It
or
was
issue with it
really
that they have
rough.
to fix, or was it designed this way?
You
I
can't
would
remap
hope
start
it.
and
I would
select.
hope it wasn't designed that way. I mean, it's a pretty shitty feature that you start the game and well, yeah, you set your buttons, but we don't want to give you that button layout this match.
Yeah, start and select can't be remapped, and 8 different buttons have to be selected for you to get out of the screen without making it. You can't have 2 the same buttons. That won't let you out of the actual config screen. So once you find the 8 buttons to use and you've actually figured out the right combination, you pray and you hit escape, and okay, now it works. And that took 2 hours. We're noobs, okay, but still, it shouldn't take 2 hours. Fightcade, we did it in 2 seconds.
Right. Yeah, that's. I noticed also when you try playing the collection, you got to do your buttons over and over, and every time you go to a new game. So even though I did my buttons for MK3, I
Yes.
have to do it again for MK3, and then again for Trilogy, and so
That's
on,
the
which was
thing.
annoying.
So we were doing it offline, and we had to keep picking different. Every time we picked another game, we had to go in and change it back to the profile that we set it on and pray that it worked. It was a disaster, but once we got it to work, we had a good time.
Yeah,
It was
you
good.
guys
It was
should
fun.
work. And once it,
Start a GoFundMe for a fix-it
yeah,
patch.
yeah. Good
Yep.
luck.
You will.
Please tell me you guys played on PC and not console, or did you play it on console?
PC
So we played on
on
Okay,
PC.
okay,
PC, and
yeah, that makes sense. That
we
makes
got
sense because you guys said it
matches.
felt good.
Yeah, we got matches, and we really had a fun time. I mean, it was just like playing in the arcade. We were taking rounds on people. It was cool stuff. I liked it. I'm not bashing it. I just think the silly things like the controller setup should be easier. Things like that, little things that could make just the gameplay better. We were like screaming at the thing. We streamed it yesterday. It's on our thing if you want to check it out. It was actually a great stream.
Yeah, James linked me to it. And also I don't know if you guys know, but the filters too. When you move them or switch them off, you have to do it every time for every time you go to a
Yeah.
game.
Yep.
Yeah,
So if you
we
turn off
messed
the
with that
annoying
too,
filters
and
for
there was input
MK3,
delay.
yeah, you got to keep doing it over and over.
Right. And it looks washed up. Like Jimmy used like the best terms today. It really looks like it was like where you go to an arcade, like, and you see like an old ass machine. It looks like that. And I was like, what? Why does it look so bad? It looks
Well,
like
I guess they
all
were going
washed
for the
out.
look of trying to make it seem like you're playing back then in the
It's
arcade,
awful.
but
Yeah, but
It's
the problem was when you do that, and I understand what they were trying to go for. It was a shitty artistic move, but it's like when you looked at a screen back in that day. So when you look at the screen, like just say whatever MK1, you see the checkerboard pattern on the screen, but it wasn't the pixels weren't that big. You could see them, but they were, whatever, a half inch, but they made them like an inch. So it's just like you're looking at the pixels and you're like, this just looks like shit. Plus, it looks piss yellow.
yeah, like a
It's
washed out, like the white was like a beige. It was weird. It just looked like it was just gross looking. Then the filters added input delay offline. Offline, we felt the difference. So that's silly too. I mean, we
wait a
were
minute,
pushing jab, and then it's coming out.
wait. You're saying the filters have them odd adds more delay. You turn them off, the game runs better.
There's
absolutely
absolutely a little bit of delay. Yeah, we
a
both
little bit.
tried it
You could
yesterday.
see the
Wow. Well, I'm lucky. I've been turning them off when I play because I don't even like looking at that stuff on the screen.
Well, see, that's the thing. I mean, I'm not talking about just the stupid sidebars where it tries to make it look like an arcade cabinet that nobody gives a shit about. I'm talking about like
Like
the
the TV
filter, like
filter, like everything.
MK4, the TV filter. You can because like when you go to the one, I forgot what it is. It's TV curve, and then the last one. But the last one kind of
Full, I
gives them
think.
the painted look to them a little bit better, and it definitely you could definitely feel the lag in the inputs.
Yeah, when I
I
stream and
don't
play,
know
I
if it was
turn all
all
that
the
stuff
games,
off. I turn all of it off.
but it was one of them that was super noticeable. I think it was MK2, where how do you have delay on offline? It's ridiculous. But we did have once we figured it out, it was good. It was fun. We got matches. It was really fun. So if they could fix it, that'd be awesome. I mean, that's all
Yeah.
we could say. Jimmy's gonna try more stuff later, but this ending was good. I think this was a good way to end it, guys. So
Yeah, well, hopefully, I
Rio,
was
if you want
trying.
us
I was
back
trying
on,
to mix it up.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
no,
awesome.
I'd be down to revisit this in the future episode. It's not going to be. I don't know what the next episode's going to be about because Dave has been like he does not like these UMK3 episodes and all this stuff. Like I'm sure you guys can tell how he was on the last episode, and in this episode he's just.
Yeah, I get it. I totally
He
understand.
thinks it's irrelevant. And no one plays the games, and it's like unimportant. Which is a shame because
I respect him. It's fine.
If it wasn't for this
I
collection
get it.
coming
Yeah,
out
but
and
that's-
being so bad, he would have probably bought it and played it, and he would have realized, hey man, these games actually aren't as bad as you think. You know,
It's just indicative
No,
of
he
how
does play.
different. This just shows how different things are. I mean, to me, when someone says that, they just don't understand. Like arcades
right? And
were a social atmosphere over what we see now.
yeah, and I don't like when people say, "Hey, man, this game doesn't matter. This game doesn't count." I think every game has its perks, like has its pros and cons. Like some games, yeah, sure, like there's gonna be some games you like more, but just because it may be a game you don't like doesn't mean you have to say MK2 is garbage, not worth playing, or MK3, whatever the game is. Like they all have, whether you want to believe it or not, like a following behind it.
I mean, I'll be honest. Like I never bash an iteration of Mortal Kombat until 1 and 2 get bashed. Like I'm the type that once you start saying, "Oh, 1K1 is trash," yeah, what is it? You know, that's when I become a dick. Why? Because you can't beat me? Oh wait, you play UMK. That's only better than Special Forces by a little bit, and they get all butthurt. And I'm like, and it's because if I say I like it and you call it trash, how the fuck do you expect me to react? It's like I tell guys at work, I'm like, if I call you a piece of shit Monday to Friday, and then on Saturday say, hey, can I borrow $50? Am I going to be shocked when you tell me to go fuck myself?
No,
You're
yeah, no, you're right.
bashing you're bashing the games that I like. The community is supposed to be this unity community shit, and it don't happen.
But this is what I
Yo,
mean.
and then now
Everyone
you
has their
see though,
preference.
the
Even
2D, the
Except when you're
2D
sending
scene
out
is
mafia hits, Jim.
yeah.
no, I see it
The
happen all the
2D
time.
scene is toxic as
No,
hell,
but
dude.
I mean, it's just in general. Like some people have preferences, but I guess they're so vocal about it. Like even when I stream Mortal Kombat 9, sometimes people come in chat and be like, "Yo, what is this? Play MKX or something?" You know, like some people just don't like the game. That's just how it is. But I think it's because all these games play so differently. You have all these like sub communities, like some people that only like the 2D MKs, and then within that, they only like certain MK. Like some people only like MK2, some people only like MK3. Then you have the 3D MK players that like their own games, and you have the NRS players. Some people like Injustice, some people like MK9, some people like MKX, and so on. It's just that's just how the community is.
At least now you
everybody
know.
has their preference.
At least now you know about this the 2D MK hate. It's brutal, dude. It's fucking brutal.
No,
I'm
and
telling
I
you.
see some comments in chat right now where we're like saying we're talking shit. No, this is not on the creative level of talking shit at all.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, this is what we get all the time. We're old, we're washed up, whatever. We want to win. It's because we can't win. We can't adjust.
But
I've heard
honestly,
it
like,
forever.
from what I've seen, it's both sides. The new players are talking shit about the older players, and the older players talking shit about the new players. Like I've seen it a lot of times, even in some of these previous episodes, where people have came on and said, "Nobody cares about the tournaments you won back then. No one was good back then. This and that." So it goes both ways. That's just how people are.
Yeah, there's a lot of sensitive stuff too because I don't know.
Unless it's the person winning when they find it convenient to count, then that's when it counts. Other than that, yeah, that's just how it is.
You know,
I never
back
won
in
ever.
1984, I was the Mr. Do champion.
I was there from day one. I never won ever.
Wait. I was the I gotta remember now. I gotta get my memory here. I was the Renegade champion of the world. Isn't that the arcade
Revolution
game
X.
you had? Isn't that the arcade game you had at your house, Lex?
Yeah.
The who?
I had the
was
mini
the world
version.
champion. I was the world champion of Renegade.
Oh yeah. Oh man. I heard you invented hot punches, Jim.
Yep. I did it all. I did it all. Hot punches, the anti-air's mine. Everything's mine. I did it all. I was the world champion.
Wait, so did you create Sonya Lock with just sweep and punch?
No, that one wasn't me though. That one I can't take credit.
That was Eddie, right?
I never
Eddie made
used
that
those
shit.
characters. That's
Can
Eddie
you stop
Ferry.
saying you're gonna leave? And
Yeah,
like,
he's
I don't
a
know why you're
special
doing
character
this,
in that.
dude.
That was the fucking first thing he showed me when I got there. He's like, "Watch this," and he picks Sonya and just sweeps and punches me all day. And I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Good old days.
Oh God. But
anyway, do you guys mind if I end it here? Because I was supposed to eat an hour ago, but I didn't want to like stop when
No,
everything
that's
was
fine.
like so
Do that.
dramatic. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Look,
just
I
spoke
Thanks for having us.
Look,
taken out of
I
the
appreciate all you guys coming on. I apologize if the podcast got derailed and turned into what it was. It wasn't supposed to be a 5-hour episode.
Hey, it wasn't not my fault. Not my fault. I'm sorry. Not my
Yeah,
fault.
no, it's all good. Everything's
No.
it's all good. But
No, it's all good.
like, I'm not
It's
gonna lie. I
awesome
still
talking
don't
to you guys.
understand. I still don't understand the full drama between you guys.
No, I'll
After
try.
4 hours, like I
I'll
still.
try harder.
But thank you to you summoning. Thank you, James. Also, you Lex for coming on. Thank you also to Tom for coming on. Dave, Diddle, Pigs. A lot of people are on today. I appreciate it. And I do want to say this because I saw some people saying in the chat.
This was
Yeah,
like an old school
this felt
last
like
show episode.
It felt like a Jerry Springer episode. But anyway, I want to say this because some people are like, well, why the hell is Rio involved in this? Like, they're saying, like, you're not Lex, you're not Tom. Why do you care? Banking on drama, this and that.
You're not.
Dude, okay, here's the thing. I do play some of these 2D MK games. And first of all, I'm not part of the actual drama. I'm very good friends with Tom. I don't know why Tom's acting like this in chat. Like, I am friends with him. I don't think of him less, even if all this, whatever. Like, I literally don't care. And the reason why I wanted to know the backstory of this is because when literally this happened 2 days ago on my stream, this isn't just me coming out of nowhere, guys, going like, hey, guys, you guys want to see some Lex and Tom drama? Like, I'm going to instigate. That's not what it was. When I was streaming 2 days ago, randomly out of nowhere in the chat, all hell broke loose when I was trying to play and stream. And this wasn't just for like 5 minutes. It was like for hours, like just nonstop drama about all of this. So it directly involved me in this way. That's why I'm part of it right now. But yeah, but overall, I literally don't care. Like, I don't think less of Lex or Tom or any of this. To me, it's irrelevant. And I think a lot of people just don't care.
Yeah, I'm backing that up, man, because this is not as serious as everybody's thinking it is.
Right, no, because some people are trying to act like I was planning this and I was waiting for the right time. Like, dude, again, if you guys don't believe me, I will upload the past broadcast where all this drama happened on my stream. Why didn't instigate or randomly start talking trash in chat to cause it? Like, it just happened in the chat while I was trying to play MK2. That's how it happened.
I mean, I don't want to discuss how it started, but I mean, there's
it happened for hours.
Yeah,
I'm not trolling or lying or any of that.
There's time and place, and I don't think it's right now.
That it happened It happened like literally 2 days ago, right before we were gonna do this. So now people think this episode is because of that. Like, it's just so obnoxious.
No, I'm not trying to make it about me. I felt like I was defending myself after a few streams of slander. So.
No, and I know. And when you were in the chat today, I was like, well, I want to hear your side of the story. Like, I want to, because maybe you would tell me. Like, I don't know, was it a money match or something?
That's why. That's why. Because
that's why after I talked to you, I got more. And when I talked to you, I got more confused. I'm like, well, everything you're telling me is not what Tom's saying, and it's just it seems like you guys have two different stories, and it's just like a huge headache.
It's fine if you think it's about me. I have no skin in the game. There's no reason for me to have anything here. Like, I don't make money off of MK scene. I don't go to tournaments. I
honestly think Tom doesn't care either. I honestly think Tom doesn't care either. That's why I'm not sure why he's taking this so serious. Like, it's life or death.
I don't have a reputation to defend. Like, I haven't worked at any game company for a long time.
You told me after UMK3, you kind of like whatever, and you started playing World of Warcraft. Like, you didn't like keep playing.
Like, I did a lot of other things. Yeah, this is not just that too. Like, I made a lot of friends in World of Warcraft, kind of similarly. So.
But yeah, this was episode 50, guys. I know this is kind of like a dramatic thing that was not supposed to be like this, and I don't want to put all the blame on Dave. I mean, the way it happened, I guess Dave kind of went into it. But this was supposed to be about the MK scene, MK 1, 2, and 3, going over this, and then talking about who the best players were back then, you know, this and that. It was not supposed to be some kind of elaborate scheme of, oh my god, yo, where's the hype fight with Lex and Tom? When's it going to happen? When are they going to get on start yelling? That's not what it was supposed to be, just to make it clear. But anyway, thank you guys for listening. I'll see you guys in the next episode.